In the year 2046 of the Blue Star calendar, the immersive 3D RPG Heaven's Origin began merging with reality, and the terror within the game started ravaging humanity. The world was swept by war, civilization collapsed, and all life was devastated. Human strength was essentially meaningless against the gods and demons that existed within Heaven's Origin. By that point, all of humanity had essentially met their maker. Yet this lone young mage stubbornly held on. It was clearly just a game, so why did the terror within Heaven's Origin become reality? No one could be immune. The world had turned into a hellscape. Humanity had lost all hope. But even if I have to die, I want to die like a hero. Just enough to win a single jade stone with my life. Sumu used his staff to continuously fire at the death god, finally watching as the Reaper's scythe drew near. Sumu could only shout helplessly, "I can't accept this." Suddenly, the space shifted. The same shout echoed, but this time it was in a classroom. "Sumu, what are you making a scene for? A loser like you still has the nerve to talk about not accepting things before the National College entrance exam. Sit down and stop disrupting the order of this place," the teacher yelled angrily. Sumu was still dazed, not knowing what was happening, when he heard a speaker announcement. 5 minutes until the college entrance exam begins. Candidates, please check your exam papers for any errors. After that, fill in your name and candidate number. The college entrance exam. Could I have been reincarnated 15 years back, right before the public launch of Heaven's Origin? Is this for real? Suddenly, Sumu's hand touched a ring. My Heaven's Origin ring. It followed me back here too. The Heaven's Origin ring is the means to enter the game. Does that mean I can enter the game early? Even though he didn't understand why he was reincarnated, Sumu now noticed the teacher's harsh words. "You worthless brat raised without a mother, are you even listening to me? Sumu, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or just playing stupid? Do you believe I can have you kicked out right now? Hey, worthless, this get out that. Do you even deserve respect? I remember you now, Teacher Tan. In the apocalypse, you were nothing but a spineless traitor to your students." After saying that, Sumu turned and left, ignoring the exam and ignoring the teacher, who was turning red with rage. When Sumu returned home, he found no one there, only a note left on the table. "Son, Mom and Dad have set off with a scientific expedition team. Take care of yourself. Mom has deposited money into your account. You can buy whatever you want. We'll bring you gifts when we return." Reading these lines, a warm feeling surged in Sumu's heart. At least heaven gave me a chance to start over. Mom, Dad, I will definitely make sure you two survive. At 11:00 a.m., Sumu decided to try using the Heaven's Origin ring to log into the game. This game hasn't launched yet. If I can log in successfully, 1 hour before the rest of the world, I believe I can change the gears of fate. I'm counting on you, ring. You have to work, carrying that hope. Sumu began to gently turn the face of the ring. Success logged into Heaven's Origin. Welcome to the world of Heaven's Origin. Your current location is the Shia Kingdom region. Heavenly Azure Server Sleeping Dragon. Humanity's future lies in your hands, warriors. The beginner guide said. I did it. I really logged into Heaven's Origin before anyone else. At this moment, the guide continued. Young warrior, please choose your profession. Sumu laughed loudly. I choose mage, definitely a mage. Later on, I'll switch to being a versatile support healer. I'll never play the money-burning cheating game like a mage in my previous life again. Error profession cannot be changed. What the hell? Why can't I change it? I haven't even chosen anything else yet. The guide said, Warrior, why don't you check your own attribute panel first? Sumu complied and opened his attribute panel. Sumu Profession Mage, Level 1, Experience 0%, Health 100, Spirit Power 50, Attack 15, Defense 5, Speed 5. What the hell, are there any errors? Being reincarnated and keeping my account from my past life is fine, I guess. But why did you reset my level and attributes? Sumu angrily questioned the guide. Is this your fault? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to train as a mage? It's like a bottomless pit if the warrior already has an account. Why not start the adventure quickly? Saying that the guide took off running as fast as his legs could carry him. He just ran away like that. I'm a reincarnated soul. Shouldn't I at least get some bonuses from the dragon-slaying sword? Mentioning that reminded Sumu of his equipment and supplies. But when he checked his inventory, he found it completely empty. What kind of reincarnation is this? I inherited the money-burning mage profession. Why didn't I inherit all the gold equipment and supplies from my account? As Sumu was pondering, he noticed an item lying in the very corner of his inventory. Death God's finger bone. Quality unknown, level none, attributes none. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. The item description left Sumu bewildered. What in the world is this? It doesn't even have any attributes. Is this some kind of cheap defective product? So what about the perks for us reincarnated folks? Congratulations, player Mukdan. You are the first player in the world of Thien Koi to achieve this. Exclusive title for the first player, the fastest man alive. Received beginner mage equipment pack. Effect movement speed plus 20%, casting speed plus 20%. Evasion rate plus 5%, defense plus 5%. Following the announcement, Tamak was teleported to the beginner village. He was initially unhappy with the title, but once he saw all the stats boosted, he gladly accepted it. Just then, a herd of boars charged at him. Long time no see, little piggies, I've missed you all so much. As he spoke, Tamak launched a fireball at the herd. The fireball hit one of the boars square in the head, but it didn't deal any damage at all. The reason Tamak had forgotten one thing: I was still just a beginner. While Tamak was being chased by the boars to the point of exhaustion, he heard a girl's scream. She was being chased by a giant, monstrously sized boar. Help me, warrior, please save me. At the same time, Tamak received a prompt: main quest triggered. Hero saves the damsel, defeat the boar king, and save Tu Hua. Rewards 20 gold coins, 500 experience points. A first-time quest with such low probability, and I actually triggered it. Could it be that in this life I'm destined to be the boar-slaying king? Dealing with those stupid little pigs isn't a total waste of time, I guess. Heh! Tu Hua ran toward Tamak cheering, "Warrior, you're finally here. Come here, baby." Tamak opened his arms as if to pull the beauty into a hug, but just as Tu Hua was about to lunge into his arms, he slapped her across the face. Both Tu Hua and the herd of boars were stunned for a solid 5 seconds. "Warrior, what are you doing?" "I was just..." Before Tu Hua could finish, Tamak cut her off. "You were just picking mushrooms, met the boar king, and got chased, ha!" Tu Hua was shocked. "Warrior, how did you know?" "Humph. I even know that when you were a kid, you stole your grandpa's treasure for candy and put frogs in old man Wang's water tank next door. I also know you're just a little demoness pretending to seduce me only to stab me in the back later. Look, you can't hide it anymore. You know too much." Caught with her true intentions, revealed the beautiful Tu Hua transformed, showing her demonic form with a wicked grin. "Those are the tears and experience points of the warriors." "From my past life," Tamak replied. Seeing Tu Hua lunging at him with her claws, Tamak took off running. As he passed the boar king, he said, "Hey, piggy, you guys go ahead first." "Get lost!" Tu Hua shrieked. The boar king was furious at her tone, but before it could do anything, it was taken out by Tu Hua. She then turned and chased after Tamak. "You're next." Seeing Tu Hua catching up to Tamak, suddenly stopped and pointed at her feet. "Your skirt's caught on something." This trick actually worked. Tu Hua stopped to look down. Tamak waited for that exact moment to blast her with a fireball before bolting away again. The fireball dealt 100% spell damage to the target, with a 10% chance to trigger meteor shower. Enraged, Tu Hua continued to chase him. Like that, Tamak kept running while tossing fireballs at her every now and then. Based on his past life's knowledge, Tu Hua's demonic power came from the tainted magic aura within the forest. She couldn't leave this area. If she went further, then 10 meters from the forest she would be immobilized. So Tamak stopped, turned around, and taunted her. "Come on, come and get me. I'll tear you to shreds," Tu Hua roared, extending her long claws toward him. But just as she was an inch away, an invisible force suddenly stopped her. She couldn't move an inch. "How did—" "Figure it out yourself." "Well, I'm not holding back anymore." With that, Tamak launched another fireball attack at Tu Hua. But unlike before, instead of just one fireball, hundreds rained down from the sky, striking her directly where she stood, finishing her off. Congratulations, player Mukdan, you have defeated demonized Tu Hua. Received 500 gold coins and won 500 experience points. Congratulations, player Mukdan, you have completed the main quest, Hero Saves the Damsel. Received 200 gold coins and 500 experience points. Congratulations, player Mukdan, you have completed the hidden quest, Demonized Tu Hua. Received 1,000 gold coins and 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, player Mukdan, you have leveled up to level 2. Tamak couldn't help but laugh loudly. The rain of fire from the sky. With that 10% chance, it actually triggered right when I needed it. Tu Hua, oh Tu Hua, you were destined to be trapped in my palm. Not a bad hidden quest. Went up a level in one go. Let's see what unexpected rewards I got from killing her. From his inventory, an item popped out. Death's Hand Bone, quality unknown. Level 1. Passive skill. Hand of Death. Inactive. Description. When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. The Death's Hand Bone leveled up with me too. But why does it need to be activated? I never heard of this thing in my past life. This name sounds so strange. Just as Tamak was lost in thought, another notification appeared. Hand of Death. Inactive, requires Divine Tree Essence, 3,000 units. Ice-sealed corpse fluid, 3,000 units to activate this trait. Are you kidding me? This needs so many materials to activate? Forget it. I'll level up first. These materials can all be obtained by fighting monsters in the beginner village. Worst case, I'll just abandon it, Tamak thought. At that same moment, Manhwa slowly woke up. Seeing Tamak, she said gratefully, I was possessed by that hateful demonic aura. Thank you for saving me. Please accept my gratitude. Received Heavenly Fire Staff unknown. Received Manhwa's hairpin. I was waiting for your demonic aura to flare up. Otherwise, how could I have finished my hidden quest? Tamak chuckled to himself, then curiously examined his new staff. This Heavenly Fire Staff is actually purple tier. Hidden quests really are worth it. I'll go to the beginner village later to appraise its stats. I bet they won't be bad. Manhwa then suggested, could you take me back to the village? My grandfather will surely be grateful to you. Do you want to accept the main quest? Guardian Angel escort Manhwa back to Thanvu village to meet the village chief. Reward 10 gold coins, 100 experience points. Tamak naturally agreed. Upon seeing his granddaughter, the village chief was overjoyed. Thank you, warrior. Let me introduce myself. Skip the pleasantries, please. No need for the polite talk, just hurry up and give me the quest, Tamak urged, because his experience from the past life told him that if he didn't hurry, forget the pleasantries, spare me the formalities, just hurry up and give me the quest. Tamu hurried to say, knowing from his past life that if he didn't push, things wouldn't move. If I keep rushing him, the old man will just keep cracking melon seeds and talking complete nonsense. Hearing Tamak, the village chief laughed and said that Xiaohua's body still held demonic energy. He needs the blood of a demonized zombie to use poison against poison to fully purge it. I hope the warrior can help us, grandfather and granddaughter. All right. I accept this mission. I know where those items are. Quest accepted. Zombie Blood main quest. Details. Head to Lone Forest to slay 30 demonized zombies. And bring back the dried blood for the old village chief. The reward will be 100 gold coins, 500 EXP, and a green novice magic staff. If you want to fight monsters as a mage, you naturally have to prepare beforehand. Therefore, Tamak didn't rush to the quest. He went to find an alchemist first. A moment later, Tamak took a deep breath and walked into the apothecary. A female alchemist with a beautiful soul. Upon seeing Tamak, immediately tried to seduce him. Come here, little brother. Tamak quickly turned his head and said, I need 28 small blue potions. He thought to himself, one of these small blue potions costs 50 gold coins. Converted to real money, that's quite a bit. I only have 500 gold coins in total right now. That's why they say if you're not rich, don't play as a mage. At this time, the female alchemist didn't give up trying to flirt with Tamak by promising a discount, but she was firmly rejected. As he reached the door, the female alchemist looked regretful and said, Tsuke, this kid is really no fun. Didn't even take the bait. Doesn't know a good woman when he sees one. Tamak held the pile of items in his hand and replied, I can't afford to mess with that big-chested, brainless blacksmith, brother. Big-chested, brainless blacksmith. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Who are you talking about? Tamak looked at the burly blacksmith and stammered, I was saying, the blacksmith brother is powerful and imposing. He handed over an appraisal scroll. Thank you. I wish you and the alchemist a long and happy life together. As long as you know your place, kid. Saying that, the blacksmith handed the appraisal scroll to Tamak. Having obtained the goods, Tamak didn't linger. He found a quiet corner. Using appraisal scroll. Appraisal successful. Death's Bone Hand. Quality purple tier 1. Stats magic power plus 40, spiritual power plus 25. Special effect spell burst. Increases magic damage by 3%. Special effect concentration 30% chance to restore consumed spiritual power when casting magic missile. Wait, a double special effect top tier. I hit the jackpot this time. With preparations complete, Tamak set off for the zombie forest. Another group of zombies fell under his fireballs, making Tamak excited. A 10% rate for fire falling from the sky is very high for me. Did that Death's Bone Hand change me, or am I just that handsome? Very good, very good. He finished collecting 16,000 units of dried blood. I've collected enough materials to upgrade the bone hand. The server will officially open in nearly 12 hours. From then on, it will be a scene of hundreds of people fighting for a single zombie, haha. Time passed. As the clock struck 12, Heavenly Origin officially opened its doors. Thousands of people logged into the game, making the once peaceful scene busier than ever. But missile. This game is so realistic, brothers. Let's go touch the alchemist. At the very least, it's an E rank. Damn it, I got sliced to pieces by the blacksmith after touching her once. Can NPCs really do that? I touched her a few times and got sliced every time. My experience dropped into the negative. Why is this old village chief so good at cracking melon seeds? He hasn't even given me the quest yet. Tamak stood nearby listening to the newbies talk, laughing to himself. My dear rookies, cherish the happy times you have in the novice village. At the same time, on the global chat channel, many people were complaining that while there were quests, they couldn't find any monsters. Of course, no one knew that the reason was because Tamak had already cleared out this batch. Wild monsters respawn every half hour. Everyone just wait slowly. Tamak thought to himself while busy setting up a stall to sell items. It seems he had truly become a rich man. After wiping out all the monsters he had, 113 white items, 21 green items, and 6 blue items, plus over 100 red and blue potions. They say a salary of 30,000 per hour isn't better than working part-time. The level is also much higher. How great. Speaking of levels, Tamak Mage level 4 suddenly remembered that when setting up a shop, it's best to hide his level and gear info to avoid attracting attention. After hiding his info, Tamak started calling out, "Come take a look. High-quality gear at a high price. Brother, everything here is top-notch. If you're passing by, don't miss out." His shouting immediately drew the attention of the newbies. Look at that fool, instead of fighting monsters, he's setting up a stall here. He could have sold those for a few dollars when the server started. Exactly. God, too. I think to the psycho is more like it. Ignore him. Let's go kill zombies. If we kill 30, we can make a fortune to cover health costs. Tamak heard the mockery of these short-sighted people and found it a bit funny. Your stats? Even if you form a team, you couldn't beat a zombie. Thinking that is truly wishful thinking. Just then, a voice rang out. Items aren't great, but the prices are high. The owner of that voice was an incredibly beautiful girl, Thin Tuet Uyenyi. Wait, it's her. In the future, one of the top 10 mages in our lower region will be the top commander of the highest level security zone after the apocalypse becomes reality. The Thin Tuet Tu Truck Guild, where we are located, is supported by the massive mysterious official company of Hwaha. Initially, the Heavenly Origin game didn't enable 100% appearance adjustment. The appearance and figure of the players were real. It seems Uyenyi's appearance and figure in real life were also heaven-defying. Never expected to meet this goddess here, Tamak thought to himself. Thin Tuet Uyenyi was initially curious, so she came to gaze at Tamak's stall, then couldn't help but be shocked. The server just started, yet he has this much gear. And he's even selling zombie blood. People in the zombie area are going crazy farming monsters. Where did he get so many item drops? Thinking of this, Ting Tuet, may I ask how much for all this? The blood materials are 5 gold coins each. The white outfit is 100 gold coins each. And the level 6 outfit is 500 gold coins each. The blue outfit is 3,000 gold coins each. That comes to a total of 54,800 gold coins. Let's call it 55,000. Ting Tuet frowned and said, Usually when people buy in bulk, they get a discount. How come when it's my turn, the price goes up? If you think it's too expensive, there is one way to get a discount. And that is, listen closely. Tamak looked at her with a mischievous grin and made his offer. Let me touch your leg and I'll give you a 20% discount. Before he could finish, Ting Tuet scolded him for being a shameless pervert. Tamak shrugged and replied, If you're not happy with it, then forget it. I've already given you the chance. Once this village is gone, there won't be another store like this, you know. She knew this guy was clearly trying to take advantage of her. Even though Ting Tuet and her guild weren't short on money, just as she was hesitating, a group of young men appeared. They arrogantly declared, I'll pay 100,000, I want all of this. When Tamak saw who was leading them, the war god Kwangnan, he couldn't help but sigh, oh my god. I actually ran into these unlucky jerks. The leader of the Kwangnan guild. Even though he had been reborn, his memories were perfectly intact. In his past life, the war god Kwangnan was one of the top 10 warriors on the server. I was arrogant and high-handed when it came to snatching bosses and attacking others. Many times his victims were killed and had their gear stolen, which created a massive level gap between him and the rest of the army. Truly, enemies always seem to cross paths, but in this life I'm not afraid of you anymore. Ting Tuyet then turned to look at the war god Kwang Nan and said, War god Kwang Nan, the store owner, and I have already finished negotiating the price. What do you think you're doing? This girl is really pretty, but if you're trying to compete with me for items, that's not going to work. Thinking this to himself, the war god Kwang Nan smiled and replied, Little sister, you haven't completed the trade yet, have you? Whoever offers more gets the items. It's very simple. Whoever pays more gets it right. Then I'll pay 150,000. The war god, Kwang Nan, didn't back down and said, I pay 200,000. Hurry up and finalize the trade. Tamak sat to the side watching the two of them. It seemed Ting Tuyet and the Kwang Nan faction were both prepared. Both sides were willing to spend a lot of money to buy supplies, aiming to be the first to clear the upcoming dungeon. Even though it was a bit pricey, buying this equipment would significantly improve the strength of Ting Tuyet's core players, allowing her to suppress all other guilds in the early stages. I can't miss this opportunity and let the war god Kwang Nan steal it. After all, it's just a game, but I have to win the first dungeon, Ting Tuyet calculated silently. She then shyly agreed to Tamak's initial request. You said that yourself, okay? Don't you dare go back on your word. Tamak's eyes lit up like stars. He looked at Ting Tuyet, then waved at the war god Kwang Nan. Did you hear that? I've decided to sell it to this beautiful lady. You guys can go somewhere else. The war god Kwang Nan was furious but couldn't do anything, so he had to leave. However, he silently marked this, waiting for the right moment to teach Tamak a lesson. Returning to the main character, although he talked about taking advantage of Ting Tuyet, he didn't commit any indecent acts. It was purely a trade of items and money. You're just taking the money, Ting Tuyet asked. What about? Faced with Ting Tuyet's question, Tamak teased her a bit but didn't cross any lines. He then explained, the war god Kwang Nan and I have a grudge. I didn't want to sell to him anyway. Think of it as me doing you a favor. After the trade, they went their separate ways. Ting Tuyet watched Tamak leave, wondering to herself how he could have obtained such a large quantity of materials from the very beginning. Where on earth did this god of wood come from? And since he offended the Kwang Nan organization today because of this trade, if necessary, I should help him out. Back in the village, Tamak turned in the zombie blood quest to the village chief, receiving 100 gold coins, 500 experience points, and a green beginner's staff. Thank you, brave warrior. With this dried blood, the demonic energy in little Hoa's body can definitely be purged. I heard that many people in the village have been attacked by monsters. We don't have enough bandages in the village. Don't waste time, go get some more bandages. Tamak accepted the quest. He could even wash and reuse them. The system described the quest. Enter the depths of the low lone forest, destroy 30 demonized mummies, and bring their mummy wraps back to the old village chief. The reward is 200 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and 200 potential points. That's right. He still had 400 potential points from reaching level 4 that he hadn't used yet, so he added them directly to his cultivation technique. After that, Tamak opened his attribute panel to check. God of Wood Occupation Mage. Level 4 experience 41% gold, 120,000 HP, 230 spiritual power, 180 cultivation power, 120 defense, 38 speed, 13. My experience and money have far surpassed the beginners. I'm truly Tamak. No more thinking. I better hurry and finish the quest to widen the gap even further. Aren't they just demonized mummies, even if they're a bit harder to deal with? As he said this, Tamak suddenly realized he had forgotten one important thing. He almost forgot he could make some quick cash from this old chicken thief. As the saying goes, if there's an opportunity, why wouldn't I take it? So Tamak went back to see the old village chief, lay down and started thrashing about. Oh, I suffered internal injuries trying to save little Hoa. Her hair clip, please. Have the village chief help me return it to her. Tamak did this because this hidden quest reward could only be obtained by using the hair clip directly, which would grant 50 intimacy points. But as expected, handing it over to the village chief triggered a hidden reward. The moment I returned the hairpin, he called me warrior. Don't worry. The path of heaven's initiation is long. I won't let you leave just yet. Congratulations. Mushin, you have permanently received the village chief's blessing, which includes a 10% chance to land, a critical hit, a 10% movement speed boost, automatic recovery of 10 HP per second, an additional 50 points of defense penetration, and a certain amount of reputation points. After receiving his reward, Mu Chen happily walked away. Some newbies who didn't know about the hidden quest saw Mu Chen lying on the ground to get the corn from the village chief, so they tried to copy him and started playing dead too. "Village chief, I want that golden light too." Hearing this, Mu Chen laughed. "You guys are so stupid, I'm off to slay some monsters now. Tonight I'll take down the first boss in the dungeon." Mu Chen headed toward the demon swamp deep in the Green Bay forest. The moment he arrived, his HP started dropping continuously. A notification popped up. The area ahead has been corrupted by demonic energy. Players should proceed with caution. While under the effect of demonic corruption, you cannot use potions to recover HP. HP will decrease by 5 points every second. You can use purification potions to remove this negative status. Otherwise, HP recovery items will be ineffective. Average players probably wouldn't even last 30 seconds. The system noted that each purification potion costs 200 gold coins. To survive, you'd have to use them constantly. Luckily, Mu Chen had the village chief's blessing, which offset the HP loss without costing a single cent. And a short distance in, he heard screams. A man and a woman were being chased by a horde of zombies. The girl was unlucky and got grabbed by them. As for the guy, just a few steps away from Mu Chen, a mummy threw a bladed bandage and, poof, he was wiped out. Mu Chen checked the monster's status. Mummified zombie level 5, a long-range monster with S-rank attack power, a total noob killer. No wonder those two got wrecked. But the mummy's movement speed wasn't exactly fast, so Mu Chen decided to exploit that. He stood at a distance and fired a fireball at an advancing mummy, taking it out instantly. The others went crazy and charged at him. Just in time. A net to catch you all. Quest materials are basically handing themselves over now. Come on then. You guys aren't really that slow, are you? Mu Chen deliberately lured the mummies toward the swamp in the dead woods, then hopped over to the other side. The swamp kept the mummies trapped, and he started raining fireballs on them, taunting them non-stop. "What's wrong? Stop chasing scared." The mummies, screeched, fired a volley of sharp spears at him and lunged to attack. Unexpectedly, Mu Chen dodged them with ease, effortlessly avoiding their strikes. I even tangled up the bandages they threw and ran circles around the trees to keep the mummies pinned in the swamp, unable to move. Just as he was about to unleash a blaze to incinerate them, a system notification appeared, "Special bounty order from the blacksmith." Because all newbie villages in the server have triggered the blacksmith's wrath, the blacksmith has issued a special bounty for warriors to act in place of heaven. Quest description: eliminate 100 players who have touched the alchemist 3 or more times. Upon completion, you will receive a mysterious bounty reward. Special note: this quest is limited to the first player to complete it. All newbie villages triggered the blacksmith's rage. Seems like the alchemist is quite popular. This is the charm of heaven's initiation. It proves that men in my past life, and this one excluding me of course, are all trash. But this special bounty is exactly what I want. Eliminating 100 crude, obnoxious players with the current level of these scrubs. Once I'm done skinning these mummies and hit level 5, plus the advantage of being a veteran player, cutting down 100 guys will be like beating up toddlers. With that, Mu Chen used his fireball skill to attack the immobilized mummies. Luckily, it triggered heavenly fire descent, creating a rain of fire, balls that scorched the entire area. Mu Chen didn't even need to use his skills much. He just stood there waiting for the mummies to die, racking up the experience points. System notification: congratulations player Mu Chen, you have killed a mummified zombie, received 69 EXP4 gold coins. Skill book Star Shatter. Item details: skill book Star Shatter, white quality level 5. Description: ignores 10% of target's defense. Physical attack increased by 5%, and normal attacks have a certain chance to ignore an additional 10% of the target's defense. Cooldown 15 minutes. Mu Chen pulled out the skill book and laughed. I can't even use this book. This skill is pretty mediocre, but it'll still sell for a few thousand gold. Suddenly, another system notification caught his eye. Players harassing the alchemist eliminated 100. Mu Chen looked at the fire still raining down in front of him, surprised, and laughed. Well, look at that. Some unlucky player wandered right into the kill zone, grinding mobs on one side and cleaning up scumbags on the other. How relaxing and fun. Before long, on the World Chat channel, people started complaining. Little Mushroom was picked by a girl. Dude, I spent 1,000 gold on a purification potion, and before I could even hit a mummy, I got wiped out by a stray fireball. I have 3 wives, me too. What kind of settings are these? Cute bunny, any kind soul got some extra purification potions for me. The demonic energy in the mummy zone makes you lose HP so fast it hurts. At the same time, a group from the Madman Guild led by Madman War God appeared right at the edge of the demon swamp. A bunch of losers blaming the game's mechanics because you're trash at clearing content. Leave this to the real experts. Brothers of the Madman Guild, follow me march into the mummy zone. With that Madman War God and his pumped-up members charged into the demon swamp, causing nearby players to stare in awe. That Madman guy sure has guts. Just by looking at the name, you know they're going to form a major guild in the future. That's a given. Look at the white glow on their gear. This guy, Kwang Nan, really has a bold spirit. Just looking at the name, you know they're definitely going to form a guild in the future. That's a given. Look at the white light surrounding them. That's the special effect of a purification potion. It's super expensive. Those guys are loaded. Once we hit level 10 and guilds open up, I bet the guild this Madman guy starts will be the strongest on the server. We need to grind hard and level up so we can join them. Hearing the chatter of the players around him, the War God Madman sneered with contempt and muttered, "A bunch of poor losers. Just watch how my guild clears these quests." Just then he spotted a corrupted mummy wandering nearby, pointed at it and shouted, "Target spotted, everyone follow me over here." But before they could even move, a fireball flew out of nowhere and vaporized the corrupted mummy instantly. The War God Madman cried out in shock, "A fireball! A fragile mage can actually hold their own out here. Is this mage from another faction?" As girls like Snow Listener were still busy grinding for levels, could there be another player who actually spent money on the game like us? Suddenly, a guild member pointed at the sky and yelled, "Everyone watch out! It's a meteor shower!" The group looked up in suspicion and gasped as a rain of fireballs began to pour down on them. Someone screamed in terror, "What is this run?" The other members of the Madman Guild scattered in fear, but since the range of the fire rain was so wide, no one was lucky enough to escape. Tragic screams filled the air. "It burns, save me." The system announced, "Target War God Madman eliminated. Bounty progress 8 out of 100. Target Madman Sword eliminated. Bounty progress 15 out of 100. Watching the notifications pop up one after another, the person who had unintentionally caused this massacre was Sumu. Sumu was currently hiding behind a large tree, smiling faintly as he whispered, "I just wanted to farm some monsters. Why do people with a death wish keep coming after me? These Madman players really don't know fear." Speaking of which, the skill I unlocked at level 5, Frost Flower Dance, is actually really good. It's an active group damage skill with a freezing effect, super useful. Frost Flower Dance deals frost damage to all targets within a 50-meter radius and applies a slowing effect. Mana cost 50, range 40 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. It has a 50% chance to trigger a deep freeze effect on targets. The next wave of mummies will spawn in a while, so I've got time to rest and organize my inventory. Over 100 pieces of equipment and 12 skill books. That's enough to make a fortune. Right, I need to message Ewer for a trade if I find anything good. Naturally, he thought of her. Ah, spring is here again. With that, Sumu sent a message to Snow Listener. Ewer then leaned back against the tree. He smiled to himself, wondering, "I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if Ewer is too. It's a pity I still need about a dozen more kills for that 100-man quest. If another group of idiots like that comes along, I can finish this off in 2 or 3 tries." The skill book that dropped from them was a good find for a mage. He took it out to check the details. Equipment Detail Wind Shadow Skill Book. Quality Blue. Tier 1. Suitable for mage. Description: consumes 50% of current mana to increase movement speed by 30% and grants a 10% defensive shield. Increasing movement speed by 30%. That's perfect for both escaping and chasing. It's super smooth. Better learn it now. With that, Sumu immediately used the skill book. The system announced, "Congratulations, player Su Shen, you have learned the skill Wind Shadow." Sumu then muttered, "Once I hit level 6, I'll log off and grab the first clear for the first dungeon. The game, Heavenly Origin, is still waiting for me." In another part of the Misty Swamp, a 4-player team was grinding monsters. After taking down a mob, Yumu finally spoke up. "My quest items are finished. I'm leaving the party." Ziga stepped forward. "Sister Yumu, don't go. Let's form a permanent team and keep leveling up together." The Ghost Chanter and the Pale Soul chimed in. "Yeah, that's right, gorgeous Yumu boss. Ziko is right. Work and play together and it's never a grind. Plus, gorgeous Yumu, your healing was perfectly timed. We wouldn't have been able to beat these mummies without you." Zikok laughed and said, "Sister Yumu, don't keep that cold face all the time. The ghost chanter added, exactly gorgeous, Yu is #1. Hearing this, Yumu's face remained expressionless, but in her heart she thought, men are all disgusting and shallow like that, except for him. Seeing that Yumu still wouldn't speak, Zikuk proposed, Sister Yumu, I'm going to establish a guild soon. Why don't you join? I'll make you the vice guild leader. The ghost chanter laughed. That's right. If we have a beautiful vice guild leader like you, we'll definitely become the most famous guild on this server. Yumu suddenly turned around and snapped, watch out! At the same time, she raised her staff, firing a bolt of light that grazed Zigao, causing slight damage before continuing to fly past him. It struck a newly spawned monster. Zigao gritted his teeth, trembling slightly, and glanced behind him, cursing, damn it, when did a new mummy spawn? How did this woman notice it? And if we're a team, why do I lose HP when hit by her skills? Yumu spoke up. You can't even remember the spawn point of the monsters. And you want to be a guild leader? She turned and walked away decisively, thinking, he lost HP because I hit him. He really is just a sleazy creep. As an alchemist, I can't waste any more time with these people. I need to level up quickly, and then where am I supposed to find him? There are so many servers in Heavenly Origin. Is Sumu even in the same region? Back where Yumu had left the three guys, Zikuk and his crew whispered among themselves, Boss Ziga, don't be mad. She's just a girl, isn't she? Let's go. We'll catch up to her and introduce her to the boss. After all, this game is very realistic. Ha ha. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, right. Just a glorified flower vase. Does she really think she's all that tough? Let's show her what a real man is. What do you guys know? A girl with personality. I'm absolutely going to make her mine. A handsome boss like me. We'll definitely have them swooning. Once we've got both the boss and the beauty in our guild, we'll be the top guild on every server. Ziggy clenched his fists and gave a sinister grin. She's no flower vase. She can memorize the spawn times and locations of monsters that quickly. Her senses are razor sharp. Outside the ghost swamp, the players from the Madman Guild respawned and immediately rushed back, shouting incessantly. Is this Godmu guy just grinding, or does he have to kill people too? Seriously, I was just passing by and he took me out for no reason. We have to demand an explanation. Why just kill people while grinding monsters? Why is this Godmu just killing people whenever he feels like it? Meanwhile, the Madman War God was grinding his teeth in frustration, thinking, our whole squad wiped out, so humiliating. There's definitely some kind of mechanism in that swamp's demonic aura that I don't understand. If I don't take him out 10 times after he comes out, I'm not the Madman War God anymore. I went straight to the world chat. Madman War God, you coward god if you've got the guts, come out. I'm waiting for you outside the mist. Madman War God is a coward. Madman War God is a coward. Seeing the constant spam on the world channel, some players couldn't help but remark. A broadcast speaker costs 100 gold coins. Just who is this god Mo? Is he really worth spending that much money just to curse him out? Right at that moment, Tang Ziyue led her guild members over and spoke up. Madman War God, if you've got the skills, go in and find God Mo yourself. What's the point of just barking out here? The Madman War God angrily questioned. Ting Ziyue, are you really going to stand up for that guy God Mu? I was cursing internally. Damn it, I've wasted so much time and experience points being killed at our current level. We're completely outclassed. We're not even in the same league as these girls. Tang Ziyue replied, and why can't I? Tingedza will protect that god Mu. You madman guys should think twice about fighting us instead. She thought to herself, God Mu already sent over a batch of new gear trades. I have to win them over for Tingshu Pavilion. I must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. This god Ma can't be suppressed by these madman guys. The Madman War. God didn't dare start a guild war, not when his side was lower level than the others. Thinking of the one who started all this, he became enraged and shouted toward the ghost swamp. You coward god, Mo hiding behind women. If you're a man, get out here, world chat. Madman War, god coward, god Mu hiding behind women. If you're a man, get out here. Coward god Mu hiding behind women. If you're a man, get out here. God Mu, which grandson is looking for his grandpa? Just then, Sumu stepped out of the ghost swamp and spoke. Oh ho, is it this good grandson? The Madman War God pointed at him, screaming. God Mu, stop running your mouth. If you dared to come out, get ready to get beaten up. Sumu didn't bother wasting breath on him. He snapped his fingers, deactivating his privacy settings and equipment effects so everyone could inspect his stats. Character stats: God Mu, class Mage, level 7. The surrounding players gasped, pointing at him. Holy cow, a level 7 mage! Where did this lucky bastard come from? And he's got purple tier gear. And he's got the focus buff and a magic item. Look at his buffs. What in the world is Village Chief's blessing? This gear, this level, these buffs, this guy is definitely not playing the same game as us. Report him. The madman war. God was also stunned, his face blank, thinking, this God Mo isn't even on our level. How the hell am I supposed to fight him? Sumu smiled as he looked at him. Madman, you grandson, your grandpa is here now. Then telling himself not to be afraid. The madman war. God gritted his teeth and pointed straight at Sumu, shouting, Godma, you kid, you've been slaughtering innocent people indiscriminately. If you apologize now, we might let this slide. Otherwise, we'll make it so you can't even step foot out of the beginner village. The players nearby heard this and immediately raised their weapons, shouting in agreement. You have to give us an explanation. The madman war god thought triumphantly. So what if this kid is high level? He can't take on 10 at once. The advantage is mine. Sumu picked at his ear and said, I took action against innocent people. You guys were harassing the alchemist who happened to be the bounty target for my quest. How can you blame me? The female players around them whispered, so they really did that to the alchemist. How disgusting. That's too much, Godmu. Even if he did strike them, he was doing society a favor. The madman war. God turned red and yelled, I didn't do it. Don't listen to Godmu's lies. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this Godmu made me lose face in front of these girls. I can't let him go. Driven by shame and rage, he drew his weapon and glared. Sumu shouted, Stop the chatter. If you've got the guts, Godmu, then come and fight us, madman. Suma wasn't the least bit afraid. He drew his own weapon and laughed. Come on, then. Your grandpa happens to have an itch for a fight. Tingzhi Yuer looked at Sumu, seeing they wanted to gang up on him. Tingzhi will help you this once. Consider it a thank you gift for selling me that gear. Sumu laughed. Thanks, Yuer, but it's better to save that favor for later. I thought to himself, this Yuer isn't as cold as she looks. Then Sumu warned Tingzhi Yuer to lead her people back and turn toward the madman crowd. Mushin activated total combat mode, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he thought to himself, Do you really think you can win just because you have numbers? That only works if your strength is equal. Tingzhi Wen said, Suit yourself then. She thought to herself, I honestly can't tell if this Mushin is just arrogant or if he actually has the skills to back it up. Let's observe a little longer. Temu smiled, gathering his skills. The system notified him, Attack mode switched to total assault. These rookies will only cost me a bit of gold. With those words, Temu swung his staff and instantly, not just one, but multiple fireballs erupted, launching toward the Madman Guild players. Follow my orders. Warriors, shields up. At Madman War, God's command, the warriors stepped forward and raised their shields, forming a wall to block the incoming fireballs. Madman War, God roared again. Mages and archers, fire. What are you just standing there for? Immediately a barrage of fireballs and arrows were unleashed, aimed straight at Tomu. Regarding this, Tomu remained calm, smiling as he asked, Madman, is that all you've got? Relying on his years of experience from his past life and his title as the fastest man, which granted him extra speed and evasion, he moved lithely, dodging every single one with ease. Madman War God shouted, You idiots, get him! Using all your skills at once. Now that your cooldowns are triggered, aren't you just begging to be crushed? Temu thought, vanishing from the guild player's sight in a flash. Where'd that little brat Mushin go? Boss, he's too fast. We can't even track him. They cried, eyes darting around in search, unaware that Temu was hiding right behind the large tree in front of them. Facing so many people, using an ice-type area of effect crowd control skill is probably best. If the crowd control effect triggers, it'll be perfect to test my new skills on these madman pests. Thinking this, Temu cast Ice Blossom Dance toward the madman group. Before they could react, his skill hit, exploding like a blooming ice flower. It dealt damage and applied a debuff within a 50-meter radius. It's so cold. I'm frozen solid. Warriors, shields, brothers, we're goners, healers. What are you doing? Heal us, cried Madman War God. Boss, our shields are still on cooldown, boss. Our healers can't use their skills. As their health dropped rapidly, screams echoed following Temu's skill. Most of them were frozen, and those lucky enough to escape still had a debuff applied to them. Madman War God pointed at a nearby warrior player, roaring, Everyone's dying. What are you still holding your shield up for? The warrior stammered, Sorry, boss, I wasn't paying attention. But he thought, Mu Shen's attack is terrifying. Isn't it normal for me to keep my shield up? I don't want to die yet. Mu, hiding behind the tree, smirked. What a bunch of idiots. The shield was blocked, and now that those few seconds have passed, time for a greater fireball for them. He counted the seconds in his head, then shouted loudly, Hey, grandsons, look up, surprised! The Madman Guild players instinctively looked up at the sky. A second later, their faces were filled with terror because they saw it again, a rain of fireballs pouring down on them. Watching his guild members being buried in a sea of fire, Madman War God could only blink helplessly, sighing. It's over. The warriors' and healers' shields were all used up just now. This time we're actually doomed. Even he could only save himself by chugging recovery potions while cursing internally. Damn it, what kind of damage does this Mu Shen deal? Could it be that he wasn't just abusing some bug in the Devil's Swamp before? Just as he was about to retreat, Mu ran out from his hiding spot to cut him off, laughing, Why are you running now? Weren't you very arrogant just a moment ago? Madman War God cried out in panic, You stay back. Come any closer and I'll get serious. I thought to himself, everyone's dead and these red potions can't keep me alive. But a few seconds later, remembering his 30-plus elite team members who had just been wiped out by Mu, his anger boiled over. I'll fight you, he roared. Madman War God raised his weapon and used the Gale Slash skill, creating multiple wind blades flying toward Mu. Mu thought, an early-game warrior skill. Gale Slash has a 40-second cooldown. He used this skill, so for the next 40 seconds he can only use basic attacks. I just need to maintain a good distance from Madman War God. His body moved flexibly, dodging all the wind blades, and in a flash he circled behind Madman War God. Mu fired a fireball into his back and laughed. Hey, Madman grandson, you're way too slow. Your grandpa is right here. Madman War God flew into a rage, turning around and slamming his weapon down at Mu's position, screaming, I'm going to take you out. Mu fired another fireball, hitting. Madman War God then quickly leaped backward, laughing, Bring it on! Madman War God, don't tell me you can't handle this! A man can never say he can't. Madman War God cursed angrily. That guy Mu Shen. How could a mage possibly be this agile? Just as he was about to continue his onslaught, Mu suddenly raised a hand and shouted, Wait! The Berserker War God froze, then laughed loudly. Wait for you, my foot! Do you take me for a fool? My cooldowns have refreshed, haha, as expected. Even your speed couldn't hold out for long. If you want to save your skin, take this, you bastard's wind blade. I thought to himself. God Mu is just a squishy mage. He can't take many of my hits. This is my chance. Mu spoke up, shattering his delusions. I was actually asking, do you need to take another look at your HP bar? With that, Mu fired off another fireball. Hearing this, the Berserker War God looked up at his health bar and his eyes widened in shock to see only a sliver left. A second later, a small explosion rang out. The fireball hit him square in the head, draining his last bit of health. Mu waved his hand and laughed. Oh my apologies. My hand slipped. That damage was a bit overkill. Sen. I was just planning to play with you for a bit. Godma, you just wait. You haven't heard the last of the Berserker War. God, leaving those words behind, the Berserker War God's soul left his body. I was actually looking forward to messing with you a bit. Mu-than, just you wait. You're not done with me yet. Kongnan Chinthan, after throwing out that line, Kongnan Chinthan's soul left his body. As he returned to this respawn point, the surrounding players began to stir. Are we playing the same game as God Mu? A single mage wiped out the entire elite squad of the Berserker Guild? I want to hug God Mu's leg. Hey, I'm a mage too. Can you take me as your apprentice? God Mu is officially my new idol, so strong, so cool. Agreed, absolutely. The great god is so incredibly handsome, my legs are turning to jelly. Tingja Yer stood in the crowd, deep in thought, wondering. Is God Mu truly that powerful? The system announced, Congratulations to player God Mu for completing the Blacksmith's Commission, receiving the mysterious reward. The announcement broadcasted across all servers of Heavenly Origin 3 times in a row. This made every player in the game take notice of the name God Mu. On the Wuzitang server, players clamored, Godma, never heard of him. 100-man kill streak, that's terrifying. Who on earth is this God Mu? On the Yanyo Chongnan server, a young man who had just finished off an alchemy player saw the notification and flew into a rage, pointing his sword at the sky. What the hell? I was still missing half the kills. Why did this God Mu get there first? God Mu, heh, if there's a chance in the future I must meet you. At the Wanli D server, Du Tu Suai from Team Z was saying during his live stream, What a pity we were only 20 kills away from completing the 100-man kill streak, guys. Do you want to send some small gifts to console your streamer? Heh, he thought to himself. God Moo is quite interesting. To complete the mission, before even a pro esports player like me. It seems our Team Z isn't the strongest after all. Alls at the Thenthian Go Along server players looked at Su Mew right in front of them and shouted, God, ma did you really finish the 100-man kill streak? Elsewhere, Ngumuk with a progress of 90 out of 100 muttered, God Moo, I thought I would be the first to get the commission reward. To think someone is even faster than me. God Moo, Sumo, is that you? Just then Sumu sneezed and muttered, who's missing me? Following that he smiled and turned to look at Tingshui Yuer. Sister Yuer, we've settled our second deal. Take a look. As he spoke, he gestured to the side, signaling to find a spot to talk. Tingshui Yuer agreed to follow, thinking to herself. This God Mew is definitely going to come up with one of those bizarre conditions again. A moment later, Su Mu spoke up. There are 512 mummy wrappings, 151 white tier gear, 51 green tier gear, 69 blue tier gear, and 10 white tier skill books. Mummy wrappings are worth 10 gold each. White gear is 50 gold, green gear is 500 gold, blue gear is 3,000 gold, and white skill books are 1,500 gold. Tingshui Yuer asked in surprise. You managed to collect that many items? Su Mu put on a lecherous expression, looking at Tingshui Yuer's legs as he spoke. The total comes to 112,610 gold coins. I'll give you a discount, 115,000. Want a discount this time, Sister Yuer? Tingshui Yuer blushed and replied, No need for that kind of discount. 115,000 it is then. She thought to herself, this guy, I knew it. Su Mu sighed, what a pity. I was planning to take advantage of the situation a little and throw in a surprise gift for free. Surprised, Tingshui Yuer quickly pressed, what surprise? Su Mu pulled out a skill book. How about this 10,000 gold coins? Do you want it or not? This is the friends and family price, you know. Tingshui Yuer cried out in shock. A blue tier skill book for a warlock, she thought. Just how much luck does this God Mu have? Blue tier skill books are incredibly rare right now. You can't even buy them with money. Afterward, she brushed her hair back shyly, asking, what are the conditions for this friends and family price? Su Mu laughed. In the future, you have to let me touch your legs 10 times. Tingshui Yuer fell silent, skeptical. Future God, Mew is so certain about this. Does that mean we'll meet again? Su Mu handed the skill book to Tingshui Yuer and said, I'll take that as a yes then. Pleasure doing business with you, Sister Yuer. By the way, here's a friendly reminder for you. I didn't say yes yet. What reminder? The tree spirits in the 6 Forest Ridge. They have low defense but grant lots of experience. You all can focus your energy on grinding those tree spirits to level up. Hearing this, Tingshui Yuer asked, why tell me this? What's your goal? Su Mu smiled. Sister Yuer, you're a bit too sensitive, aren't you? If I said this was related to a hidden quest, would you help me? Tingshui Yuer replied. Maybe, but I can't help without something in return. She felt confused, thinking, a hidden quest. How does God Mu know information that not even the company knows? Su Mu extended a hand toward her and spoke. All right, it's a deal then. Don't worry. Tingshui Yuer, you two won't come out at a loss. Tingshui and Yuer looked at Tamak's hand, lost in thought. It seems I really need to maintain a good relationship with God Wood. You really make me more and more curious. Thinking of this, she smiled comfortably and shook hands with Tamak. At the newbie village respawn point, you losers, you actually let God Wood wipe out our entire team by himself. Next time we run into that brat, we take him down every time we see him. Boss Kwangnan War God, we know we messed up. Boss, don't worry. We'll definitely grind levels hard and make that God Wood wet his pants next time. As he was lecturing his underlings, Kwangnan War God suddenly heard a notification. A private message. Who's looking for me? He muttered, opening the chat window. It was God Wood. Kwangnan, take your men out and clear those trees for me. I didn't say we were done, so you don't get to stop. Kwangnan War God seethed. This guy God Wood is so annoying. How could I possibly listen to you? God Wood replied, if you don't keep going, I'll hunt you down until you delete your account. Every time I take you out, I'll screenshot it and post it online. I'm coming to find you now. Kwangnan War God panicked. I'm going, God would, brother. I'll definitely complete the task you gave me. Closing the chat, he consoled himself. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Just you wait. Once I get stronger later, I'll definitely make sure you can't play this game anymore. Elsewhere, Tamak was leaning against a strangely shaped tree in the death swamp, resting his chin on his hand in thought. Having Tingshu and Kongnan helping isn't enough. To trigger the hidden instance, I have to clear out every single tree spirit. I have no choice but to use the world channel to get everyone involved. Thinking of this, Tamak opened the world channel. Hey everyone, God Wood here. Please prioritize clearing the tree spirits in the 6th Bend Forest, or else I'll have to invite you to experience a double dose of ice and fire. Tingshuk and you air Tingshuk, we're in this all the way, Kwangnan War God. Ugh, I actually wanted to go clear the tree spirits. Brothers, join me in clearing the tree spirits. Seeing the chat. Tamak chuckled softly. Nice, having you are protecting me like this. This doesn't feel half bad. A good while later, Tamak looked up at the tree he was leaning on. Those guys have been fighting for so long. Calculating the time, the tree spirits should be cleared out by now. But seriously, can you actually find rare gear here? I've been sitting here for ages. In his past life, the mysterious great expert had given instructions. Looking up again, it gave one a weird feeling. After confirming it with his own eyes. This has to be the right spot, right? It's not a scam, is it? I hope I'm not playing the clown here. This place is so desolate, even birds don't dare to poop. Just as he said that, suddenly, a drop of something landed right on his face. A second later, Tamak pointed angrily at the strange-shaped tree and shouted, Did a bird just... So where's the gear? Stop bullying honest people, liars, liars. System notification. Attention all newbie players in Village 818. In 30 minutes, work together to defend against the tree god's revenge. Defend successfully. All players will receive a mysterious reward. Defend unsuccessfully. All players lose 100,000 experience points. Tree God's Wrath, quest countdown. 29 minutes and 57 seconds remaining. Seeing this, Tamak cheered, the hidden quest is finally triggered. Then he spat on the ground and cursed, some mysterious expert he is, what a lying cheat. Don't let me run into you in this life, you poster. When that happens, let's see if I can deal with you. World Channel, Kongnan Tu Ho, God Wood. You told us to clear the trees and this is what we got. Kwangnan Tunak, this quest looks extremely difficult. God Wood trapped us. Quenson Vong, if the quest fails we lose 100,000 EXP, we're finished. Seeing everyone chatting on the world channel. Tamak smirked. I'll head back to town first. Take advantage of this half hour to log out, grab a meal, and then come back to ambush them. Perfect. A few seconds later, at the newbie village. Tamak just finished teleporting back when he was surrounded by a crowd of angry players. Godwood, you need to give us a proper explanation for this tree god's revenge. That's right. Our current levels aren't high enough to cover that penalty. Does Godwood have any self-awareness? He spent a ton of money hiring mercenaries. Tamak looked a bit surprised. What a welcome party, you didn't need to go through all this trouble. You all think the quest is going to fail. How pessimistic. The players couldn't help but doubt. Could it be that Godwood is actually sure he can complete this quest? Tamak's confidence was as blinding as the sun. You can only work well on a full stomach. You guys go get me some food. The players looked at each other. Weird. Why does hearing him say that make me feel hungry too? Maybe this is the aura of a master. If Godwood says so, we should eat something and go do the quest. Godwood, I'll support you forever. In the real world, Heavenly Origin was the hottest topic everywhere you went. Ads and discussions were everywhere. Have you guys played Heavenly Origin yet? It's super realistic. The NPCs feel just like real people. Haha, not only do I play, but because I tried to touch the apothecary. I got beat up. I set up a stall to sell materials and already made several $1,000s. What a beautiful NPC that just slows down my money-making speed. At a fast food restaurant, Tamak was eating while scrolling through his phone thinking, the gaming pod is scheduled to be delivered today. After going back into the game and getting the first kill on the tree god, I'll get the tree god essence to level up my death bones. It looks like more and more people are starting to play Heavenly Origin. The public participation is higher than it was in my past life. I just hope that in this life, mankind can change the fate of their past lives. At the same time, the girl who owns the Ngumuk account enters the shop with a few friends. Just as she enters, Ngumuk spots Tamak eating alone and walks over to greet him. When Tamak hears someone calling him, he turns around to look. Seeing this, Ngumuk says, "It really is you." Meanwhile, several young men in the shop look at Ngumuk and whisper, "Look at that. The beauty pharmacist doesn't seem so appealing anymore, does she? You don't know the half of it. That's the school's top beauty, don't get your hopes up. That guy is really lucky to be on a date with the school beauty. Is he even better looking than me? What does he have going for him?" At this moment, Ngumuk sits down next to Tamak and asks, "Tamak, I heard you ran straight from the exam hall today, and your homeroom teacher was furious." Tamak replies dismissively, "Yeah." Ngumuk thinks to herself, to think he could actually do something like that. Should I say it's just like him? Meanwhile, Tamak is a bit surprised, thinking, the school beauty Kwang Trin. I'm not that close with her. Why would she take the initiative to talk to me? Kwang Shingu suggests, "Tamak, do you want to come over and eat with my friends? My treat." Tamak responds, "No thanks, I'm busy." In his heart, he thinks, forget it. Anyway, in the future, I won't have anything to do with Kwang Shingu. I'd better hurry home and log into the game. With that, Tamak finishes his meal and leaves the table. "I'm done eating, classmate Kwang Shingu. I'm heading out." Seeing this, Kwang Shingu asks hurriedly, "Tamak, are you also on the Thianthangoa Long server?" Tamak acts as if he didn't hear her and continues on his way. Kwang Shingu frowns in suspicion, thinking, "Tamak, why are you being so cold toward me?" Her friends crowd around her and start prying. "Chingu, who was that? Why was he so distant you? Our Chingu. Could it be that you've got a crush on him? Let me think. That person is the weed of your school, Tamak. Tamak. Could it be the guy who left the high school graduation exam today to go back and play games? Thien Koi Chiengu actually likes this kind of gaming addict scum, the school beauty paired with a school idol. A top student versus a loser. That would be quite the show, right? Keihuang Shingu speaks up. "You guys stop causing trouble. Thien Koi isn't just a normal game." At the same time, she is full of confusion, thinking, "Tamak, you clearly appeared in my sights several times, so why do you seem to be avoiding me now?" On the other side, Tamak walks out of the shop thinking, "The memories of the past life tell me to stay away from this woman. I am not a hero who saves the world, but I cannot sacrifice my own safety." Not long after, Tamak returns to his room, and the gaming pod has already been delivered. After installing it, Tamak lies inside. "Oh, not bad at all. It's very comfortable. With a gaming pod, playing Thien Koi will be truly refreshing. This money was well spent. In my past life, it took me a long time to get my hands on one of these. This time, I must move forward step by step and explore the deep and difficult path of destiny." Saying this, Tamak activates his Thien Koi ring to enter the game. The system announces, "Entering the world of Thien Koi. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience. Wrath of the Tree God mission countdown, 1 minute remaining." As soon as the character, Mukthan, appears in the starter village, he is discovered by a crowd of players. Their faces are full of worry and anxiety. They call out, "Mukthan, there's only 1 minute left before the Tree God's revenge begins. The official website says those Tree Gods are level 5 monsters. We can't defeat them. The Tree God boss is a level 10 monster. Even if it's you, Mukthan, you can't do it right. You really ruined it for us." Tamak sighs and thinks, these newbies who have never seen the world, too noisy. Then he says, "It's just a hidden quest, don't panic." The players cry out, "We don't want to fail the quest, level up, Mukthan, think of something. What is all the noise about? If Mukthan says it's possible, then it is possible." Meanwhile, in the real world, many people are watching the live stream provided by the Thien Koi team directly from the scene. In an office, a man in a suit watches the stream and says to the secretary beside him, "Closely monitor the actions of Thien Thangoa Long number 818. In the starter village, if they successfully pass the level, arrange for our people in other starter villages to trigger this dungeon as well." In an internet cafe, 2 young men watch the stream and talk. This is a large-scale regional quest. Just one member of the Cook team wants to get the first clear. Tell me a joke. Our strongest pro players from the Do Cook team don't even dare to challenge the Thien Koi world right now. The countdown finally hits 0. A heavy sense of pressure immediately bears down on the entire starter village. This is terrifying. The 100% simulation effect of Thien Koi is too scary. "Don't be afraid, baby, I'm here. I'm going to the first line of defense. I can't take it anymore, I'm logging off first. I'll come back after you guys finish. We're retreating too, can't handle the damage." "Can't handle it, log off quickly," amidst the screams of the players. Tamak is surprised to see the presence of NPCs such as the blacksmith and the alchemist on the boss map of this quest. They even triggered NPCs to join the fight. I remember in my past life it wasn't like this. How strange. Just as he is deep in thought, the village chief steps forward and speaks, "Dear young warriors, fight for the village, fight for our tomorrow." With that, the village chief waves his hand and the scroll in his hand instantly shoots out a beam of light that splits into many small strands entering the bodies of the players. The system announces, Old Village Chief's encouragement plus 10% attack plus 10% critical hit plus 20 defense points plus 100 health points. Effect duration 30 minutes. A moment later, the players and the NPCs arrive at the first line of defense. Standing at the very front is the blacksmith. They don't have to wait long before they see a large number of tree people running out from the forest in front, charging straight at them. "Let me handle this." "Get lost," the blacksmith yells, crushing a tree person in front of him with one blow of his hammer. With him taking the lead, other NPCs and players start joining the battle. For a moment, screams and the light of skills spread across the entire area. However, Tian Koi, since it's only the first day of launch, most players haven't even hit level 5 yet, so they're no match for an entire army of level 5 treants. Players have been getting wiped out and sent back to the respawn point over and over, but it's not over yet. The treants no longer held back, immediately flooded into the starter village and surrounded the respawn area. Every time someone respawns, the moment their 15 seconds of invincibility wear off, they get taken out by vines. It just keeps repeating until the players break down screaming, "I've really had enough. Stay away from me. Mushin Yu said you had a plan. You scammer, I never thought a legendary player like me would get spawn camped to death. I'm done. I'm quitting, boo-hoo." And just as the 15-second invincibility wears off, the player gets finished off by the treants again. This is terrifying. It's impossible to fight Mushin Yu. Faker, get out here and take the heat. This scene was being watched live by viewers at Starter Village number 526. Players watching the stream started chiming in, "No way, this mission is insane. Thank God our server didn't have this kind of trouble. Oh my God, Starter Village 818 is being wiped out. They're done for." The players' levels must have dropped all the way back to 1. Back in the real world, inside an office, a secretary spoke up. "The sheer number of these treants is honestly overwhelming. Even if our people tried to complete this mission, it would be quite difficult." The man in the suit said, "Record every detail so we can use it later." Suddenly his expression changed, because on the live stream screen a rain of fireballs began pouring down onto the treants, setting them ablaze. Back at Starter Village 818, the players' eyes went wide. "Is this a mage skill? Meteor shower? What is that insane damage? Are you kidding me?" Then they were left speechless again as frozen flowers bloomed, creating a wave of frost that froze a huge group of treants in its radius. Then, like a shattered mirror, they broke into tiny pieces. Frost flower dance. Is it really a master mage here to save us? It's Mushin. It's definitely Mushin. I saw him use this skill before when he was fighting the team solo. Amidst the cheering players, Mushin appeared. He drank a mana potion to replenish his spent energy and said, "I wanted to let you guys get some practice in, but..." Before he even finished, Mushin lunged forward. His staff was ablaze, leaving a trail of fire everywhere he moved. These treants were much lower level than Mushin. Fighting him was like fighting the wind. But he didn't care. He dove into the middle of the treant forest like a moth to a flame. Outside the game, the players watching couldn't help but cheer. Just how strong is Mushin's? He's making the treants run for their lives. He hasn't even lost a single bar of HP in the middle of the battle. Mushin finished a flurry of attacks and glanced back at them. Raising an eyebrow, he laughed. "Hey, what are you all just standing there for? Let's go." As soon as he said that, the players felt a surge of adrenaline, and with spirits soaring, they rushed in to slaughter the treants. At the same time, everyone outside the game was shocked after watching the fight. A wave of bewilderment and awe rippled through the crowd at the respawn point. Tingsho Yenner had just respawned and couldn't help but gasp. Tingsho Saksa frowned and muttered, "The treants over here have all been cleared out." Tingshu Yenner nodded in agreement. It must have been that guy. Filled with curiosity, the three of them moved forward and saw a crowd of people cheering. Tingshu Xiaotu exclaimed, "I'm a mage too, but my damage is so much lower than Mushin's." At that moment, Tingshuo Saksa frowned and asked, "What should we do now?" Everyone had lost quite a bit of experience. Tingshuo Yuaner thought for a moment before saying, "Let's go kill the treants and earn back the experience we lost." Meanwhile, Mushin was calling out, "Everyone prepare to support mages sweep the area." Following his lead, 2 men and 2 women stepped forward and unleashed their skills to sweep the battlefield. Tingshu Yenner happily called out, "Mushin, we're joining the fight too." Mushin glanced at her and saw her smiling at him. He raised his staff and shouted, "Mages, you can join the team and coordinate with the main groups." Mushin nodded slightly and replied, "Got it. Archers and mages, prepare to follow my commands. Long-range attacks now." No sooner had he spoken than thousands of embers rained down from the sky. The players below weren't idle either. They charged in with high spirits, fiercely attacking the treants. Watching from the outside, everyone began to buzz with talk. "Look, Starter Village 818 is actually mounting a counterattack." Cries of amazement kept echoing in the crowded plaza. "Who is that Mushin guy anyway? He just cleared out the respawn point. Is Starter Village 818 actually going to complete this mission?" Elsewhere, Madman God of War was also watching the match. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "I have to get the Madman Guild members back online, otherwise, dying so many times for nothing is a total waste." Immediately after, he called the Madman Guild members to log on. He smirked, 100 XP for killing a treant and 20 XP for an assist. "Since everyone's online, we might as well go fix the roof while it's leaking." Elsewhere at the VSA Pharmaceutical Research Center, a man watched the battle and said in a deep voice, "The treant's revenge is really nothing more than this. And to think I thought they were actually dangerous." Having said that, he glanced at the person beside him and ordered, "Johnson, analyze the data from Starter Village 818. Sky Dragon, tell our people to go kill those treants right now." Upon hearing the order to activate the tree spirit's vengeance, Johnson's face twisted with hesitation. He stammered, "Commander, this mission is incredibly difficult. Our average level is only 3. I'm afraid we can't take it down." The commander scoffed coldly. "Are you daring to repeat that we are the #1 force in the world? Our nation must set the standard." Johnson's expression turned even more grim. The mission was truly impossible. But the commander didn't care about his concerns. He glared and commanded, "Have the soldiers activate the tree spirit's vengeance. Otherwise, don't blame me for replacing you with another adjutant." Johnson had no choice but to nod in defeat. Meanwhile, at Newbie Village 818 under Sumu's lead, they had successfully managed to drive away all the surrounding tree spirits. Cheers of victory filled the air, but their joy didn't last long. A heaven-shaking roar suddenly erupted, leaving everyone frozen in terror. As they looked closely, massive tree roots began slithering through the forest. In no time at all, they converged into one. It transformed into a giant tree spirit with a glowing red eye in the center of its forehead, radiating dread. It roared, "Become my nutrients, you humans." No sooner had it spoken, it swung its massive arm toward the crowd. Caught off guard, they were sent flying, but it wasn't over yet. Another arm lunged toward them. Seeing this, Tang Xiaowen's face turned pale. She screamed in terror, "It's over! Another arm is coming. There's no way to dodge it." In the blink of an eye, both of the giant tree spirit's arms slammed into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Everything was consumed by a thick cloud of dust, but Sumu and Ting Shuiyuan Ni were unharmed. At the very last second, Sumu had swept her away, saving them both from disaster. And Xiaoyuan looked at him with gratitude. She whispered, "Thank you, Mushin." Sumu didn't pay it much mind, only warning her to be careful before sinking into thought. This attack from the Tree Spirit Lord seemed to be targeting him specifically. At the same time, the players were still desperately attacking the Tree Spirit, but their damage output was pitifully low. Satisfied cries and shouts of frustration erupted everywhere. This Tree Spirit boss's stats are just absurd. 30,000 HP plus crowd control, binding skills, and regeneration. How are we supposed to fight this? Just then, smaller tree creatures began appearing beneath the Tree Spirit Lord. Seemingly empowered, they turned vicious, opening their massive mouths to threaten the players. Seeing this, the players instantly backed away, all turning their eyes towards Sumu. Ting Shuiyuan was no exception. She whispered, "Mushin, do you have a strategy?" Facing this dangerous situation, Tamak didn't show a hint of fear. He smirked confidently and reassured them, "Don't panic, just handle them like you did with those tree monsters earlier. I'll take care of the big guy." Hearing this, Thin Tweet Uyanai immediately replied, "Then you must be careful, I'll handle the battlefield over here." He nodded slightly and answered, "Got it." Right after that, she shouted commandingly, "Everyone don't panic. Quickly group up, warriors and assassins follow Thin Tuet Sasa. Mages and archers work with Thin Tuet Tioto. Sorcerers follow me." As soon as she gave the order, everyone organized into 3 groups. She quickly directed the treants toward the 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock positions, while the warriors were tasked with suppressing the 3 o'clock direction. Ranged units, focus your fire. Sorcerers, form a circle. Tamak stood back, observing everyone moving with purpose. I was extremely satisfied. It's no wonder she's Jongvon, already showing signs of the talent that would allow her to hold a safe zone in the future, huh? Just then, the tree spirit overlord suddenly fixed its gaze on him, and immediately after, a barrage of vines sharp as blades lashed out toward Tamak at lightning speed. He couldn't help but click his tongue, wondering, I don't know what the tree spirit overlord's goal is, but why is it always targeting me? Even though it's a high-damage, high-region boss, I know its weakness. The only overlord of the 6 Swamp Forest used to be a friend to humanity, but it became a vessel for evil magic. Its main weakness is its heart. With a plan in mind, Tamak's figure blurred through the air, dashing straight toward the tree spirit overlord. He unleashed a blast of fire directly at its heart. Unlike the others, the damage he dealt was significantly higher. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, we can only deal 10-something damage per attack. How is the tree spirit's damage being hit so high? That's insane. But they didn't know that Tamak wasn't even satisfied with this. He muttered in dissatisfaction, this tree spirit's hide is really thick. I have to cast 50 fireballs just to kill it. What a drag. However, the damage to its heart torn by the guilt it carries cannot be healed by regeneration skills. Thinking of this, Tamak used wind steps to leap into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired another fireball at the tree spirit overlord's heart. As long as he wasn't hit and maintained his mana, he could take it down in a one-on-one fight. But he couldn't let the overlord's rampage disrupt Thin Tuet Uyenni's rhythm, so Tamak decided to lure the boss away. He shouted to her, Uyenni, I'm leaving this to you. Thin Tuet Uyenni heard this and nodded, then continued directing everyone to split a team of sorcerers off to the resurrection point to heal and buff. Once the orders were given, she looked toward Tamak with worry in her eyes. On his side, the tree spirit overlord didn't stop attacking Tamak with its vines. Surprisingly, the vines were growing back rapidly. However, they couldn't land a hit on Tamak at all. In addition to wind steps, he had the movement speed bonus granted by the village chief's blessing, and the skills of the fastest man alive. So these things were useless against him. At the same time, Tamak realized something: these new thorny vines were more fragile, and were still connected to the tree spirit's heart. Without a second thought, he unleashed a fire matrix, burning all those vines to ashes. The agony from the intense heat made the tree spirit overlord howl incessantly, but it wouldn't die that easily. Tamak knew this. He retreated a few meters away from the scene. Falling firestorm. As he cast it, the entire body of the tree spirit overlord was engulfed in flames. It seemed to want to flee the area. Too bad its feet were already frozen tight by 2 layers of ice. Try as it might, it couldn't escape. Taking this opportunity, Tamak twirled the spear in his hand, smirked, and said, how does the taste of ice and fire feel? On the ground, not far away, Thin Tuet Uyenni was still directing players to slaughter the tree spirit overlord's minions. At the same time, she noticed the boss's health was down to 1/3 and let out a sigh of relief. Tamak probably needs 2 more minutes to finish it off. Immediately, Uyenni looked toward everyone to command them. 2 minutes left, everyone, hang in there. Keep the formation tight and hit them one more time. Don't let a single small monster break our line. Thanks to the support of the others, things were going smoothly on Tamak's end without any interference. He had successfully kept the tree spirit overlord frozen, leaving it with very little health, which pleased him greatly. Tamak nodded and said with a smile, the ice binding from Boneflower Rain came at just the right time for the final blow. No sooner had he finished speaking than his spear erupted with brilliant flames, charging straight at the tree spirit overlord. It only had time to scream 4 words, damned human beings, before it could be burned to death. Its entire body was shattered into small fragments and dissipated into the air. Even if it tried to repent now, it was too late. The moment the tree spirit overlord collapsed, the sacred trees on the ground quickly toppled over as well. The players who were caught up in the heat of battle were caught off guard by this sudden sight. At the same time, the system announced, Tamak had achieved the world's first individual kill on the Revenge of the Tree Spirit and received the world's first solo kill treasure chest. It wasn't just him. The players of Novice Village 818 also received rewards for completing the quest. In an instant, cheers of joy echoed everywhere. Thin Tuet Uyenyi smiled with satisfaction. He did it. The onlookers witnessing this battle are absolutely terrified. 200 potential points for every member. Doesn't that basically equal free attribute distribution? 2 levels higher than us. And that's not all. The internet is exploding with a wave of shocked comments. It looks like they've completely hijacked today's trending topics. Tamak, of course, has no idea about any of this. He's examining his rewards for a long moment before a smile spreads across his face. The essence of the tree god finally. The materials to activate the death arm bone are ready, immediately after he starts his upgrade, quickly reaching level 9. The next step is to activate the death arm bone. Let's see what kind of secrets this thing holds. The very moment the death arm bone is activated, Tamak consumes 3,000 drops of dried blood and 3,000 mummy remains. The essence of the tree. God purple lights swirl endlessly around the death arm bone, causing it to levitate in midair, but the anomaly is still to come. Suddenly, those lights envelop Tamak entirely, making his body go rigid. He cries out in terror, "What's going on? I can't move." Tamak suspects that perhaps this hidden quest isn't over yet. Just then, he sees something coming from the other side of the six-dragon forest. It looks like a thick, dark, demonic mist. The surrounding players fall into the same predicament. Furthermore, they all receive a Death's Mark status effect. Thin Tuet Uyenyai speaks up in a panic. "Everyone check if you have a debuff on you." Hearing this, everyone looks up at once, and sure enough, they all have it. They scream in horror, "I can't move. Damn it, I can't move either. I want to log out." This place is quickly descending into chaos. Before they can even understand what's happening, a huge gust of wind blows and darkness suddenly blankets the area. Their health bars start to drop. In just a few seconds, their health bars are completely drained, yet they don't die and return to the respawn point. Thin Tuet Uyenyi listens to the voices of confusion. Hearing everyone's panic, her expression turns grave. "It seems like after the health bar is wiped, we don't die. Everyone be patient and wait. Perhaps the server is still fixing the parameters." Hearing this, everyone feels her reasoning makes sense and stays silent, waiting. Only Uyenyi is deeply worried. She doesn't know why Tamak hasn't returned yet. Is he in danger? As for Tamak, he is currently deep in the six-dragon forest, surrounded by a gloomy darkness. He frowns and mutters, "What's going on? What is this Death's Mark debuff?" While Tamak is bewildered, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appear in the darkness. The moment Tamak sees them, he cries out in terror. Those eyes. They are moving closer and closer to him, seemingly targeting him. Tamak's face turns pale, instantly cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He says in a trembling voice, "It's the Reaper." Isn't the Reaper a boss that only appears in the hardest dungeon, the Hall of Death, when the apocalypse is near? No one has cleared the Hall of Death yet. Is the end really coming? And now the Reaper has descended upon the world. Could it be because I activated the Death Arm Bone, causing the Reaper to arrive early? Tamak knows very little about the Reaper from his past life. I didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Hall of Death back then. As Tamak thinks, a heaven-shaking sound erupts, making him shiver instinctively. Terror fills his eyes. There's no mistaking that sound. It's the Reaper. This is the sound he heard right before he died in his past life. Not long after, a figure with blood-red eyes and a gaping mouth appears before Tamak. The evil aura surrounding him is so intense that those near him feel an overwhelming pressure. Tamak is terrified. He trembles as he speaks. That giant scythe. The Reaper is really here. Am I little old me really going to kick the bucket again? What kind of rotten luck is this reincarnation? How come as soon as I start? Remembering the memories of his past life, Tamak's body shakes uncontrollably. He tries to move, but he absolutely can't. He bites his lip hard and curses angrily, "Damn it! I can't break free from this confinement. I can't move at all, at this moment." The Reaper's deep, gloomy voice echoes, "Light is not here. Darkness descends, gods fall, and the Reaper rules the sky." Tamak instinctively looks up. He sees him staring intently with fierce eyes. The creature's giant mouth keeps moving, emitting a terrifying sound. "Young mage, do you want to live? I'll give you a chance." He wants him to join the Hall of Death. He will help him become a Death Archmage, the king of the apocalypse world, and grant him power beyond measure. Tamak shifts from panic to astonishment. What kind of situation is this? Is this a joke? Is the Reaper actually talking to him? And what is this apocalypse? What kind of strange class is this? Death Archmage, since when? Such an overpowered stat. The system gives Tamak two choices. one to join, one to refuse. He stares with wide eyes. It sounds like a scam falling from the sky. In reality, both choices are incredibly difficult. The first, he becomes an enemy of humanity. The second, he is killed directly by the Reaper, losing his rewards. Tomoc's first life and the Dragon Soul armor he worked so hard to get, I cannot lose them. As Tomoc hesitated, the Reaper's low, chilling voice echoed once more. Young mage, give me your choice. Tomoc panicked and shouted, Wait, this choice is a bit tough. Let me think it over. Think. Betray humanity, join the enemy, and fall into eternal darkness. No way. He had to stall for time. He had to hold out until the Reaper's arm progress hit 100%. But the Reaper kept pressuring him to make his choice, and right then the Reaper's arm was only at 95% completion. Tomoc bit his lip hard. His reincarnation had really been full of disasters. Finally, he looked up at the Reaper and spoke firmly. Fine, I'll give you my answer now. I refuse. Hearing this, the Reaper's expression turned hideous. He roared in fury, What did you say? You ignorant little ant. You're nothing but a bug to protect the light. How laughable you dare refuse my invitation. Tomoc sneered and replied, So what if I'm an ant? Even ants can have big dreams. Life may be as thin as paper, but I have an unyielding spirit. Do you think I'd ever bow down to the guy who killed me? A man of honor would rather die than suffer such humiliation. If you're so tough, why don't you try killing me again? Whatever fate is what it is, if I die, I'll just start over. The Reaper growled in anger. Then die, you ant. Instantly, his sharp spear lunged toward Tomoc. But Tomoc wasn't worried. After 3 seconds, he would be a hero again. Yet the moment that the spear struck, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It moved faster than the naked eye could follow, slamming directly into the Reaper's spear. This sudden turn of events shocked Tomoc. At that very moment, a voice erupted from the light. A mere projection of the Reaper, and you dare to cross the line to slaughter. Do you really think our temple has no one left? Upon hearing that voice, the Reaper recognized exactly who had arrived. He let out a strange, shrill laugh. Michael, is that you? Do you really think you can save him? At this moment, Tomoc couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The figure with angel wings before him was unbelievable. This was the legendary Michael from the Temple's Angel Legion. The highest commander of the Temple's Angel Legion. Go back to hell. Michael spoke coldly, a surge of divine power appearing in his hand. Without a second thought, he struck at the Reaper. In a flash, the Reaper's projection vanished. Yet his twisted laughter lingered. He is a cursed soul. Sooner or later, he will join our Hall of Death. The situation turned so fast that Tomoc couldn't hide his awe, muttering, Is this the true power of the Angel Legion's supreme commander? A single strike to shatter the Reaper's projection. The temple was one of the 2 major factions in the world of Heaven's beginning, Thien Koi. The Angel Legion was its core fighting force. Their reputation was legendary. Throughout the temple, and the Hall of Death was obviously the administrative center for the evil faction. He had only activated the Reaper's arm. But not only did he summon the Reaper's projection, he even brought out the legendary Michael himself. While Tomoc was lost in thought, Michael's voice suddenly rang out. Young warrior, your choice was absolutely correct. Tomoc stared at him in surprise. Then he realized he could move his body again. He hurried to greet him. Greetings, Lord Michael. Tomoc wasn't sure if that was the right way to address him. In his past life, he never even had the chance to interact with an NPC of this level. Michael smiled kindly at Tomoc and said happily, Your choice deserves the praise of the temple. If you can complete my trial, I will grant you the title of Temple Mage. Tomoc stared at the title in awe. Even at level 100, it remained a top-tier title. Moreover, only by receiving this title could he unlock hidden missions for the temple. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. I am honored to accept your trial, my lord. Michael nodded and said calmly, This is a trophy I obtained. I bestow it upon you now. I hope you can complete the trial. With that, he took out a necklace and handed it to Tomoc. As he took it, Tomoc's eyes widened. This was the damaged Dragon God necklace. While he was still dazed, Michael added, May it help you forge a path to greater power. May the light of heaven's beginning shine upon you. As soon as he finished, his figure vanished into thin air and the place was bathed in brilliant light once more. Tomoc stared at the sky for a moment. Then he gripped the necklace tightly in his hand and jumped for joy. I knew it. In my past life, only one top-tier player ever managed to get this armor set. This is the ultimate unstoppable set. And I actually got a piece of that set. If Tomoc succeeded, and purified it into a legendary grade item. This reincarnation would be worth every second. He had this necklace, it meant the other pieces of the set would eventually fall into his hands. Then he would be invincible. After his moment of joy, Tomak decided to check what the Reaper's arm, which almost caused him to reset his character, actually was. By now, it had finished activating. Tomak had received so many skills and items he almost cried with joy. Worth it. It was so worth it, he muttered. My reincarnation wasn't in vain. Heaven's beginning isn't bullying me after all. However, Tomak didn't get to celebrate for long before seeing the upgrade requirement 5 million experience points. He cursed angrily, "This is straight-up bullying! And that's just for a single level." Tomak huffed in annoyance, then set that matter aside. He decided to open the tree spirit's treasure chest to see if there were any rewards. I had to hit level 10 quickly, and also secure the world-first clear for the ancient wood temple dungeon. Shortly after, in the deepest part of the forest, Tomak began checking his inventory. He scanned through everything and ultimately decided to check out the tree spirit's wish first. No sooner said than done. He opened the wish. The hazy figure of the tree spirit appeared, speaking in a low voice. "Warrior, thank you for rescuing me from such suffering. I was once the lord of this land. Now that I am about to vanish, I hope you, warrior, can complete a task for me." Immediately, a quest prompt appeared, and without a moment's hesitation, Tomak accepted it. Afterward, he couldn't help but sigh. This aligned with the trial quest goal, destroy the god-killing asteroid Apophis. In the vast cosmos, the quiet Earth continued its rotation. However, hundreds of observations showed that this asteroid would reach its closest point to the Earth's eastern hemisphere at 4:49 a.m. GMT +8 on April 14, 2129. The probability of collision with Earth at around 5:20 a.m. GMT +8 was 2.7%. If it occurred, 640 trillion kilojoules would be released, equivalent to over 1 teraton of energy from a TNT explosion. Although a collision might not necessarily happen in the future, after the heavenly rise descended into reality, the first invading god-killing legion was Apophis. Setting aside the future of humanity and how to stop Apophis, he first had to face the final boss of this dungeon simulation. Even though it was heavily weakened, it was still hellishly hard to beat. Plus, there were 3 mini-bosses beforehand that couldn't be underestimated. In his past life, a professional pay-to-win team from the Duke Nation had still struggled. They managed the world-first clear. Thinking of this, Tomak couldn't help but click his tongue. This game wasn't as simple as he'd thought. Pushing that aside, he continued to check the other treasure chests from the tree spirit. This time, Tomak received quite a lot: 50,000 gold, 300 potential points, and the level 3 flame speed boots. 10 purple grade universal skill books, and 1,000 points of temple reputation. Seeing these, he cheered happily. Nice, I actually got purple skill books. They're universal for all classes plus temple reputation. The level 3 flame speed boots are pretty decent gear too. Jackpot. Tomak didn't hesitate. He quickly learned the purple universal skill book, gaining the spirit energy surge skill. This skill could increase attack power by 100 points. The effect lasted for 5 minutes. Tomak couldn't help but be stunned and exclaimed, "I can even summon a top-tier clone during battle." As for the temple reputation, gaining high intimacy with temple NPCs is the only way to latch onto a big shot. Temple reputation isn't something you can get through normal quests. The higher the reputation, the higher the drop rate. Finally, there was the world-first individual clear reward. The items he received were abundant, including Guild Blessing Authority. This was top-tier stuff. It provided a boost for players. Creating a guild later would put him ahead right from the starting line. There was also the Demon Slayer title. This is practically tailor-made for defeating demonic monsters. The more he looked, the happier he got. Tomak shouted excitedly. Next up was allocating stats. For a mage, of course, he had to go for a violence build. He directly poured all his potential points into magic power. The violent mage path 1 fireball would teach them who's boss. He activated the jewelry quest. He'd find time to do that later. The extra attributes on the gear were also great. Now he would head back to the city to appraise his gear. Elsewhere at the newbie village respawn point, a crowd of people were buzzing with gossip about what had just happened. Just then, Tomak respawned. As soon as they saw him, everyone rushed over, clamoring with gratitude. Their enthusiasm caught him off guard. Tomak hurriedly stepped back and said politely, Everyone keep grinding levels. Let's strive to be the first group of players to reach the main city village 818. At this moment, they hung on his every word and nodded repeatedly. Elsewhere, the VSA commander was absolutely furious at this moment. He roared in anger, "Damn it, the world first clear! Should have been the glory belonging to our Duke nation. Johnson, report the current progress." Johnson, standing to the side, hurriedly reported, but the more he heard, the angrier the commander became. He screamed, "If you can't beat it, don't bother coming back." Johnson was also a bit helpless. The difficulty of this quest was simply too high. Inside the game at the potion shop, the beautiful alchemist stood at the door waving at Tamak. He had come this time to buy 100 bottles of purification potion and divine potion, but it was honestly way too expensive. Tamak felt a sting in his wallet. Purification potion, 200 gold a bottle. Divine potion, 100,000 gold a bottle. Even with all the gold he'd received as rewards, purifying the evil dragon bone necklace was killing his budget. The potion shop owner quickly handed the items to Tamak and then sincerely said, "Thank you for helping me punish those male players, and thank you for protecting the village." Tamak smiled at her. "Don't mention it." Immediately after, Tamak found a spot to purify the necklace. He muttered incessantly, "It has to be legendary quality. In my past life, I never even got to see legendary gear." Not long after the necklace was successfully purified. Looking at its glow, Tamak cheered, "Gold. It's actually legendary quality. After being reborn, I didn't expect to be this lucky." As soon as he finished, he pulled out a card. He curled his lips into a smile and said, "This perfect appraisal card finally has a use, doesn't it?" He quickly used one to see the stats. "Give me a high roll, especially a high roll." In a blink, the evil dragon necklace was enveloped in a faint golden light. The appraisal process was successful. The necklace was indeed legendary quality, and the stats were excellent. Tamak was overjoyed. The magic power of just one necklace was even higher than his purple weapon. It even had elemental's enhancement and elemental resistance. Furthermore, his current stats had increased significantly. Clearing the ancient wood temple would be no problem. The only thing was to complete the hidden quest. Clearing it without taking damage, he still had to push himself a bit more. Thus, Tamak decided to go grind levels. The forest was soon swept clean by Tamak. But just at this moment, suddenly a streak of light appeared in the sky. He frowned and muttered, "It's here." The destruction star, Apophis, descended, and the nearby players noticed it too. They were shocked and started murmuring, "What's going on? Why did it suddenly get so hot? What is that? Something just crashed down. Is it a meteorite?" In the blink of an eye, the whole forest heated up and was engulfed in brilliant flames. The intense heat made the players scatter in panic, and the wild animals in the forest also ran to find shelter. At the same time, Tamak stood on a cliff observing everything. This is still just a simulation effect of the heaven's origin world, so the destructive power is greatly reduced. If this were reality, everyone would be killed instantly. The fire quickly spread to newbie village 818, and the players in the village hurried to flee. They kept screaming, "Run, the fire is burning this way!" The newbie village was in grave danger. At this critical moment, a swift pair of footsteps suddenly appeared. Looking closer, the owner of those footsteps was none other than the village chief. He saw that in his hands right now, water waves appeared. They danced in the air before colliding with the spreading flames. Seeing this, the players were instantly terrified. The old village chief is actually that powerful. A dual-class user who knows both summoner skills and water magic. Before long, the fire in the newbie village was extinguished by the village chief's water stream. The players immediately cheered and praised him. "Lord Village Chief, you're the best. You must be a legendary expert living in seclusion, right? Give us some hidden quests, please." Hearing this, the village chief glanced at them for a moment, then chuckled and said, "The destruction star Apophis has invaded. To protect the world of heaven's origin, we absolutely cannot let him leave the Six Lone Forest. I am here to offer my blessing to every warrior fighting against Apophis." As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately issued a quest and the players shouted in excitement. "Look quickly, a quest has appeared above our heads." Tamak from a distance also saw this quest. I was a bit surprised. The first dungeon of the heaven's origin world has finally opened. In the game, Apophis wanted to find ancient items in the ruins of the ancient wood temple in the Six Lone Forest. In his past life, when Apophis descended to Earth, he went on a killing spree. I was also frantically searching for a certain material that the Destruction Star Legion needed. But deep in the real Amazon rainforest, there really was a place just like the ancient wood temple. In the Heaven's Origin world, many special landscapes and items actually exist in reality. They either haven't manifested in the real world yet, or they are located in extremely dangerous places. Even if these secrets from his past life were passed on to the country, now it wouldn't help much against the invasion. Human strength is still too weak. As someone who has been reborn, I will do my best to become stronger. When Heaven's Origin becomes reality, I will look for opportunities to fight. For now, this ancient wood temple dungeon cannot be cleared just by spending money. You have to understand the mechanics and have enough strength. However, the appearance of this dungeon will definitely create a new craze. The players who love raiding dungeons must be brave. Tumak decided to let them suffer a bit first. Meanwhile, he would log out and close his eyes to recharge. Outside in the real world, after a quiet night, the sunlight began to shine on the city. At the same time, in an apartment building after a long sleep, Tumak finally woke up. He stretched and yawned. That was a good sleep. Sleeping in a gaming pod isn't as comfortable as a bed. Let me check the forums to see how these noobs are doing in the dungeon. The Heaven's Origin forum was extremely lively at this moment. Everyone was talking about the ancient wood temple. Tumak lazily scrolled through it for a bit, then huffed, "This is nothing. The weird stuff later will scare you to death." Every country was boosting its efforts. The fastest progress on the ancient wood temple in the world was the Jack team from the capital region of the Shia Nation. They had reached the first boss, but still couldn't defeat it. Thinking of this, Tumak entered the gaming pod again. He quickly appeared in the newbie village. Uyenni slowly walked over and she asked in surprise, "How are you still only level 9? Tumak smirked and said, "Looks like you drank quite a lot of level-up potions." Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly asked, "I have some green tier gear and white tier skill books here. Do you need them?" Uyenni nodded without hesitation. "We do, thankfully, with the resources you provide. Our Thin Snow Guild is doing quite well. We plan to hit level 10 before tackling the ancient wood temple. Are you coming? Are you not?" Tumak raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you serious?" "Actually, I was just teasing. I was still thinking that with Uyenni's special status, having direct access to intelligence was a given. Yet Uyenni actually thought he was serious." She nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, our Thin Snow Guild is all beautiful girls. Let's see your own skills then." Tumak couldn't help but tease, "But I'm only interested in you." She shyly bowed her head and said in a low voice, "As long as you cooperate, I can get information and share it with you. The rewards can also be split 3 ways for you." Tumak reflexively frowned at such confidence. The power behind her company was indeed massive. Uyenni had truly spent a lot of money to recruit him, not hesitating to reveal all this information. "Thinking this," Tumak said in a deep voice, "dungeon intel that the whole world wants is indeed worth 1,000 gold, but I don't seem interested." As soon as he said this, Uyenni asked in surprise, "Why?" Tumak glanced at her and kindly reminded her, "Sister Uyenni, I advise you to focus on leveling up first. Even if you reach level 10, don't touch that dungeon. You can't beat it. I'm going to go grind. Goodbye." Saying that, Tumak turned and left. Uyenni watched his retreating back, feeling a bit speechless. This guy really... I have intelligence and strength, and my team is full of well-equipped beauties, yet he still refused. An hour later, the game's world channel was in total chaos. Everyone kept tagging Tumak's name, talking about how he actually saw it, and he replied very calmly, "I'm heading to the Ghost Garden right now to kill mobs." The players were instantly panicked, and one after another they began to avoid the areas he passed through, but Tumak didn't care at all. He just kept hunting monsters like that. By this time, he had reached level 10 and unlocked new features like enhancement, so he cheered happily. "Hey guys, I'm level 10. Right after that, Tumak returned to the starter village, ran to the village chief's house, and aggressively declared, "Chief, I want to establish a guild." The village chief looked at Tumak calmly. "Warrior, you have truly exceeded my expectations. An excellent warrior like you should establish a guild of your own. You must be a big shot that will be 300,000 gold coins." Hearing this number, Tumak's expression changed instantly. He pursed his lips and said, "That expensive? Are you straight up robbing me?" The village chief smirked and said, "Warrior Tumak, if you want to become a big shot, you have to invest in the early stages." Tumak sank into thought. This time he wouldn't rely on others anymore. I would establish his own guild and recruit talented players so they could become a force for him to command. Immediately after, Tamak chose to establish the guild and gave it the imposing name God-Slaying Valley. He stepped out of the village chief's house feeling happy. God-Slaying Valley will surely become a powerful force to protect the Ha Nation when the apocalypse arrives. At the same time, the surrounding players also received the notification. Uyen Yi could not help but exclaim, God-Slaying Deity has established a guild. His movements are still faster than ours. To think that God-Slaying Deity wants to be his own boss. Trin Yu also seemed very surprised upon seeing the notification. She appeared to be calculating something. Elsewhere, a group of people hunting monsters received this news. One guy hurriedly shouted, "Boss, I can't believe this kid beat us to it and started a guild." The boss huffed coldly. The Together Guild is the strongest. Not long after, many people applied to join Tamak's guild. He frowned, looking at the number of applicants. Then he muttered to himself, using the level 1 guild blessing reward that the system gave me earlier. Then Tamak began to roll for the attribute buff. Because the guild blessing is random and lasts for 24 hours. The first roll of the day is free. Subsequent refreshes cost diamonds or guild contribution points. After finishing everything, Tamak went to find the blacksmith. "Give me 2 standard identification scrolls." But the blacksmith huffed coldly and said annoyedly, 200 gold coins. Tamak was a bit reluctant. "Isn't it just that the alchemist likes talking to you?" But Tamak still accepted the 2 scrolls, then identified the Firewind tri-set belt and boots. Looking at the stats of these 2 items, he couldn't help but look at them with disdain. "Kid, do I need to run away? What kind of trash special effect is this?" However, luckily, the stats were still quite explosive. To gather the Firewind tri-set helmet to increase the effect, he quickly posted on the World Channel. He said he wanted to buy the Firewind tri-set helmet then. Tamak checked his loot for the day. He sighed helplessly. It was all a mess. It seems like expecting these newbies who haven't reached level 10 to drop. Level 10 purple gear is asking too much of them. Not only that, he even received something more unique, a shirtless photo of a man, which gave Tamak quite a scare. "What the hell are you sending? I am a proper straight man." A while later, he received a message from a stranger. The other person said they had the Firewind tri-set helmet. Tamak immediately private messaged the person, but he received a message that made him furious. "I don't want to sell, I plan to use it myself." Tamak pursed his lips and scolded, "If you aren't selling, why send a message? Damn it, do you have some kind of mental illness?" The more he messaged the guy, the more dissatisfied Tamak became. "This assassin is even more annoying than me, so annoying it's infuriating, I'm going to block him." But he hadn't blocked him yet. The person had already messaged back, "Can I join your guild? I'll gift this gear to you." Seeing this message, Tamak couldn't help but huff. It was just one piece of purple gear, but to join God-Slaying Valley. Strictly speaking, Tamak accepted the guy into the guild. After all, a real man must know how to bend and stretch to accomplish great things. It's just that not long after, Tamak had a bad idea. "I've never heard of this Amthan Shadow Deity guy. How about after I get the gear, I give him the blessing status and then kick him out?" Just then, Amthan appeared in front of him, constantly calling boss. Tamak bowed his head and thought to himself, "Why do I feel so embarrassed? If not, I should still kick him out quickly. Besides, he can't beat me anyway." At this moment, Amthan ran over and asked, "Big Shot, why does our guild only have 2 people right now?" Tamak didn't answer. He laughed inwardly. "Wait a little longer and there will only be 1. Kid, the world is harsh, don't blame me." But this intention of Tamak's was quickly abandoned because this guy made a wise decision. Amthan happily spoke up, "Why is our guild fund so low? Let me add some." This sum of his was 10 million gold coins, which shocked Tamak so much he nearly went crazy. Yet the guy was very dissatisfied and said, "Boss, let me add 10 million first, okay? If it's not enough, just give me a call." Tamak's eyes lit up as he said, "You go receive the guild blessing first. You can unlock the attributes." Amthan quickly followed instructions and also gave the Firewind tri-set helmet to Tamak. Now he had 4 pieces of purple gear and 1 piece of orange gear on him. Relying on this, it's time to go clear the ancient wood deity shrine dungeon. While Tamak was thinking, Amthan messaged him, "Boss, I prayed over 100 times and finally got the attack boost and speed boost attributes." Then came a long string of messages. Tamak felt like he was talking too much, but he just gritted his teeth and held back. He couldn't rush this as the difficulty level of this dungeon was massive. I need to prepare a little bit, but you need to level up. Being level 6 right now is just total trash. After getting him to leave, Tamak sent an invite to Uyen-ni. Seeing the notification, she was surprised and exclaimed, Mok then is inviting me to run a dungeon. The ticket is 200,000 gold coins. A short while later, Tamak arrived at the meeting spot and waved at her. Tamak smiled and said, So long-legged lady, have you thought about it? Are you getting in the car? She turned to look at Tamak, a hint of skepticism flashing in her eyes. Are you kidding? Are you really confident you can clear this stage? Uyen-ni frowned and slowly added, Everyone else is stuck at the first gate. When the monster is about to die, it enters a berserk state that no one can withstand. Tamak said indifferently, That's just because you guys suck. His eyes filled with confidence as he smirked. Anyway, if you want to join my team, be there at 9, bring the entry fee and get in the car. I'll make sure you clear it. Uyen-ni was still very hesitant. She continued to ask, And what if you can't clear it? He shook his head and laughed. There are no what-ifs. If we don't clear it, I'll give you a full refund. If we do, I want... This comment from Tamak made Uyen-ni flare up in anger. Realizing she had overreacted, she immediately ran off. Not forgetting to tease, I was just joking. Uyen-ni, don't be mad, I'm taking off first, I'll be waiting for you. Half a day later, in an open field, Tamak and Uyen-ni were standing by waiting. A moment later, Amthan came running up shouting, Boss, I leveled up. But he quickly noticed there was someone else there. He exclaimed in surprise, Oh, the young lady is right on time. Is she also going to be our teammate? I'm so happy, boss, won't you introduce me? Greetings, beautiful lady. Since we'll be fighting together, we should get to know each other. If you have time, go find a few megaphones for me to advertise our business. Tamak glared at him, giving him a warning look. I then turned back to Uyen-ni, smiling. Uyen-ni, welcome to the team. Uyen-ni just gave a slight nod without replying. At this moment, Amthan had already grabbed a megaphone. He started shouting, Mok then is taking action, slaying the dungeon boss. 200,000 gold, only 2 spots left, first come, first served. Tamak was left speechless seeing this, but it actually worked. People quickly started talking about it, though the horror stories from before were still fresh in their minds, so they decided against it. After waiting for a long while, Uyen-ni suggested, Let those 2 spots be for me. I'll pull my friends into this. You think just anyone can get in? Aside from the people in the guild, they agreed right away. Shortly after, Thin Tuyet Shasha and Thin Tuyet Tuto appeared. Thin Tuyet Sasa, even though she did not believe Tamak could clear the dungeon they joined because of Uyen-ni, Thin Tuyet Sasa walked over quickly, and Amthan immediately chimed in, My boss is extremely strong. You guys can just sit back and relax. She couldn't help but sneer. This little assassin is kinda interesting. Sit back and wait for death, you mean? Amthan laughed as he looked at the two, then glanced at Tamak and asked, Boss, can I show off a bit? Tamak was a bit confused. What was this guy trying to do? He was always acting so mysterious. Then he sent a barrage of notifications on the world channel that made everyone lose their minds. Tamak and his crew stood there looking stunned. 1,000 gold for a single megaphone. This guy just used 1,000 of them at once. This move was just unbelievable. Tamak really wanted to say, Big brother, if you have that much money, just carry me instead. A moment later, in front of the dungeon portal, a crowd of curious players gathered to watch, but none of them believed this 5-person team could actually pull it off. Mok then didn't care much and led everyone through the portal. Before long, they successfully entered the ancient wood temple. Amthan shouted in excitement, This place is huge! Thin Tuyet Shasha heard him and immediately snapped, Stop being so loud, so he promptly shut his mouth. The group then headed deeper inside. When they saw a few doors, they stopped. Amthan quickly asked, Boss, the internet says the first stage is a maze. How are we going through? Thin Tuyet Sasa from behind also chimed in, Do you need me to tell you the way? If you've already said you'd lead us to kill the boss, then how about we just go fight the first stage boss directly? Tamak heard her and huffed coldly, Why don't you go your way and I'll go mine? Zasha shouted back in dissatisfaction, You're charging 200,000 gold a spot and this is all you've got. If the captain hadn't told her to join, she wouldn't have come. Indifferently shrugging his shoulders, Tamak calmly replied, If you're not here willingly, you can leave the team whenever you want. Oh, by the way, if you quit on your own, you don't get a refund. Uyen-ni felt even more annoyed and then chimed in happily from the side, Ladies, my boss already said that if we can get the boss's life, we can get it. You guys just sit back and relax. She couldn't hold back her frustration, scolding, "Such a greedy player and you talk so much." The argument was finally stopped by Uyen Ni. After that, Tamak led them further inside. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the scenery became, with flowing rivers of blood on both sides. The stench of blood is so thick and nauseating that Amthan can't help but cover his nose, gagging. Why does the art style suddenly look so grotesque? This blood smell feels way too realistic. Uyen Ni also chimes in, warning, "Stay sharp, everyone. There's a blood demon behind this waterfall. They move incredibly fast and are hard to hit." Even Jack's team had trouble dealing with them, yet only Tamak continues walking ahead with extreme composure. "Don't be afraid. As long as we don't attack them, this passageway is basically a freebie." Thin Tweet Tutho is a bit skeptical, asking, "Is that for real, Mok? Then you aren't trying to trick us, are you?" His attitude leaves Uyen Ni feeling a bit doubtful. These blood demons look scary, but it really does seem like they won't attack players on their own. How does he know it'll be like that? Just as Tamak said, they reach another door without running into any obstacles. Amthan is incredibly smug as he laughs. "Well, ladies, do you believe me now? Listen to my boss, he's never wrong." Tamak ignores them and walks into the door. Inside is a dark basement filled with human bones. Amthan can't help but shudder. "Looks like there was a major battle here. You don't think these skeletons are going to come back to life, do you?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the bones beneath them started to tremble. They quickly shift into combat stances. From far away, Shasha can't help but scold him, "You jinx." Amthan never dreamed that his reckless words would actually come true. He panics and mutters, "My bad." It doesn't take long for a horde of skeletons to appear in the basement. These are level 7 skeleton soldiers that have been buried for years. They haven't tasted fresh blood in a very long time. As they close in, Zasha lets out a cold huff and snaps at Thin Tweet Tuto, "We are not pushovers." No sooner said than she fires a burst of energy. The skeleton that rushed forward fell instantly, but it wasn't down for long before its eyes turned blood red, as if it had been injected with an adrenaline shot. It slashes viciously toward Zasha. She hurriedly creates a defensive shield. "This monster is a tank with high defense. It's really tough to deal with," Uyen Ni shouts anxiously. "Tutho, provide fire support." Tutho immediately rushes in and launches a fireball, taking the opportunity to strike. Sessa also manages to hack off one of the skeleton's arms, but at that exact moment, another one slashes her shoulder. Seeing this, Uyen Ni quickly heals her while Tutho attacks the swarm of skeletons. Rapid-fire ice shards streak toward them, but the damage output is low. Realizing this, she immediately cries out, "These skeletons have way too much defense. I can't deal any damage. My ice shards aren't doing anything." Seeing this, Ka-Sa becomes even more desperate and yells, "Damn it, what's wrong with this monster? Didn't Mok then say he'd help us clear the level? What a scammer." Just as she finishes, a fireball from afar strikes, incinerating quite a few skeletons standing in front. The one who cast it, of course, is Tamak. He calmly says, "Don't be impatient. I'll take care of it." Immediately after, he raises his staff and a layer of thick ice appears, freezing the skeletons in place, but he wasn't done yet. Tamak then unleashes a fireball magic circle. The combination of ice and fire leaves the skeleton horde to die in agony. Seeing this, the other 4 are stunned. Sha can't believe it and cries out, "Is this amount of damage even fair?" Uyen Ni at this moment finally believes it. Maybe there is actually hope for killing the leader like he said. On this side, Tamak has finished off the skeletons and says calmly, "Skeleton soldiers don't have elemental resistance, so they're relatively easy to kill. Please help me pick up the dropped loot." The 4 of them quickly rush to gather the items. They got quite a few things, but they all ended up in Tamak's hands, making Jasha dissatisfied. "These items, they actually all belong to the captain. That's way too greedy." With an indifferent shrug, Tamak calmly replies, "I'm very short on cash. By the way, your fighting just now wasn't bad, very brave." She hears this and huffs, "Don't think I don't know, you're just being sarcastic." Tamak faintly pouts, ignores them, and walks away. Amthan hurriedly laughs. "Ladies, don't drag your feet. Follow him quickly, the loot is totally worth it." Xika angrily curses, "Ugh, what a sycophant." A moment later, the group arrives in front of a cliff divided into 2 elements. One side ice, one side fire. Uyen Ni cries out in surprise, "Isn't this the path that Team Z already took?" Tutho is terrified, trembling as she says, "Going left turns you into a frozen rabbit, going right turns you into a charcoal-grilled rabbit." Sa also questions, "Can you even jump across this? Are you trying to die?" But Tamak just calmly says, "I'll just head down alone." Give me 5 minutes to get back. Uyen-ni, lend me your shield. Uyen-ni immediately listens and creates a shield for him. Amthan asks in confusion, "Boss, what are you doing?" But Mokthan doesn't answer. He quickly jumps down into the pit of fire, his silhouette moving nimbly. Although he encounters a few obstacles, Tamok successfully dodges them. Up on the cliff, the four, including Uyen-ni, have no choice but to wait. Sasa wonders aloud, where does Mokthan want to go? Uyen-ni shakes her head slightly. I don't know, but he seems to know exactly where the monsters spawn. At the same time, Tamok finally arrives at the spot he was aiming for. He stops, raises his staff high, and destroys a block of ice encasing a flame in the distance. Not long after, he returned to the cliffside. Uyen-ni asked him suspiciously, "What did you pick up?" Sasa curled her lip, scoffing. Acting all mysterious, it's definitely some treasure he wants to keep for himself. Tamok chuckled softly and pulled a tiny chick out from his belongings. Uyen-ni murmured, puzzled. There was never any mention of this item in the report. Does it have some kind of use? He replied calmly. Just wait a moment and you'll see. And so they immediately entered the frozen region. It was so cold here that their stats dropped significantly. A moment later, the ice floor suddenly shook violently. Tamok shouted immediately, "It's here!" Just then a sharp tail emerged from beneath the ice, followed by the massive body of a centipede slowly rose up. It was a level 10 human-faced centipede, an elite monster. At that moment, it let out a sudden roar. Its scream was so grating that Tamok's group had to cover their ears to avoid being affected. Once he regained his composure, Tamok rushed forward. He constantly reminded everyone, stay focused, resist the interference, scatter. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a fireball at the centipede's face, dealing damage. It was huge, but its HP was massive, so it barely felt a thing. It spat a liquid towards the group. All four of Uyen-ni's team took damage except for Tamok, who quickly moved away using wind shadow. He managed to escape. Right after, he bolted towards the centipede like lightning, shouting constantly, "Leave the aggro to me, the boss is immune to water-type magic, so don't use flower petal rain. Warriors find an opening to attack its belly." Amthan, not hearing his own role mentioned, asked hesitantly, "So what should I do?" Tamok replied, "Little assassin, you're squishy, just honestly stay on the sidelines. Don't cause any extra trouble." Tamok was now successfully standing in front of the centipede, but as he looked up, he saw it open its giant maw, ready to spray something at him. Tamok scrambled to dodge it. If he got hit by that skill, even with his current HP and defense, his health bar would be shredded. Staying unhurt was the tank's duty. He absolutely could not let this monster touch him. Not even a single drop of blood. With that thought, he immediately raised his staff and signaled everyone to attack. Everyone unleashed their skills at the centipede at once. Its health bar began to drop, and Tamok nodded with satisfaction. Great job on that damage. Its belly is stiff for 3 seconds. Take this chance, everyone attack. Its health bar dropped by more than half, and its stun duration was about to end. They followed up with one more burst before backing away. Just then, the human-faced centipede lashed out at them. Amthan scrambled to run, screaming in terror, "Don't, I haven't even slashed you yet. Don't let me run into your grandfather." Uyen-ni hurriedly warned everyone to be careful. Tamok jumped to the front again, blocking their path. "You guys get back, its aggro is on me." As soon as he spoke, his figure flickered like a ghost, dodging the whirlwinds created by the centipede. At the same time, he attacked it with another fireball, leaving the onlookers outside stunned, constantly exclaiming, "Is the great god Tamok using a speed hack? No wonder he's my boss." His movement is so elegant. Under Tamok's relentless assault, the centipede's HP was down to 750. At that moment, its eyes turned red. Realizing this, Uyen-ni hurriedly shouted, "Great god Tamok, the human-faced centipede is going berserk." Almost at the same time, it let out a deafening berserk shriek, its body thrashing in the air. Before long, it curled into a giant circle. Little Rabbit screamed in fear, "We're done for. It went berserk so fast, and it's a full berserk mode too," Sasa said worriedly. "The human-faced centipede's berserk state makes it immune to all damage." Amthan, on the other hand, was very calm, laughing. "What are you afraid of? My boss can defeat it in just a few minutes." Right then, from the centipede's body, green rays of light burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was covered by the energy beams it released. Little Rabbit cried out, "The attacks are coming down like rain. We're dead for sure. We're done for." But Tamok wasn't afraid at all. He threw something out. Go Pikachu, the thing Tamok threw was the chick. He had gotten it from beneath the cliff. At that exact moment, the chick emitted a blinding light, forcing everyone there to shield their eyes. When the light faded, it had transformed from a mini chick into a giant golden chicken. It spread its vast wings to protect Tamok's group, blocking all of the centipede's attacks. Seeing this scene, Uyen-Ni couldn't help but exclaim, "So this was the hidden secret of the first stage boss." The others couldn't hide the shock in their hearts either. At the same time, the centipede's berserk state ended, and it didn't have much health left. Seizing the opportunity, Tamok fired one last fireball, and the centipede was burned to death just like that. The loot it dropped was also abundant. Tamok saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "No way a purple item dropped." Uyen-Ni was also very eager. She hurriedly suggested, "This is a purple gear for a warlock I wanted. I'll bid 50,000 gold. Sasa nodded slightly. "Not bad luck. The first boss dropped gear Uyen-Ni can use. That's a fair price." Tamok decided to agree, but before he could finish his sentence, Amthan interrupted him. "Wait a second, I bid 100,000 gold." Sasa immediately yelled in dissatisfaction. "Do you even know how to play? Why are you fighting over warlock gear?" Uyen-Ni also chimed in. "Brother, you can't use this gear, let me have it." But Amthan curled his lip saying, "I met a very cute female warlock yesterday and I want to gift this to her." Tamok sighed slightly. "Fine, I'm putting it up for auction. Go ahead and bid for it yourselves." The opening price I proposed was 100,000, and immediately after that, they started bidding. Uyen-Ni added 20,000, then Amthan added 10,000. After a few rounds, it went up to 200,000. Amthan glanced at Tamok and asked, "Boss, does the money from this gear auction end up going to you?" He nodded slightly and replied, "The gear is mine, so naturally the money is too." He smiled and added, "Got it." After saying that, Amthan turned to Uyen-Ni and said, "Big sister, we met a day later than everyone else besides. I feel like you and your sisters don't worship my boss enough." With that, he bid 500,000 gold. Uyen-Ni sighed helplessly and gave up. It was already way past the floor price. "As long as you're willing to spend the money and time, you can still get this gear later on." Kasa muttered in dissatisfaction, "This guy must be crazy." But Amthan didn't care. As long as Tamok was happy, that was all that mattered. In the eyes of Uyen-Ni's group, he was just a brainless fanatic. Tamok was also quite helpless. He didn't expect the female player's gear to fall into the hands of an assassin. The gear auction was just a small interlude, and they continued to head inside. In the dark tunnel, the sound of Amthan and Jaksha arguing kept echoing, but mostly it was Jaksha getting angry. Tamok didn't pay it any mind. He walked forward and touched the next door. Instantly, a dazzling light flared up before them. It was a large forest. Tamok said in a low voice, "The forest ahead is the boss area. This stage doesn't have any mobs, but the boss has a special mechanic. Everyone pick a stone pillar, stand underneath it, and don't move around or attack." While reminding everyone, he triggered the boss mechanic. Afterward, he instructed, "Remember what I just said. Wait for my signal to act." The four people with Uyen-Ni were very obedient and found 4 pillars to stand by. Tamok walked alone into the area in front of the shack. This used to be the living quarters for the temple builders, and also the entrance to the inner sanctum on the day the temple was completed. The workers celebrated right here. Tamok pushed the door open and a gloomy aura emerged. The system alerts kept ringing non-stop. It seemed they had touched something that shouldn't have been touched and were hit with an evil curse. 48 workers had been trapped in the shack for who knows how many years. Those 48 people had merged into one at that very moment. As Tamok stepped inside, 10 wisps of black energy surrounded him, accompanied by chilling, ghastly sounds. Outside, Amthan couldn't help but shiver. "Hey, are you guys hearing any weird noises?" Sessa couldn't help but mock him. "What is the little assassin scared?" Amthan bit his lip aggressively. "Who's scared? I'm not scared." But she clicked her tongue in disdain. "Such a coward, and you're scared of this. Then why are you even playing Thien Koi? Thien Koi is a hyper-realistic game. Earlier, there was a room containing hanging ghosts in one of the labyrinth passages. She had scared him by saying those things were right behind him. It terrified him. Hearing the two of them arguing again, Uyen-Ni reminded them, "Don't be loud. I just heard some kind of noise. Either way, be careful. This thing isn't simple. The system just popped up and said those 48 workers have merged." Inside the shack, Tamok was still standing there. He watched the black energy swirling around him for a long moment, then slowly took a step inside. But just then, a noise suddenly rang out from the direction of the door. Tamok instinctively frowned. The monster of this stage has a certain level of intelligence and its spawn point isn't fixed. If it weren't for the sake of clearing the stage without getting hurt, he wouldn't need to be this cautious. Tamak hadn't gone far when he encountered a giant. It was the cursed worker. It charged straight at him to attack. Luckily, Tamak dodged just in time. That was close. He had almost been rammed. He took the opportunity to throw a fireball at the creature, killing it on the spot. But the moment this one fell, others poured out. Rapid footsteps rushed toward Tamak. Their numbers were increasing. Seeing this scene, his expression changed. What's going on? Aren't these monsters supposed to come out one room at a time? Tamak had no other choice, so he used Ice Lock to freeze the mutated workers. But there were just too many of them, which took him by surprise. Why did they all rush out at this time? The activity range inside the house is too small, yet I can't leave the wooden house. Otherwise, the monster encounter will reset. Even though Tamak's damage output could kill them all if he got surrounded, he would likely be attacked and the hidden mission would fail. But there was still one way that skill he had learned before. Thinking of this, Tamak immediately used his spirit power to trigger an extra 100 attack power. Very quickly, a clone of Tamak appeared. Right after that, one person and one clone started attacking the mob. In the blink of an eye, fireballs were continuously fired. He could kill a monster with one fireball, but the clone needed two. Still, even with the damage halved, he could barely hold back the monster's advance. However, the skill consumed too much spirit power. Before long, Tamak's spirit power began to deplete. But to successfully complete the mission, there was only one way left. Thinking this, he looked at his clone. He suddenly said mysteriously, "Brother, sorry." No sooner had he finished speaking than Tamak kicked his own clone forward. Taking advantage of the clone being torn apart by the monsters, he quickly drank a spirit power restoration potion. Afterward, Tamak quickly cast Ice Pillar to freeze the monsters. Once there were enough for a finishing blow, he would enter the second phase. At that moment, the remaining monsters, he darted through the door in a flash, and immediately waves of black mist began pouring out from inside. Seeing this, Tamak furrowed his brow. The fusion process had begun. The fusion process is irreversible. If interrupted, the mutated workers just killed would instantly respawn right where they stood, forcing everyone to fight them all over again. Only once they finish merging can they truly be killed. However, if there aren't enough workers within 10 minutes, the workers will respawn indefinitely and kill the players soon after. Tamak turned and headed outside. Amthan saw him and hurriedly shouted, "Boss, it looks like he's coming out. Don't you guys leave your positions. Even if a monster charges at you, you can't run." Uyenni hesitantly asked, "But what if we get killed by the monster?" Amthan smirked and said, "Then you can't run either. Just follow whatever the boss arranges. Stop playing the chicken and stop yapping so much." But at that moment, Sasa indignantly shouted, "Can't you go a moment without talking? Obviously, your level is the lowest, you're the weakest, your gear is the worst, yet you talk the most." Just then, their bickering was cut short by a thunderous explosion amidst the thick, hazy smoke. Limbs were constantly wriggling, and in a blink, the grotesque body of the monster emerged. It was a fusion mutant, a level 10 elite monster. Seeing this thing, the faces of the 4 members of Uyenni's group instantly turned grim. Sasa shrieked in horror, "Is this even considered a monster? So disgusting!" Uyenni cried out, "Quick look at its respawn status." At that exact moment, the monster let out a loud roar and its massive round body rolled forward. Tamak, standing nearby, was slightly caught off guard. He quickly dodged behind an ancient tree and while he was at it, tossed a fireball at the monster. This boss had incredibly high durability. Its loot drop rate wasn't low, but landing a critical hit was difficult, as Tamak was pondering a tentacle shot toward him like a vine. Amthan yelled in shock, "Boss, watch out!" His shout startled Tamak, who turned and fired another fireball at the tentacle. In an instant, it was scorched by the flames. The severed part even hissed. He instinctively dodged to the side, nearly forgetting that the blood of this thing was toxic and rotting. I had to lead it to the pillars as soon as possible, otherwise, its resurrection skill would make any attack useless. At that moment, the monster's other tentacles attacked again. Tamak continuously fired fireballs to keep it occupied. While fighting, he warned everyone to be careful, as the monster's blood was toxic and couldn't be healed. Over by the pillars, Uyenni's group was also trying to fend off the incoming tentacles. Only Amthan was terrified and scrambled up a pillar, yet its claws could still reach him. Luckily, Tamak arrived just in time to intervene, saving him from a close call. Amthan finally let out a sigh of relief. Saved. Good thing the boss acted in time. Don't mention it. Tamak didn't dwell on it, continuously twirling his staff. Right then the monster's feet were charging toward him. Amthan panicked and shouted, "Boss, it's—" But before he could finish, Tamak had already used Bone Flower Rain to freeze the arms lunging toward the four pillars. But they couldn't relax for long. A scene unfolded that left them wide-eyed in astonishment because even though they were frozen by Tamak, many of the monster's arms could still lunge forward. It wanted to grab him. Seeing this, the three members of Uyenni's group immediately screamed, "God, Mok, get out of there!" But Tamak didn't dodge. He charged straight forward. With all his speed, the monster wouldn't let him go, chasing him relentlessly while its health had already dropped to half. Tamak ran in a straight line toward the four pillars. He yelled urgently, "Now is the time! Do it!" As soon as he finished, Uyenni's group immediately placed their hands on the pillars, and their hands emitted purple light. In a split second, the four pillars were surrounded by this light. Tamak hurriedly ran away, but he didn't stop reminding them, "Stay in the light, don't move." Not long after, a magic circle formed from that purple light suddenly appeared in the sky. Shortly after, they shone down upon the monster's body. Bolts of lightning suddenly struck down, causing the monster to howl incessantly. Seeing this, Amthan immediately shouted, "These special effects are so realistic, I can't believe this is just a game." Sasa nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect to see this in a game." Right then, Uyenni suddenly cried out, "Look, a new buff appeared on the boss." Tamak noticed the new buff too, but he didn't pay it any mind and immediately ordered, "The boss's resurrection skill can't be effective under the light seal. Go all out. Use your skills. Victory belongs to us, is that clear? Let's get to work." Uyenni's group of four replied in unison, then charged forward together. Sasa and Amthan slashed the monster with two massive blows while Uyenni and Tutho conjured fireballs and began burning the monster. Under the intense barrage of the four of them, the monster's health quickly depleted and its giant body rapidly dissolved. Amthan joyfully shouted, "Boss, you are absolutely amazing." Sasa also excitedly laughed. "We actually got the first achievement, killing our second boss." But they couldn't be happy for long before Uyenni panicked. "Something's wrong, the corpse is moving." Hearing this, Amthan immediately turned to look, but there was no monster on the ground anymore. They only saw the workers had returned to their normal appearance. They immediately bowed in gratitude to Tamak. "Thank you for saving us from the darkness. We know we have committed unforgivable sins, but we have already received our punishment." Some of them even wanted to hand over the riches they carried to show their gratitude. As they spoke, piles of jewelry began to drop. It wasn't just a little bit, but two massive chests overflowing with countless gold and silver treasures. Seeing this, Tamak nodded in satisfaction. The spoils of battle were not bad at all. Amthan chimed in excitedly, "Another purple gear drop. And there are two of them." Tamak quickly walked over and opened the chests, revealing the frost-glazed belt and the frost-glazed boots. The expression on Tutho's face shifted instantly. She couldn't believe it and cried out, "You've got to be kidding me, right?" Amthan was no different. He sighed with emotion. "Boss, you've got amazing luck. I'll take these 3 items and gift them to that girl." Tamak was a bit awkward and hurriedly said, "I'd better just put them up for auction." No sooner said than done, he listed the items for auction without a moment's hesitation. He set the price at 500,000 gold per item. Amthan looked at Uyenni, smiled, and asked, "Sis, do you need these?" Uyenni immediately shook her head. "I don't need them." Hearing this, Amthan looked smug. "Good, I was worried if you did, I'd have to bid even higher against you 3 from Thin Tweet." Upon hearing that, Truck looked completely dumbfounded while Sasa grumbled in dissatisfaction from afar. "This guy really treats money like trash." Tamak stood to the side watching the whole thing and couldn't help but sigh. To think there's a mage and coincidentally a female mage, yet none of the 3 pieces of mage gear ended up belonging to her. Uyenni's mood must be on the verge of collapsing. He really doesn't know where this guy crawled out from. He tried digging through his past life memories, but this guy had 0 reputation. Whatever, forget it. Tamak took the lead again into the next area. This time it was a dark, gloomy staircase. Looking at the carvings on both sides, Tamak couldn't help but marvel. The mysterious ancient murals are truly awe-inspiring. Amthan nodded in agreement. Maybe the stories carved on these walls are actually things that really happened. Just then the system notification rang out. You have entered the anti-temple. Within the ancient god temple, any believer wishing to pay respects to the supreme god must complete the trial in the anti-temple. Those who fail will feel the taste of death. The system was also kind enough to warn them, do not look directly into the eyes of the Serpent Queen. Death here means infinite respawns, but you will not drop any items or experience. Amthan frowned reflexively. An area with infinite respawns, Tutho added excitedly. Isn't this like a huge blessing? Sasa couldn't help but retort, don't be so naive. Amthan wouldn't back down, glancing at her. Cousin, you make it sound like you know so much. You're such a noob. And you talk too much. Boss, do we need to take our positions now? Hearing that, Tamak suddenly became serious. You guys better look out for yourselves in this stage. I can't help you with this one. Amthan asked, feeling a bit bewildered. What do you mean? Tumak looked at the fresh, inexperienced players. If you ask me, do you even know what infinite respawn really means? He paused for a second before slowly explaining. Infinite respawning means you have to experience infinite deaths first. If you just follow me, you won't learn anything about the game. This stage is for you to experience a bit. The four of them were immediately panicked, but still brave enough to move forward. Dust snakes, level 8, were appearing. Uyenyi quickly shouted, use your area of effect skills, full force attack. But Mthan stammered back, I don't have any AoE skills. But no one cared about him. Tamak and the other four triggered their skills and attacked the rushing horde of dust snakes simultaneously. However, the more they fought, the stronger the snakes' stats became, and their bodies even started to mutate. Tamak furrowed his brow in silence. If he didn't land a critical hit, there was no way to one-shot them. These regeneration skills were truly a pain to deal with. Thinking this, he immediately activated the flowing fire heaven-descending magic array. A sphere of fire appeared in an instant. It buried the nearby dust snakes in a sea of flames. Amthan, having no AoE skills, could only attack with his sword. He shouted aggressively, Rotten snakes, I'm taking you down with me. But the damage he dealt wasn't significant, and he was countered instantly. In the nick of time, his body was suddenly wrapped in light. A green defensive shield created by Uyenyi. He smiled gratefully. Thanks, long-legged sis, you're actually pretty nice. Time passed, and they finally finished off the horde. Their corpses were scattered everywhere, but before they could celebrate, a tornado suddenly appeared. It swept up the bodies of the dust snakes. By the time the tornado dissipated, a different massive snake was revealed inside. Tamak smiled faintly. Here it comes. The faceless serpent queen, the boss of the 3rd level. At that moment, its eyes suddenly flashed with a green light. Don't look, Tamak warned urgently. But it was too late. The people around him had been hit. Their bodies were paralyzed and they couldn't see anything. Their health bars were constantly dropping as if trapped in endless, inescapable suffering. A moment later, their health reached 0. Amthan let out a cry and Tutho and Sasa followed shortly after. Only Uyenyi still had health left. The poison damage was too painful. As a support with the most health, she could last for a little while longer, but before long her health drained away and she died too. At the same time, Amthan respawned only to die again very quickly. An infinite loop emerged just like that. The 4 of them were subjected to all kinds of torment. Tamak just stood on the side watching, waiting until he felt they had suffered enough. He finally spoke up. All right, now close your eyes and retreat. With his protection, they finally returned to normal. Tamak raised an eyebrow looking at them and asked with a smile, well, how was the heavenly awakening experience? Amthan replied shakily, Boss, I admit I'm the biggest noob and I talk too much. Next time, just carry me okay. Tamak let out a light laugh. He found them a bit amusing at this moment. Amthan trembled as he replied to his boss, I admitted I'm the weakest player, but I talk the most. Next time, just carry me all right. Sumu let out a soft chuckle, finding the whole situation a bit amusing. But in a flash, his tone turned serious, telling them the boss was about to finish burning the remains. Getting ready to open their eyes and enter combat mode. The 4 of them did as told, but upon seeing the snake's true form, they couldn't help but tremble. The ordinary snake from before had transformed into a faceless viper, its body looking absolutely terrifying. Tamak immediately called out instructions to keep their distance and use long-range attacks. I don't have any long-range skills, Amthan muttered again. I really don't have any. But nobody cared, they all charged forward in unison. They attacked the faceless viper, but it managed to dodge. Suddenly, a fireball struck the creature, and Tutho cheered happily, "I hit it!" The faceless viper, annoyed by their attacks, opened its massive maw and spat venom in their direction. Tumok shouted, "Watch out, it's venom!" and hurriedly grabbed Tutho, pulling her away to safety. He then barked orders, "Sa, protect her assassins, retreat 30 meters." Everyone followed his lead instantly as Sasa summoned a protective shield in front of Uyenni. It blocked the incoming venom while at the same time Tumok kept running, taking Tutho with him. His speed was incredible, and the venom couldn't even touch him. Amthan quickly scrambled further away, hiding behind a wall where the venom couldn't reach, feeling safe for the moment. By now, Tumok had set Tutho down behind him, then conjured a spark of flame and fired it at the snake without a second's hesitation, followed immediately by summoning his clone. He shouted orders to Tutho, "Support with ice, boost our attack power." Confused and dazed, she nodded and agreed without hesitation, instantly conjuring ice vines to bind the snake's feet. The faceless viper was trapped. Sasa and Amthan seized the opportunity, launching a three-pronged attack that instantly dropped the boss's health bar by half. Suddenly, its eyes began to glow. Then they merged into one single massive eye filled with tiny green dots. Seeing this, Tumok screamed, "Oh no! It's about to use the 10,000 serpent curse." No sooner had he finished speaking than the faceless viper's mouth erupted with thousands of green snakes. They were small, but the sheer number of them was enough to chill anyone's blood as they crawled across the ground. They swarmed toward the group, making everyone recoil in disgust. Tumok looked grim. In his past life, he had fought this boss over 100 times. But the trigger rate for this skill was extremely low, so why was it appearing now? Unless the whole team had massive firepower, it was basically impossible to kill them all. Tumok had to think of something. Just then, an idea hit him. He looked at his clone with a wicked grin. "Sorry to sacrifice you, buddy," and with those words he kicked the clone straight toward the snake. Tumok yelled aggressively, "It's all on you, brother!" Victory or death. The clone fell right into the snake's mouth. It successfully blocked the boss's attack. Seeing this, the four of them, including Uyenni, were left speechless. "Can you even play like that? What kind of tactic is this?" Tumok ignored their reaction and shouted, "While it's vulnerable, finish it, attack!" His words snapped the four of them out of their daze. They quickly launched a barrage of attacks. The clone wouldn't last more than 3 seconds, and the boss still had a chunk of health left. Soon enough, the clone vanished. Tumok hurriedly screamed, "Ignore the small snakes. Just hide and focus everything on the boss. We're almost there." But his speed boost skill was still on cooldown. If he got bitten even once, he wouldn't be able to finish the mission, but there were simply too many of them. Tumok couldn't dodge them all anymore. He had no choice but to take a gamble. He fired off a fireball spell, and the flames roared to life, burning the swarm of small snakes away. The faceless viper was caught in the blast too, leaving it with only a sliver of health. Tumok yelled, "It's down to its last bit of health." But before he could even finish his sentence, a small snake lunged at him, baring its long tongue and fangs ready to bite. He panicked. Everyone else was worried too, but luckily Tutho reacted in time, using her ice flower dance to freeze the snake just before it could sink its fangs into him. And at that exact moment, the final fireball struck the snake. The faceless viper's last bit of health hit zero. Its body quickly collapsed, causing the thousands of little snakes to vanish into thin air as well. Tumok let out a relieved breath. That was close. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and the system chimed with a series of notifications. "You have received a Scarlet Refinement Essence Stone. Using it will grant 10 Scarlet Refinement Crystal Stones." Tumok smiled in satisfaction. Looks like his luck wasn't bad. Uyenni asked with a hint of doubt, "We actually did it. We thought for a second that your mission was—" Tumok chuckled calmly. "Sorry for making you all worry." He then walked over and patted Tutho on the head, praising her. "Thanks, Tutho, I knew I could count on you. Let's go see the rewards." Soon after, they walked over to inspect the stones. Amthan looked them over, tilted his head, and asked, "What are these Scarlet Refinement Essence Stones even for?" Tumok slowly explained that this item increases the success rate. Equipment upgrades. The good stuff is hard to come by. Money can't even buy it. Just then, a sudden noise from the dungeon ceiling startled everyone, and Uyenni cried out in a panic, "What is that sound?" Tumok didn't answer. He kept his eyes fixed on the door ahead, watching it slowly creak open as plumes of white mist swirled before them. At that moment, the system notification chimed again. "The temple gate has opened. Worship the idol for the ultimate reward." Amthan frowned and asked, "Boss, is this really the final gate?" Tamak gave a slight nod and replied, "It is the final gate. Behind those stone doors lay the mastermind of the atrocities that had made countless people tremble. The one who brought about the slaughter that created mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, the god-destroying star Apophis." Suddenly, Amthan spoke up. "Boss, you've taken on 3 gates alone. Aren't you tired?" Tamak glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? Why don't you guys handle the 4th gate?" Hearing this, Amthan immediately waved his hands in protest. "No way, how could we? We couldn't even get past the 1st gate." Tamak curled his lip indifferent and said, "There's no time limit for this gate. Everyone rest up and let your skill cooldowns reset." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down to rest. Seeing this, Amthan quickly turned to Uyenni and said, "Go give the boss a massage, he's exhausted." Standing nearby, Saxa heard this and shouted back in annoyance, "You're so rude! How can you tell her to do that?" Amthan just shrugged nonchalantly his expression, saying, "What else do you expect? If not, you guys go ahead and clear the 4th gate yourselves." Uyenni hesitated, but Tutho immediately stepped in to stop her. "No, you can't let Sister Uyenni do that." Listening to their bickering, Tamak was speechless. This guy Amthan really loves to put on a show. He's just a brainless rich guy, but honestly, he's kind of amusing. To think he could actually say such a thing to Uyenni. Just imagining the look on her face, he thought it was actually pretty funny. But before anything like that could happen, Amthan had to survive the fury of Sasa. She was relentlessly chasing him, threatening to beat him to a pulp. A while later, once everyone had rested, they finally stepped into the final gate. Inside was a vast stone chamber. Uyenni looked around confused and asked, "What's going on here?" Amthan curled his lip and remarked, "At the 3rd gate we chopped down such a huge idol. And yet here we are with nothing but that those who are disrespectful shall be killed without mercy warning." Suddenly a blood-curdling scream echoed out. Amthan, trembling with fear, hid behind Tamak. He scolded his younger sister in disgust. "Are you seriously that scared? What's the point of a man like you being such a coward?" They stood still, waiting for a few seconds until a clawed, razor-sharp hand burst out from the ground. Its massive body turned the earth into rubble. Before them stood a great dragon with 2 pairs of long wings hovering in the air. Its blood-red eyes glared at everyone. Its body was already scarred by lightning, bleeding profusely. It was the earth-profound black dragon. Uyenni's expression turned grim. So the statue wasn't just destroyed, it was the master of the temple. This black dragon is his mount. Just then, the earth-profound black dragon opened its mouth, letting out a deep, booming voice. "Are you the master's believers?" Tamak didn't hesitate to nod. "Yes, we are definitely his believers. Heaven and earth bear witness, the gods can testify." Hearing this, the black dragon spoke again. "You must avenge your master. No mercy for those who show disrespect. The alien stars have descended. You may die, but you cannot let the sacred relic beneath the abyss be stolen. Accept my blessing." It roared and green light erupted from its maw. In an instant, the light engulfed Tamak and his party. The earth-profound black dragon gives a massive stat boost, but the shutdown sequence is too complex. Explaining it to newbies is a pain. One wrong move and you'll get controlled. If I use such high stats to attack my teammates, the statue will be destroyed. The black dragon will die, and the temple's sacred relic, which is tied to the continent's survival, will be lost. To complete the hidden quest, I absolutely cannot afford a single mistake. Looks like I have to handle this on my own. Just then a sword plunged from the sky, piercing straight through the earth-profound black dragon. That single strike decapitated the black dragon. The massive blade slammed into the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. The black dragon, hovering a second ago, now had its head severed, landing on the ground. Immediately after, another towering figure appeared out of nowhere, stomping brutally onto the black dragon. Blood splattered everywhere, causing the faces of Tamak's group to pale in horror. The one who struck was the god of destruction, Apophis. Amthan looked at the giant figure before him, unable to stop trembling. If not for the black dragon's shield, I would have been killed by that guy Apophis just now. Tamak spoke up, warning them, "Do not take a single step out of this light pillar." Uyenni hesitated. "Our stats are super high right now, let's fight together." The others agreed, eager to follow him. Seeing this, Tamak couldn't help but smile warmly, thinking, if everyone could be this brave and united in the face of mortal danger after the sky descent, that would be great, but not now. Their current strength doesn't allow it. He rushed out alone, ordering, Stay here, do not leave. This is a captain's order. Amthan tried to call him back, but Tamak was firm and coldly scolded, Shut your mouth. Anyone who takes one step out is kicked from the party. I'm the only one who can ensure we clear this without taking damage. I'm counting on you guys. I immediately charged forward, standing face to face with Apophis. The boss's stat window appeared. Seeing it, the faces of the four behind him changed instantly. They gasped in shock. 2.8 million attack, 5 million HP, 5,000 defense. Are you kidding me? Just then Uyen-Ni suddenly shouted, Wait, no! Look at its heavy injury status. It took a critical hit from the Earth Profound Black Dragon. All stats are weakened by 90%. The duration is 30 minutes. Seeing this, they felt relieved, but not for long. Uyen-Ni screamed again. Look, another status on Apophis, true damage, fully enabled at 100%. Full sensory damage feedback. Amthan panicked. In other words, fighting this boss won't kill us for real, but we'll feel 100% of the pain. Apophis spoke in a low, rumbling voice. Human mage, why do I smell the scent of death on you? Tamak replied. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why does this death stuff haunt me like a ghost? Apophis sneered. Then what about those stupid teammates of yours? Get out here and die. To me, you humans are just food. Tamak pointed his staff at him and said coldly, Fighting you alone is enough. His words enraged the boss. He gritted his teeth. Weak, arrogant, ignorant fool. As soon as he finished his sword, became enveloped in a faint purple light. Tamak, losing patience, scoffed, Enough talk. Let's fight. As soon as he finished, Apophis swung his blade, sending debris flying. He growled, Destruction is the only fate you humans deserve. At the same time, Tamak used Wind Shadow to dodge the incoming rubble, then casually tossed fireballs at him. Apophis had no elemental resistance, and Tamak's current build included elemental damage, which hurt quite a bit. Apophis couldn't keep up with his speed, slashing only at thin air. He grew dissatisfied. Human, why don't you dare fight me head-on? Tamak muttered to himself. Fight him head-on. I'm not an idiot. Before Apophis entered his next form, he would use the hiding spots he learned in his past life to chip away at his HP. Tamak decided to use Bone Flower Rain for a sneak attack. The ice bone damage was massive. Just a few hits dealt over 9,000 damage. Apophis grew even more furious. Heroard, you despicable, cunning human! Immediately after he slammed his sword into the ground. In a blink, a series of blood-red rays swirled around the blade. Seeing this, Uyen-Ni's group grew worried. Tutho yelled, It's an AoE attack, Canmo, then dodge it. Amthan bit his lip. If he can't dodge it, he'll have to feel that 100% pain. Meanwhile, the others outside were still battling monsters at other gates. The announcement that the team led by the player known as God Mu was locked in a fierce battle with the god of destruction Apophis at the ancient wood temple left all the players in total shock. When they saw that notification, no one believed that Tamak could reach the final gate. Since all the initial game quests originated in Hakuk, regardless of whether Tamak could successfully defeat Apophis or land the final blow, Hakuk had already managed to stand tall and proud. At the same time, at the VSA research facility in Dukkuk, Alexia saw the notification and couldn't help but exclaim, Someone from Hakuk has reached the final gate, John. John nodded in agreement. And it's actually God Mu. The commander, furious at this point, lashed out, That Hakuk Godma. He's nothing but a disgrace, a bunch of useless losers. We gave you so many resources and you're all just trash. The commander then ordered, Alexia, immediately mobilize our people. The ones embedded in Hakuk, they are to find this God Mu and force him to join the VSA squad. Alexia nodded quickly. Yes, Commander. Kevin bit his lip. Kevin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, He's just a Hakuk peasant. He will definitely bow to the national prestige of Dukkuk. He figured the boy would have no choice but to serve Dukkuk obediently. Meanwhile, leaders from other nations had the exact same idea. They were willing to pay any price to recruit Tamak. Tamak, however, was unaware of their schemes. He was still locked in a desperate battle with Apophis. Although this skill deals massive area of effect damage, it has a blind spot water. The shockwave that covers the ground doesn't hit anything underwater, so he dove into the nearby stream. Outside, Uyen-Ni and the others couldn't stop worrying. Amthan panicked, calling out, Is the boss going to be okay? How long has this skill been going on? It should be over by now, right? Just then Uyen-Ni suddenly noticed something. She quickly called out, Look, Godmu's health bar is still full. He's all right. They couldn't believe he had actually dodged the demonic sword shockwave. After unleashing such a powerful ultimate, Apophis enters a frozen state. Taking this opportunity, Tomuk activated his skills, the more the better. No sooner said than done. Tomuk lunged out of the river and continuously activated Meteor Shower, launching a barrage of attacks at Apophis. It cut the boss's HP in half instantly. But then a twist occurred. Apophis drew his sword again, and in less than 2 seconds he thrust it down once more. The blood-red aura struck in an instant. Tomuk was horrified and shouted, "What the? Why? Apophis can use the demonic sword shockwave twice in a row." He hurriedly dove back into the water to escape, cursing the system under his breath. "Are you kidding me? This is bullying? Can't you play fair? You snuck in a difficulty spike, didn't you?" Suddenly the deep, furious voice of Apophis boomed, "Die, you foolish human!" After that, he walked to the edge of the stream where Tomuk was hiding. He had to swim further away to avoid the attacks. Inside the game pod, Tomuk was shaking from oxygen deprivation. He had to force himself to hold his breath. If he inhaled now, his character would drown and lose health in the game. He had come too far for a no-damage clear run. Even so, he couldn't give up. Persistence, Tomuk wouldn't give up. He couldn't. But not long after, he couldn't hold his breath any longer and had to surface. Tomuk looked back at Apophis, who was frenziedly hacking at the ground, a wave of chaos rising in his heart. "This is too dangerous. The situation is completely different from my past life. But he won't be able to trigger the demonic sword attack again." Thinking this, he leaped onto the bank. The magic staff in his hand unleashed fireballs while simultaneously triggering a special lightning effect. This would blind Apophis for 5 seconds and render his physical attacks useless for that duration. The boss roared in anger, "You insolent ant, you're incredibly annoying." Tomuk, even at this moment, he showed no fear. A real man only faces the enemy head-on when necessary. But how could Tomuk do that? He nimbly dodged behind a small rock. 5 seconds passed. He avoided the direct confrontation and continued to fight using hit-and-run tactics. Meanwhile, outside, Uyen-Ni's group watched Tomuk fight, mesmerized. Sasa couldn't help but exclaim, "God Mu is truly powerful. I really want to know how he dodged such a terrifying shockwave." Uyen-Ni shared the same thought. In the future, he will stand at the peak of Thien Koi. It's not just a game. The future belongs to Thien Koi. So what role will I play in that future? Tomuk used his speed to slip behind Apophis and unleashed another meteor shower, dropping the boss's health to the very bottom. Seeing this, the 4 of them outside cheered uncontrollably. "Go boss, go God Mu," inside the battle. Apophis was furious. "Foolish human, do you really think you can defeat me?" He declared he would show him his ultimate form. As soon as he finished speaking, Apophis was engulfed in flames mixed with blood-red energy. Immediately after, he raised his sword to the sky and roared, "Apocalyptic thunderfire!" In an instant, lightning struck from the heavens, quickly absorbed by Apophis's sword. The ground cracked under the impact of the lightning. Apophis's destructive power was overwhelming. The surrounding ground was almost entirely swallowed by his fire and lightning, even for the 4 of them under the protection of... The Black Dragon was affected too, but it wasn't too dangerous. Before long, however, the Pillar of Light was corroded by the lightning fire. Dark God couldn't help but shout, "So this is the reason, boss." They couldn't leave the Pillar of Light, and they were all very worried about Tomuk. Uyen-Ni hurriedly opened the health bar to check, and she exclaimed in shock, "Muthan's health bar is still dropping." She didn't believe it either, and she slowly speculated, "Hasn't Muthan already died? He must have been teleported out." But Uyen-Ni shook her head and denied it. "No, Muthan's name is still shining. He definitely hasn't died. He must have dodged it." Inside the battlefield, the heaven and earth lightning fire was constantly swirling around Apophis's body. He spoke coldly, "Foolish human, you actually dare to imagine you can confront an alien lord." Hearing his voice, the expressions on the 4 of them froze. Dark God hurriedly called out, "Where is the boss? Where did he go?" But no one answered. They could only wait. And at that very moment, Apophis's body suddenly collapsed. His health was very low. He bit his lip and cursed, "Damn Black Dragon, if it weren't for you causing damage to my body." But the moment he finished speaking, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out in the air. "Apophis, you piece of trash! You're already at your limit like this. What kind of alien lord are you? You're nothing more than this." Apophis raised his head in shock. Meanwhile, the 4 of them were overjoyed. Their faces lit up and they kept cheering. Muthan was still alive. He had actually dodged that massive area of effect attack. "Where is Muthan?" Everyone hurriedly looked over only to see Tomak standing right beneath Apophis's feet. Apophis shouted in frustration, how are you completely unharmed? No one could have dreamed that he had hidden right between the boss's feet. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Tomak summoned his clone and then screamed aggressively, "Go to hell!" At the same time, Tomak activated the Reaper's arm, increasing all damage by 100%. Without a hint of hesitation, a strike of fire and lightning quickly hit Apophis, dealing massive damage. His health bar rapidly dropped to 0. The sword in his hand fell. Apophis knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, "You humans don't understand at all. We are the true rulers. We are the righteous path." Tomak, standing on his shoulder, let out a light scoff and said coldly, "Rulers, you guys can rule your own place, that's fine. What gives you the right to come to our world? You're just a—" As soon as he finished speaking, a glint of killing intent appeared on his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Tomak stabbed down into him, before disappearing. Apophis left one last line, "We will meet again." Right after that, he collapsed to the ground and died completely. The sky instantly cleared up. A ray of light shone down from the heavens, illuminating the golden light over the ruins where the smoke of battle had not yet faded. The invader had been eliminated. Tomak stood in that light looking incredibly heroic. Outside, Dark God shouted in admiration, "My boss is so cool!" Uyen-Ni was also moved to tears. She now fully believed that Mu-Than would surely become a powerhouse that would amaze all of humanity in the future. Apophis's body was quickly corroded by purple light, leaving behind a lot of loot. Tomak's eyes lit up. A total of 12 pieces of purple-tier equipment dropped. He opened them to look, then turned to everyone and said, "This glazed frost set the last 2 pieces have finally dropped. As usual, I'll open an auction." Dark God nodded slightly and replied, "I'll buy these 2 right now for 1 million gold. The system sent out an announcement. Everyone had successfully defeated the god-destroying star, Apophis thwarting the aliens' plan and protecting the Heaven Start world. They received 100,000 gold, 2 million experience points, and 1,000 potential points. Then the system gave individual rankings. Everyone got a D rank only. Tomak got an SSS rank. Dark God happily shouted, "We got a free ride for that D rank. It's good enough, and the boss getting an SSS is well-deserved." At the same time, servers across the globe received the announcement. Under Mu-Than's leadership, the 5-man team had successfully defeated the god-destroying star, Apophis, receiving the server-first kill reward. Other players were still struggling to fight monsters, at the outer levels fighting until they had to keep respawning, yet they still couldn't get through. Upon receiving this notice, they couldn't believe a team had actually cleared the final stage. At the Heaven Clear server, players were also buzzing with conversation. Some didn't believe it, some were regretful. In short, there were all kinds of reactions. Meanwhile, inside the ancient Mu temple, Dark God happily said, "Boss, I'm heading back to the city. I can't wait to open the first kill chest." Tomak nodded slightly and replied, "All right, let's disband the team. Everyone log off and get some rest." After that, everyone quickly said their goodbyes and disbanded. In the capital of the Ha Kingdom at night inside Uyen-Ni's villa, she woke up from her game capsule. She breathed a sigh of relief and sat up. Just as she stepped out, she heard her phone ring. Elsewhere at the Apophis battlefield in the ancient Mu temple, Tomak was still there. The source of life force that allowed the aliens to invade lies beneath this. I really want to go down there and investigate, but right now I'm still too weak. But just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts. The lingering soul of the earth mystic black dragon appeared. It happily opened its mouth. "Finally, someone has finished the revenge. For me and my master." Tomak was a bit surprised. He had never heard that a dungeon had this part after it ended. Its voice kept echoing, "For 10,000 years I have followed my master to fight off invaders, to fight off the evil spirits that infiltrated. I once joined my master to destroy the fallen evil dragon. I used its body to forge a suit of armor for the hero." As soon as he finished speaking, a suit of armor appeared before Tomak. It was the damaged fallen dragon armor legendary tier. Right after that, the black dragon left one last line and then dissipated. "May the light of heaven start shine through the ages." Tomak received the reward and happily waved goodbye. "Rest well, Earth Mystic Black Dragon Sr." Tomak had nothing left to do, so he quickly logged out and returned to the real world. The undying light of heaven start would be carried on by them. The journey of humanity would continue. He let out a long yawn and whispered, "The real world is still more comfortable. Tomorrow will be a bloody battle, so I'll just enjoy this moment. Now time for a good sleep, and tomorrow I'll log in to open the chest. The next day, after a long sleep, Tomak returned to the game. He started opening the first kill treasure chest and received quite a few things. Tomak nodded in satisfaction. The pieces of equipment in this chest are really good. The ability to expand reputation equipment for the temple is full of rare items hard to find right now, yet Amthan keeps messaging him, even spamming, which is starting to really annoy Tomak. He pursed his lips and cursed at this guy for being so noisy. As for those olive branches, Tomak considers himself a true citizen of Hakwuk, so he couldn't care less. He decided to ignore him and checked his 9-star staff and his own attributes. Besides that, he also picked up a piece of a mysterious treasure map this time. In this type of secret realm, there are bound to be extremely valuable things. Tomak will find an opportunity later. Once he collects all the pieces to explore, the thing that makes him happiest is his second legendary gear item. It was time to pull out the perfect appraisal talisman he had been saving for so long. He quickly appraised the armor set, and all of its stats immediately appeared. Legend has it that this set was forged from the bones of an evil dragon. Every scale on the armor was crafted from dragon bone. He put it on and smiled in satisfaction. The stats completely overwhelmed his purple gear and even far surpassed standard equipment. From now on, I won't be a fragile mage anymore. I won't even fear close-range combat. Just then, Tomak suddenly received a message. Player Uyen then wants to join the guild. He reflexively frowned, wondering who Uyen Than could be. Afterward, Tomak received another message from Uyen Than, then will you welcome me? The person sending the message was actually Uyen Ni. At that moment, she was standing in a corner of the guild sighing. Leaving her sister's Tutho still left her with some lingering reluctance. So why did she send that? To answer that we have to go back to last night. Just as she stepped out of the gaming pod, someone called. Uyen Ni immediately picked up and replied in a low voice, "Boss, do you have instructions?" The other side quickly replied in a low, heavy tone, "The company has an important mission for you. It concerns the company's status in the empire. You must succeed. You have some interaction with that guy Than. Go ahead." Hearing this, Uyen Ni's expression changed. Sure enough, what had to happen happened. The boss on the other end continued to command, "From now on, you are to leave Thin Tuyet and join Phong Than Kok. Of course, you will still command Thin Tuyet from afar." He said Tomak is not a simple person. The company has set its sights on him. Furthermore, major teams and even other countries are all offering olive branches. He ordered her to keep him at all costs. Back in reality, Tomak had already replied to her message. One of the top 10 mages of Hakwuk in his past life actually wanted to join his guild. It seems he had attracted the attention of the forces behind Uyen Ni. Having her come to butter him up, it's hard to tell if it's a blessing or a curse. Considering this deeply, Tomak sent a serious warning message. Uyen Ni, although my Phong Than Kok temple is small, I will not become a pawn in someone else's hand. So you should think about this carefully. Seeing these messages, Uyen Ni didn't hesitate to reply. Don't worry, I will cooperate. With the strength of Thin Tuyet, I will contribute to Phong Than Kok. Joining Phong Than Kok is my own desire as well. Negotiation successful. With Uyen Ni joining Phong Than Kok, the person with the strongest reaction was, of course, Amthan. His messages were so numerous they made Tomak annoyed, so he just ignored them. He casually ordered everyone to gather at the guild hall. A while later, Amthan and Uyen Ni appeared. Amthan looked at her and greeted her, "Welcome, sister. Do you also think my boss is handsome, cool, and generous? You've got a good eye. Stick with the boss from now on and you won't be short of perks." Faced with his enthusiasm, Uyen Ni didn't know how to respond. He just kept on rambling, "So we're all family now. From now on, then is our boss. I'm the second in command and you're our little sister." Tomak couldn't help but interrupt. "Stop it. Just contribute well to the guild from now on, that's enough. Now is the time to consider choosing a main city. Have you all thought about which main city to go to yet? The structure of the Thian Koi world is very similar to the real world, directly using major regions to divide the continents. The scale and number of main cities on the continent are also related to the scale of the corresponding national borders in the real world. The Hakwuk region also has many magnificent and mysterious main cities scattered everywhere. At this moment, Uyen Ni excitedly said, "I have plans to go to Donghoang City." Amthan was more impulsive and calmly said, "Boss, you know me. I don't know anything, so wherever you go, I go. I've decided to go to Lamdong City." Tomak replied nonchalantly, Uyenyi was a bit surprised. You want to go to Lamdong City in the Conlon Mountains? Only Amthan was confused and asked, What's wrong? The name of that city sounds pretty cool. Uyenyi slowly explained, Our Hakuk region has many main cities of different levels. Lamdong City is listed as an SSS rank dangerous city on the official Thienkoi website. Having said that, she looked at Tumak and continued, The path to an SSS rank city is extremely dangerous. Almost everywhere is a death zone. Once you choose a main city, you cannot change it until you reach your destination. Tumak nodded slightly. I know everything you just said. Uyenni became even more anxious. You know, and you're still going. Some people in their rush to level up just abandoned their temples, but now every team that chose an SSS rank city is stuck on the road and regretting it. Tumak remained very calm and said, Don't worry about it. Things that others can't do, I can. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't represent them. The rewards and resources there are massive. She huffed, visibly frustrated by his stubbornness. The moment he finished speaking, she turned and left. Sumu didn't stop her. He simply told Amshen to make thorough preparations. We're heading to Lamdong City tomorrow. Amshen didn't overthink it and nodded quickly. After exchanging a few more words, the two parted ways. Sumu went to find the village chief, who nodded with a smile and said, I never expected you to become a demon tester, young man. Truly full of youthful vigor, it seems it is time for us to part ways. The chief thanked Sumu for his outstanding contributions to Thanvu village. Perhaps you can make use of this. Go forth and explore the vast world. With that, he handed him a transformation magic cube. Sumu accepted it and took his leave. Afterward, he conveniently picked up the main quest head to the main city. Sumu said firmly, This time I'm definitely going to see exactly what this Kunlun mountain is all about. The apocalypse is coming. Only by becoming stronger in the game can I be stronger in the real world. Every step Sumu took, he intended to walk until the very end. The God-Sealing Valley. It will certainly become a force that supports the world and continues to fight in this desperate situation. As for those other worlds looking to recruit him, thinking of this, he posted an announcement on the World Channel roughly stating that he would not join any faction, let alone work for another country. After wrapping everything up, Sumu logged out of the game and returned to reality. A new journey begins tomorrow. I wonder how my parents are doing right now. Just then, Sumu received a message. He exclaimed happily, Dad sent a message. He had already transferred the money to him, and they didn't even bring up the issue of him skipping the college entrance exam. Perhaps their love for me is just a little different. In his past life, Sumu didn't understand that his parents were away from home all year round. They always left him alone, and he even blamed them for not loving him at all. It wasn't until the Thienkoi, heavenly start, descended that he realized they had sacrificed themselves to protect him. That was when Sumu finally understood how great they were. Afterward, he took some time to rest while watching the Thienkoi news on TV. When he saw the report on the Class A main city, Sumu thought, this won't do. Discussions about teams, brick movers, crafters, appraisers, and rich players, it seemed the roots of this arms industry chain had already formed. At the same time, in an apartment, a slender hand picked up a wine glass from the table. The person brought the glass to their lips and took a sip. It was Chingu. She sighed, The world of Thienkoi is so vast. Where should I choose to go? The next day, Sumu logged back into the game. As soon as he entered, a series of notifications popped up. Having completed the quest, he received quite a few rewards, especially a random purple-tier skill book. Mew nodded in satisfaction. All that hard work clearing stages and avoiding injuries was worth it. The rewards from hidden quests are so valuable. The chance to learn a skill beyond one's profession is just too insane. You couldn't buy a cross-profession skill with any amount of money. He quickly checked what the purple skill book was. After seeing its stats, he was extremely pleased. Following that, he opened the transformation magic cube to use it. If he didn't change his appearance soon, he feared those factions in the real world would track him down too quickly. In an instant, the cube began to disassemble and blue light enveloped Sumu's body. Once the process was complete, a handsome new face had appeared. Just then a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Boss, you're online. The person who arrived was Amshen. He smiled happily and said, Boss, look at my gear. I collected all 10 pieces of purple equipment just like you said, and I've already finished enhancing them. However, the moment he turned around, a strange face greeted his eyes, leaving Amshen stunned. Are you my boss? Sumu scolded him, dissatisfied. Get a grip, it's just a face change. In the future, you'll be able to do it too. Before he could finish, Amshen gasped again. Boss, that armor you're wearing is so cool. Where did it come from? How much was it? Tell me I have to buy a set too. No, you can't buy it. Sumu shook his head, showing off. But his smugness didn't last long as he noticed the +9 gear on Amshen. The one who was shocked now was him. Wait a second. You're fully geared at +9, you rich brat. How much money did you spend? Hearing this, Amshen tried to calculate it for a moment, then sighed and said, Let's not count. It wasn't much, just a few million. Not even 10 million, actually. He kept blabbering on, but Sumu wasn't listening. He cut him off directly. All right, stop talking. Let's head to the teleportation gate. Amshen was immediately delighted. Are we heading out now? I've been wanting to test how strong my current combat power is. Sumu walked in front, glancing back at him. Are you sure you're decided on following me to an SSS rank main city? He replied casually. If I didn't, this life of mine would be so boring. Inheriting the family wealth, living a dull life. Hearing this, Sumu felt like his heart had been stabbed. He sighed tragically. My heart actually hurts. Why did I have to open my big mouth? The two kept talking as they walked. Before long, they met Uyenyi, who had just logged in. He asked in surprise, Uyenyi, weren't you able to teleport directly to Don Hoang City? Before she could answer, Amshen jumped in eagerly. Come on, this is third sister, right? Our guild has a total of 3 people. We definitely have to stick together. Oh, and look, the boss changed his face, Uyenyi said calmly. In my eyes, he's still Sumu. As for me, Amshen gave all the ice glaze sets to me. How could I possibly not go with you two? Seeing this, Tamak glanced at Amthan and gave him a thumbs up. I didn't quite get the move, but I was shocked. Amthan raised an eyebrow and laughed, saying, We're all family, no need to be formal. After the chat, Uyenyi asked to join the party. Tamak smiled happily and welcomed her back. Now that the group was complete, the 3 of them set off together. They headed toward Lamdong City. Soon after, a series of notifications popped up as the 3 stepped into the teleporter and arrived at Lamdong City not long after. The scenery before them had shifted to snow-capped mountains. Amthan reflexively shivered. Man, it's freezing. The system's mechanical voice echoed, warning them that the area was filled with danger. Many battles between the gods and demons had taken place here since ancient times. Countless warriors and demons from the temple of the gods had fallen here. The 3 listened quietly to the system announcements. Amthan scanned the surroundings and marveled. The environmental details and temperature feel so real. Even the breathing sensation changed. Uyenyi nodded in agreement, but Tamak didn't pay much attention to those things. I was observing the Reaper's bone hand. He thought triggering it the first time was shocking enough to attract the darkness of the Death God and Michael, but he didn't expect a second skill. He originally wanted to chase after higher levels first, but to activate the second skill he had to upgrade the current one to level 2. How much EXP would this thing consume? Plus the materials required for the upgrade were so extensive. Just then, Amthan suddenly spoke up. Boss, there are people nearby. My detection skill just went off. Hearing this, Uyenyi couldn't help but sigh. We just got here and we're already being targeted. No sooner had she finished speaking than a level 13 snow leopard hound lunged at them from afar. Amthan screamed in terror. There's a snow leopard hound ambushing us right next to the teleporter. How shameless. No sooner had he finished speaking than the creature was drained of its health and died instantly, killed in a single strike. He stared in shock, eyes wide. One-hit kill, who did that? Meanwhile, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Isn't this the boss who grabbed the first kill twice in a row? The person speaking ID Killer 6 Blades Wabi was level 14. He laughed disdainfully. How is he only level 13? Did I get the wrong guy? Tamak glared at him and spoke coldly. Yes, it's me. Hearing this, the man continued, Well, isn't this my lucky day? Hanging out with a big shot? Tamak pouted and said, Did I say I wanted to bring you along? Hearing this, Killer 6 Blades was so angry he started laughing. He curled his lip and said, Do you still think this is a newbie village? Whether you take me with you or not, that's not up to you. Everyone come out. No sooner had he finished than a crowd of players who had been hiding nearby appeared, surrounding the 3 in an instant. Uyenyi frowned. These players, who chose the SSS level main city, have mostly teamed up already. Amthan cursed angrily. How are these guys leveling up so fast? She explained slowly. The EXP gained from killing monsters here is very high. Tamak remained calm and asked coldly, "You guys are surrounding us trying to rob us." He let out a faint scoff. Killer Six Blades pouted, "Everyone just wants to get to Lamdong City quickly. There's a monster point here we haven't dealt with yet, so we need a team to go die and pave the way." Tamak gave a faint, cold laugh and replied, "I get it now. We go help you hold off the monsters so you can reach the resurrection point of the second stage, Phoenix Cry Road, and if I refuse..." I immediately became indignant and shouted, "This is my turf. Haven't you looked at your own level? I guarantee you'll never reach Lamdong City. But if you hand over Uyen Yi, I might consider letting you join." As soon as these words were out, the surrounding players roared with laughter. These scumbags, thinking with their lower bodies, really deserve to die. Tamak glanced at the person beside him and joked, "What do you think? Are you two going to make a sacrifice?" Uyen Yi cursed angrily, "Get lost." Tamak shrugged nonchalantly and said calmly, "Fine." Then Tamak created a fireball and suggested, "This is just a basic fireball. If you can survive this without dying, I'll admit you have some skills. We'll be willing to help you as the vanguard." The expression on Killer Six Blades' face instantly froze, but his underlings kept pushing him. "Go on, show him, boss." So immediately after, he puffed out his chest and shouted, "Do you know who I am? Don't talk about a little fireball, even 100 of them. If you can kill me, I'm right here." Before he could even finish his sentence, the fireball from Tamak's hand struck him square in the face. A critical hit sent him flying into the void. He died on the spot. The scene played out so fast that the surrounding crowd was stunned. They shrieked, "He actually died! One fireball spell killed our boss." Tamak pouted and sighed. Killing someone in the wilderness map increases your crime value by 500 points. Crime value turns your name red. A red name means a 100% drop rate on your items. So how about that? 2 seconds later, Killer Six Blades respawned. He shouted in disbelief, "It was a fluke. I didn't have time to dodge that brat. God Wood must be hacking. I have to report him." He hadn't finished his sentence before Tamak grabbed his face tightly. He trembled in fear. He had forgotten that the resurrection point here and the teleporter were in the same place. He had just respawned right next to Tamak again. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Tamak used the fireball again to send him back to the respawn screen. The surrounding players immediately backed away in terror. People whispered and murmured, but not a soul dared to step forward. Suddenly, Tamak unleashed a barrage of bone shards, striking them down. He wiped out the entire group just like that. No sooner had he finished them off than the leader of the Six-Finger Assassins respawned along with everyone else he had just killed. But they were back right in front of Tamak again. So he killed them. They respawned, and he killed them again, an endless brutal loop until they couldn't take it anymore and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Please, I surrender. I give up, Great Master. I was wrong." A group of people watching from the sidelines were shocked, exclaiming, "Isn't that the leader of the Six-Finger Assassins from the Whale Feather Guild? The same guy who used to bully us." They stood by and watched the show. Tamak raised an eyebrow, smiling as he asked, "Didn't you just say you could kill me on the spot? What happened?" The leader of the Six-Finger Assassins panicked, stammering, "Oh, Great Master, I was just blowing hot air. Please, I beg you, don't kill me anymore." He sobbed uncontrollably, pouring out a sob story about how he was forced into it, how he was a victim, and how he'd been stuck here for 3 days. "And we were forced to bring the female players along too." Hearing this, Amthan realized what was going on and nodded. No wonder all these hundreds of people were male players. Tamak squinted at the guy and said coldly, "Tell me everything you know." The Six-Finger Assassin leader nodded hurriedly and started to stand up, but Amthan stopped him. Terrified, he knelt back down and began his story. "I was in the first group to reach Phoenix Song Road. Currently 14 squads, about 2,000 people have already passed through the Fox Lake area." Tamak frowned and fell silent. If there were over 2,000 enemy players ahead, there were unknown threats. Uyenai and Amthan might not be able to avoid them. "Taking these people with us will be safer," he thought. He nodded and said, "Hand over the leader position to me. I'll lead you all across the map." The Six-Finger Assassin leader looked like he'd just been saved. He hurried to guide Tamak, and before long they reached the territory of the snow pythons. But the guy had bad intentions. These snow pythons always attacked in packs of dozens, and back then they had crushed Tamak's group, leaving them with nothing. He wanted to see how Tamak would handle it. Correction based on context. The leader of the Six-Finger Assassins had bad intentions. These snow pythons always attacked in packs of dozens. In the past, they had killed Tamak's group without mercy. The leader wanted to see how he would handle them. Just then, Tamak spoke up. I know you all regret choosing Frozen City. As long as you meet the conditions I set, I guarantee I can make it happen. The group was skeptical. He calmly continued, First, you must follow orders. Second, if anyone gets killed on the road for any reason, they're out of the team immediately. Third, if anyone encounters danger and retreats or runs away, I'll kick them out on the spot. Ignoring their grumbling, Tamak continued, You've all seen my Blessing Guild's supplies. Beyond that, there are plenty of purple-tier equipment rewards. Those who contribute significantly will also receive dividends. Plus, there's another benefit you'll have to earn for yourselves. I even used Uyenyi as a bargaining chip to persuade them. After a moment of hesitation, they finally agreed. Tamak nodded satisfied when it came to boosting morale. Is there anyone else? You guys act like you're being treated like garbage. No wonder other teams use you as cannon fodder. Ignoring that, I immediately shouted, Reorganize the formation by Class M, then take charge of the 6 assassin squads. Uyen, you handle the warlock squads. The rest follow me. Mages take the front line. They approached the Snowy Lake area. Tamak led the way deep into the territory. Along the way, he saw many snakeskins and muttered to himself, These snakes don't know how to hide. They've made people itchy more than once. These snow pythons were experts at masking their tracks. Every time they crossed here, many people died. He paused and ordered them to stop. Tamak gave the command quickly. Mages use fireball to attack the path ahead. Someone wanted to protest, but Amthan scolded them. Don't drag it out. The leader said, Attack, so attack. Immediately all objections vanished, and they unleashed their firepower. As the smoke and flames cleared, the pythons burst out from the ground. Fearing the formation would break, Tamak urged them to stay calm, don't panic. All archers use explosive flame arrows to push the snow pythons back. They followed his orders and a hail of fire arrows rained down. Tamak didn't let them stop. Mages keep up the fireball attacks on the other snowy mounds. Archers keep breaking their armor, don't give them a second to react. They obeyed, unleashing fire and ice simultaneously on the pythons before them. A moment later, the ice armor finally shattered. Tamak ordered, If you're out of mana, recover it. Everyone attack the snow pythons together. Fight to the death. They followed his lead, attacking relentlessly. On the edge of the battlefield, Amthan couldn't help but marvel. Boss, you put us assassins on the outermost ring. Is that so we can land the finishing blows? Tamak nodded and smiled. Smart kid. With Tamak's guidance, they safely passed through the python nest. The players cheered, but Tamak glanced at them and ordered, All right, that's enough for today. It's getting late. Everyone log off and get some rest. 10 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning, log in and assemble. I won't wait for latecomers. They immediately followed orders and left. Just before leaving, the six-finger assassin leader sidled up to Tamak with a flattering grin. Great Master Mok about that belt. Tamak played dumb and claimed he didn't know what he was talking about. Afterward, he chased the guy off. Finally only, Tamak remained. He wandered around following the memories of his past life. Sure enough, he didn't walk for long before running into someone. A woman in purple robes stood on a cliff, her eyes full of worry as she asked, Brave warrior, have you seen a man carrying a long saber? Tamak thought for a moment before answering, I haven't, but perhaps I can help you look. Snowfall replied gratefully, He is my husband. To protect me, he was taken away by the Python King. She explained that the Python King was the leader of the snow pythons. Sensing that the creature was far more powerful than a normal snow python, she asked if he was truly willing to help her. Sumu pondered for a moment before agreeing to take on this dangerous quest. He knew the NPC would get suspicious, and the hidden plot wouldn't trigger if he refused. Since he had to commit to the act, he hesitated and said, The snow python's domain lord is incredibly strong. Before he could finish, Shualao interrupted. I know how dangerous this is, but if you help me, I will reward you handsomely. Sumu smirked. It worked. She then handed him the scroll. To keep up the ruse, he pretended to decline, but finally he cleared his throat and said, Well, maybe. The scroll contained some crucial clues. I'll take this to study first, he said, then urged her not to delay if she found anything else. And just like that, Sumu successfully landed the quest. The two walked until they reached a cliff and stopped. Suilu said slowly, It's right there. They quickly jumped down from the cliff to the cave entrance where they spotted a sword. Shuluklu cried out in shock, That's Lai Yang's sword. Sumu quickly reassured her, Don't worry, maybe he's still... Before he could even finish his sentence, he suddenly saw something. He shouted in panic, Look out! Shulu turned to look and saw a giant snake lunging toward them. It was the Python King, an elite level 20 monster. Yahello glared at the Python King, screaming in rage, "You beast, give me back my husband!" With that, she charged forward, slashing twice with her sword. But just at that moment, a small purple snake shot out from the monster's mouth. Yahello was caught off guard and raised her sword to block, but the snake changed direction. She realized where it was heading. He quickly shouted a warning, "Watch out, it's coming for you!" Sumu didn't panic. He stood his ground calmly. "Come on then." Just as the beast's massive jaws were about to reach him, a barrage of fireballs erupted from his hands, striking the creature and dealing damage. But just as Sumu remembered from his past experience, normal attacks did very little damage to the Snow Python King. If only he could land a fireball in its mouth, it would immediately shatter its ice armor. As he was thinking, the Python King suddenly spat out an ice bone, freezing Sumu's body solid. His expression turned grim in an instant. He had forgotten that the Python King's ice bone could freeze targets for 3 seconds. In that split second of danger, Shutlu rushed over from afar. She used her sword to block the Python King's attack for him. He let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. I thanked her quickly, then lunged forward. "Yahello, hang in there, this is our chance." Sumu began to assault the Python King, while reminding her, "I'm going to find an opening to break its armor." The beast countered his attack. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then smirked. "I've still got an ace up my sleeve." Before he finished, he activated his doppelganger and used the Arm of Death to boost his damage by 100%. In a flash, a giant fireball flew straight into the Python King's mouth. Just as Sumu predicted, the ice armor on the beast's exterior began to shatter. He shouted, "Now," and immediately unleashed a meteor shower. It struck from the sky, engulfing the Python King's body in flames. Under Sumu's onslaught, its health bar plummeted. Seizing the moment, Sheila lunged forward. "You monster, die!" She plunged both her swords into the Python King's eyes. The agony sent the beast into a frenzy, thrashing about until shortly after it died. Seeing the giant carcass collapse to the ground, Sumu finally exhaled. "It's finally over." But Yahello shrieked, "No, we haven't found Lai Yang yet, it's not over." She dove forward again, plunging her blade into the beast's body. She sliced a long line from its head down to its belly until her sword hit something. Yahello frowned in shock. "Found you." But all she saw was a bloodied arm protruding from the Python King's gut. Yahello broke down, falling to her knees. She called out with a trembling voice, "Lai Yang!" A flashback of their shared history appeared, Lai Yang chasing Yahello and Yahello finding Lai Yang. Li Yang was Yahello's only obsession. She blamed herself for being just a shadow in the mortal realm. Why couldn't they live and die together? Sumu stood by, unable to help but sigh. Sadly, this wasn't a fairy tale. The ending was destined to be incomplete. Yahello spoke up. "Thankfully, with your help, I was able to see Li Yang again. I have one more wish. I hope, brave warrior, that you can help me." Sumu looked at her and said calmly, "Go ahead." Yahello took a deep breath. "I hope you can bury me with Li Yang somewhere where we can look out into the distance. Lai Yang always loved scenery like that." As soon as she finished, she drew her sword across her own throat. Blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Sumu was stunned. Even though he had heard about this quest, witnessing it felt soul-shattering. To live and die together, huh? He let out a helpless sigh, buried the two of them on the cliff, looked at their tombstone and shook his head, lamenting, "What is love that one would vow to live and die together?" Just then, a series of notifications popped up. He had completed the quest and received several items, including 2 skills, Li Yang's break and Yahello's twin blades. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Skill scrolls were luxurious high-end items. Even though these 2 were single-use, their power was devastating. He would make good use of them. After finishing up, Sumu logged out to the real world. He was just resting when he received a call from an unknown number. He held the phone to his ear to listen. The voice on the other end was formal and polite. "Hello, Mr. Su. Given that you have successfully repelled the recruitment attempts from foreign nations, the Empire has decided to reward you for your performance." Sumu listened in silence, not uttering a single word. "You are lost in deep thought about the Empire having used the Azure Dragon server to track down the city where Sumu is staying based on his in-game avatar. Pinpointing your real-world location was surprisingly easy." After a moment of contemplation, Sumu spoke in a low voice, "Is Yuan Shen one of your people?" The person on the other end admitted it without hesitation. "That's right. If there's any place you're dissatisfied with regarding Zhang Yuan, I'll have her leave immediately. Actually, there's nothing I'm dissatisfied with. Just a moment. Sumu shook his head slightly, though he had realized something. I hurriedly asked back, you just said Yuanshin's name is Zhang Yuan. The person who saved him in his past life was also named Zhang Yuan. Back then, when Sumu was injured and lying on a stretcher being carried away by the others, his body was severely wounded and he desperately needed a healer. In that critical moment, a slender hand appeared placed upon Sumu's stomach and began to heal him. As he groggily opened his eyes, he only saw a beautiful silhouette appearing in his vision. Sumu recognized this person. It was her, the one who used a healing spell in the final moments to pull him back from the brink of death. While Sumu was still drifting in and out of consciousness, her gentle voice echoed. Do you feel any better? You were hurt very badly. My healing spell can't cure you completely. You need to get some good rest. Thank you. Sumu looked up at her. I wanted to say something else, but another voice cut him off. Zhang Yuan, let's go. A group of fiends and demons had launched an attack on Luoshui. They needed reinforcements. She immediately said goodbye to him and left. My teammates are calling for me. I have to go now. May the light of heaven's dawn shine upon you. Take care. She was truly like an angel. Because of that, Sumu had always kept the name Zhang Yuan in his heart. Shaking off the past, he couldn't help but sigh. Yuan Shen, Shang Yuan. How did I not figure that out sooner? I was actually boasting to her earlier. At this moment, Sumu was extremely determined. She had saved his life in the past. He would never forget this debt of gratitude even in death. In this life, he would definitely protect her well, amidst the chaos of the future. The next morning, Sumu logged into the game again, but the surroundings were empty, not a single soul in sight. He wondered to himself, didn't we agree to meet here at this time yesterday? Where did everyone go? Are they all still offline? Thinking this, Sumu opened the chat box to check. He saw a long string of messages from Dark God saying that he had been killed by others. He reflexively frowned. What kind of situation is this? Dark God briefly explained the situation to Sumu. Basically, when their people arrived, over 1,000 players rushed out wanting to use them as cannon fodder. Even after they mentioned his name, they were still killed. Miu frowned after hearing this. Players of the Azure Dragon Guild would usually give him some face unless they were specifically targeting him. Right after that, Dark God gave Sumu a very familiar name, the Madman Guild. Dark God kept crying and reporting to Sumu, wanting him to seek justice for them. Sumu listened and replied, wait for me, I'm heading over there. That Madman War God was weak back in the beginner village. He had truly underestimated that guy. Yesterday I just built up troop morale and today it's already being disrupted. If I don't stab this lot to death, I'll write my name backward. As Sumu was thinking this, Zhang Yuan appeared. She asked suspiciously, Mushin, what happened? He gritted his teeth and explained, our members have been blocked at the respawn point by the Madman Guild. Follow me and let's kill our way back, do you dare? Elsewhere at the starting point of Phoenix Cry Road, Dark God had just sent the news when he was grabbed by someone. The guy dragged him along. Boss, this brat was hiding on the side, tipping off Mushin. We've caught him. Madman War God commanded his men with extreme arrogance. You guys keep torturing this little assassin well. Don't let him die accidentally. Right after that, the Madman group started beating him without mercy. Madman War God became even more smug. If Mushin still doesn't show up, your end will be the same as this guy Dark God. If you guys are willing to post on the World Channel saying Mushin is a dog, I won't hold it against you anymore. At the same time, on a nearby cliff, Zhang Yuan saw this scene and was furious. She said, these people are truly bullying others too much. Let's kill them down there, Sumu replied calmly. That's a given, but we can't act recklessly. We have to kill them until they start doubting their own existence. No sooner had he finished speaking, he bought a decisive battle order. Sumu quickly joined the team. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. Some told him to hurry and avoid the storm, but Miu only told everyone that later they just needed to kill all the enemy's mages. Immediately after, Sumu activated the mountain and river map that Sheila gave him in the quest. Unexpectedly, he directly received the highest reward from the mountain and river map, plus a burn effect that was quite useful. Madman War God had also spotted Sumu. He curled his lips and said, so you actually came. Moshin, long time no see. Hope you're doing well. I thought you'd be like a turtle hiding behind women's skirts and not daring to show your face. Sumu coldly snorted and scolded, The last time you were killed by me until you didn't dare to show your face was you, wasn't it? He heard this and flew into a rage. Today is not like the past. I have become much stronger. I'm even giving you face by calling out to you. Sumu was too lazy to deal with him because at this moment he was focused on someone else. The person standing beside him was Madman War Emperor, a famous warrior from his past life, but him standing with this bunch of rabble was truly out of place. I heard that at this stage you've already reinforced your weapon to +10. At this moment, Madman War God became angry again and scolded, "Not saying a word, are you scared? You're nothing more than this. If you've got the guts, don't you dare go offline. Our debt from the beginner village hasn't been settled yet." Sumu was getting a bit impatient. He coldly snorted, "Enough with the nonsense. Scared I'll go offline, then take this challenge to a duel." With that, he pulled out a flag and planted it right in front of them. The air instantly fell silent. No one could have expected Musu to pull a move like this, even the Berserker War. God was taken aback. He turned to the person behind him and asked, "Has the War Emperor's scouting squad returned?" "What do they say?" he replied calmly. "Besides a few slackers around, there are no other rivals." Hearing this, the Berserker War God immediately agreed, "A 2-hour duel. Very well, it seems. I'll make sure to strip you of all your gear this time. War Emperor, get ready for battle." The Berserker War. God sneered at him. "Are you telling me how to do my job?" the War God replied, looking a bit annoyed. "What is that supposed to mean? Don't tell me that as a vice guild leader you don't even respect a guild leader like me." He couldn't be bothered with him and walked over to Musu saying, "I've already heard about your legendary feats at Novice Village 818. I truly admire you. As for these guys, the War God's opinion isn't mine." With that, the War Emperor drew his sword. "If you say so, I might not get involved in your business, but I have one request. After they're done, I want you to play a death warrant game with me." Hearing this, Zhangwan's face turned pale. Once a death warrant is accepted, the consequences are incredibly severe. He's only level 15. She suspected that other than his level and gear advantage, he must have another trump card. Meanwhile, Musu was also hesitating. He was trying to probe. "How many secrets you're hiding? This isn't an easy person to mess with." But Musu still decided to agree. "War Emperor, I accept your death warrant." The Berserker War. God stood up, pulled the flag from the ground, and wore a smug smile. "I respect you as a tough guy, but I won't go easy on you. Today I'll definitely make you regret ever coming to this world." And just like that, the duel was established between the Berserker Guild and the Wind Valley. In the blink of an eye, the area erupted into a chaotic battlefield. Flames filled the sky and shouts echoed everywhere. Su shouted loudly to remind everyone. All mages and archers set up defenses and counterattack from the rear. The players from Wind Valley immediately created a barrier, a defensive shield to block the Berserker Guild's attack. At the same time, the mages and archers on the Berserker side began their counterattack against the backline of Wind Valley. Furthermore, the warriors, at the front, charged forward together to engage in direct combat. The Berserker War. God took the lead. He rushed in with his axe, shouting aggressively, "Die one hit, and I'll split you in two." Facing reality, the level gap was just too vast. But before the axe could even come down, Musu's figure had vanished. He shouted in shock, "So fast, how dare you everyone attack together, surround him and cut off all his escape routes. Don't let him get out alive." Immediately after, the Berserker War. God's group began to surround Musu, but his attack speed was so fast that they couldn't even touch him. This kept them in a constant state of panic, and they took a lot of damage from him. The mages on the sidelines could only try to heal them, but the Dark God had already led the assassin squad to appear and began assassinating them. Seeing this, the Berserker War. God panicked instantly. He shouted frantically, "Get back and reinforce, protect the mages, kill their assassins." Musu was very pleased with this result. He continued to command, use the assassin's speed advantage to retreat, limit the mage's firepower, move up 50 meters and buff the assassins. The other two mage squads buffed the front line. Seeing his forces falling behind the Berserker War, God roared furiously, "A bunch of losers, I'll do it myself. All warriors follow me back to reinforce." But before they could return, fireballs rained down from the sky, scorching the crowd behind the Berserker War God. He looked at Musu with rage and cursed, "You bastard!" Musu chuckled. "Watching your backline fall into chaos while you can only stand there in a rage. I'm very satisfied. These words only fueled his rage further. He screamed wildly, "Satisfied, I'll satisfy your grandmother, brother, surround him. There are so many of us, let's just swarm him and finish this." The heavenly fire scroll can wait. This situation is better suited for something else. It's the Twin Blade Snowfall skill scroll. Thinking of this, 2 blades, 1 blue, 1 red, appeared in Musu's hands. He smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. The appearance was so sudden that it terrified the crowd. What skill is this? Isn't he a mage? But they had no other choice, and charged forward in unison. Yet the damage they dealt to Musu was like a drop in the ocean, making them scream in anger. Damn it, what the hell is this? A critical hit only did 1 point of damage, Musu smirked. The super defense of the Twin Blade Snowfall. I'll just stand here and let you slash at me. At this moment, the Berserker War God had rushed over with his axe. The moment he reached Musu, he swung the snow blade horizontally. In the blink of an eye, the Berserker War God's body was frozen solid. He couldn't believe it, muttering, How is this possible? Regardless of whether he believed it or not, he ultimately died under Musu's blade. Seeing this, his subordinates immediately wanted to swarm him and explode together. Although each explosion only dealt 1 point of damage with 100 people, it was still significant. Because of that, they kept throwing fireballs at Musu, but their attack speed and his movement speed were worlds apart. In the blink of an eye, Musu appeared right in front of them. Then the dual blades in his hands began unleashing a series of blade light. Many had already died under his blade. Looking at the blades in his hands, Musu muttered contentedly, "The ice and fire properties of the Twin Blade Snowfall. The power is something ordinary people can't withstand. Still, I lost over half my HP. I need to top it up a bit." But before he could heal himself, Zhongwan in the back healed him. Musu glanced at her and said, "Zhongwan, you're injured too." She shook her head and smiled. "I'm fine. I'll top you up first. Protecting our MVP is more important." Musu looked at her, intending to thank her, but the scene in front of him made his expression freeze. The bastard known as the God of War just revived and slashed Zhang Yuan to death, laughing triumphantly. "Didn't expect that, did you? Old man here is back. Right now your blood tree is dead. It's only a matter of time before you're wiped out too. I really overestimated you." Sumu thought his face contorted with rage as he grit his teeth and screamed, "You guys are nothing but trash." His eyes were burning with killing intent, ignoring the flames engulfing him. The God of War kept pushing his team. "You bunch of cowards, move mages and archers, focus all your fire on him." Sumu hesitated. He still had another skill scroll. He had intended to save it for later, but he had no other choice now. Thinking this, Sumu let out a furious roar, his entire body surrounded by crackling bolts of lightning. This was his blazing sunbreaker technique. A giant sword manifested in his hand, and he bellowed, "Die," before slashing down without a hint of hesitation. The ground was torn apart, debris flying everywhere, instantly wiping out the entire Madman Guild. In the blink of an eye, only Sumu's people remained. Outside the game, the War Emperor. Haten was watching everything unfold, unable to hide his shock. What kind of move is that? Is that actually an attack a player can pull off? Is that even possible? Is this guy even a mage? How can he be this terrifying? And what about his life-death order now? Meanwhile, in the real world inside a skyscraper, someone was getting chewed out. A man pointed a finger at another's forehead, scolding him. "Look at this. Look at the mess you've made. Our Madman Club spent so much effort training those 1,000 elites." The man shouting was Shu Yufeng, the boss of the Madman Club. The one being scolded was Li Tieju. His in-game name was Madman God of War. And this argument was all because of his duel with Sumu. Shu Yufeng sighed helplessly. "With our strength, we could have easily developed an A-level or S-level city, but you just had to go and provoke him. Damn it, it's too late to say anything now." Just then, a woman walked in and said, "Boss, Haten over there is still proceeding with the life-death order. You need to make a decision." In the next room, the Madman War Emperor, Hatian, was still in his gaming pod. Inside the game, Sumu looked at him and said, "It's your turn. How do we start this life-death order?" Hatian curled his lip and smiled. "It seems I underestimated your combat power. You're much stronger than I thought. So what now?" Sumu raised an eyebrow. He knew Hatian was obsessed with hidden quests and was a pioneer legend. The rewards from those hidden quests earned him the title of the Lone Ranger. He definitely had an ace up his sleeve. This duel was dangerous, but fortune favors the bold. His level 10 weapon was a massive treasure. At that moment, Haten spoke up. Our club boss wants me to forfeit the duel with you. Hearing this, Sumu wasn't surprised and continued to ask, and what's your choice? He remembered that in his past life, Hetien had zero interest in guild wars or personal rankings. They meant nothing to him. But once his limits were pushed, he would single-handedly wipe out an entire guild to make a name for himself. This guy was stubborn and incredibly hard to deal with. Outside, Yu Feng kept trying to stop. Hetien, I won't let you use the life-death order. Our club has suffered enough losses. But Hetien remained calm. I didn't take a single cent of your money. He clenched his fists, bit his lip, and said, I really want to fight him. I need this battle. The boss was trembling with rage, wanting to yell at Hetien. He started to shout, but swallowed the words back. Hetien was right, and he didn't know how to argue against it. Back in the game, Aten faced Sumu, his expression serious. If you don't use that skill from before, I really want to have a proper fight with you. Sumu didn't back down. He smirked. I'll go all the way with you. As soon as he said that, the flag planted in the ground was pulled, the life-death order was accepted, and the death match officially began. Hetien tightened his grip on his sword and lunged forward. I've wanted to duel you ever since you got that first kill. With those words, he unleashed a shockwave. Powerful skills were flying everywhere. This was Ice Mountain Slash, a move capable of massive physical damage. Sumu frowned instinctively. He's fast 6-point strike. Seeing this scene, the bystanders couldn't help but grit their teeth. That strike is way too strong. The range, the distance, and the destructive power are all way beyond a normal warrior. Is that really Ice Mountain Slash? As soon as he said that, a low voice chimed in. Of course it's Ice Mountain Slash. Amateurs like you don't even know that skills can be enhanced. And Shen heard this and turned back to see Tieju snapping back angrily. Who are you calling an amateur? You talk big, but didn't we just kill you? Zhang Yuan tried to mediate. Forget it. Don't waste time with someone like him. Tieju sneered, trying to act all high and mighty. Don't think I don't know who you are. You switched guilds just to get close to God, Mo. And Shen snapped back. Keep your mouth clean. Tieju scoffed with contempt. Big deal. You should be worrying about your precious God Mu instead. He's going to lose. Tieju's words infuriated the three of them. They warned him to shut his mouth before he finally walked away. Inside the battle, the shockwaves from Hathien's skills are still incredibly powerful. King Tamak's expression turned serious. I didn't expect the guy's skills to be enhanced, and it seems his weapon has an added lightning element attack effect. In a flash, Tamak used Wind Shadow to boost his speed and defense. He dodged the hit and only took peripheral damage, but his health bar had already dropped quite a bit. If he had been at the center of that skill, he would have been wiped out instantly. While Tamak was thinking, Hathien rushed at him again. He hurriedly dodged as the guy's attacks were sharp. They were sharp and executed with great finesse. He must have other tricks up his sleeve, so Tamak realized he needed to put some pressure on him. With that thought, he clenched his fist. The staff in his hand created a brilliant flame that engulfed Hathien's body. This sudden shift caught Hathien off guard, and in an instant those flames gathered into a giant fireball. Hathien bit his lip hard and summoned a defensive shield to tank it. The moment the fireball hit the shield, it suddenly shattered into pieces. It turned into tiny sparks and scattered away, in the blink of an eye. Hathien's shield began to crack, and the damage he took piled up. His health bar kept dropping. By the time the shield was completely destroyed, Hathien immediately leaped into the air. He gripped his sword tightly and slashed down. Sparks of lightning crackled in the air. Boom! Within a radius of 10 meters around the sword, everything was destroyed. Tamak had a hard time dodging it. He never expected that while others could only use greatsword shockwaves on the ground, this guy could use them in the air. A second attack, and he even knew how to use aerial combat maneuvers to avoid the slowdown effect from the burn. It's hard to believe. How come a transmigrator like me doesn't have an overpowered cheat code? Thinking that, he hurriedly used Bone Flower to counter. But before he could even strike, Hathien let out a roar. Ice Mountain Sever. A flash of sword light descended from the sky like lightning. Tamak couldn't dodge and was hit squarely. His health bar plummeted to just a sliver. He bit his lip and cursed under his breath. You've got to be kidding me. But luckily he had activated the tenacity effect. Hathien's critical damage didn't fully connect, otherwise he would have died from that blow. Plus a non-mage skill allowed him to keep fighting. Tamak didn't have a single enhancement skill, while this guy had two. It was truly unfair. As he grumbled, he struck back. An ice bone shard shot toward Hathien, but he shattered it easily. At the same time, Hathien was inwardly shocked both of his lunging skills had been dodged by this kid. His two enhancement skills combined didn't even drain 1,000 of his health points. He'd have to use that move. Thinking of this, he started activating his skill. Suddenly, a blood-red aura appeared around Hathien, instantly enveloping his entire body. This was the Blood Sacrifice Berserker Armor skill, which boosts physical defense and attack. Seeing this, Tamak panicked. This was the God-tier soldier skill that remained top-tier even after level 100. 5 seconds of invulnerability. It really made him wonder if he was also a reincarnated person. Hathien definitely had a cheat code. Just then he spoke in a deep voice. Mokthan. Let's end this. This is where it ends. As soon as he finished, Hathien's figure suddenly vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was right in front of Tamak and slashed down without hesitation. Tamak's entire body was sent flying. He bit his lip hard, thinking, does he really have to be this strong? Just as he used Holy Light to recover health, he was almost finished off. You lose, Hathien said coldly, then rushed toward Tamak to deliver the final strike. Seeing this, Jiang Uyan's group was terrified and wanted to rush in to save him, but they were blocked by Thiet Tru. Stand still or I won't be so polite right after. He happily shouted, War Emperor, kill him, avenge our Kyongnan guild. At this moment, Hathien's sword had pierced into Tamak's body. Boom! His body slammed into the cliff behind him and dust filled the air everywhere. Seeing this, the Kyongnan guild crowd was instantly ecstatic, cheering non-stop, War Emperor is invincible, War Emperor is mighty. The Kyongnan guild is the strongest. On the contrary, the Fangthan-Kok people became devastated. Jiang Uyan cried out in pain, Mokthan is dead. At this moment, Thiet Tru spoke up, feeling extremely triumphant. I'll give you two choices. Hand over all the gear on your bodies. From today on, every time our Kyongnan guild runs into you, we'll kill you on sight. As soon as he finished, one guy laughed lewdly and added, but if this beauty can keep our guild, leader company for a night, we might let you off. Thiet Tru laughed happily at this, hearing these scumbag words. Amthan was furious and shouted, You son of a ba! I was about to rush forward, but just then a strange event occurred. A sword flew down from the sky and pierced straight through Thiet Tru. It drained his health on the spot. While Thiet Tru was confused about what was happening, a grim voice echoed from the smoke. What did you say just now? Hearing this voice, his expression turned hideous, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Thiet Tru stammered, This voice! How is it possible? Could it be that Tamak hasn't been defeated yet? Just as he feared, this person who arrived was indeed Tamak. He glared at Thiet Tru and cursed, You piece of trash! The situation turned again, and the Kyongnan guild members fell into a panic. On the other hand, the people from Fangthan-Kok were overjoyed. The winner of the life and death order was Tamak. The Kyongnan members were so scared they started logging out in droves, running like rats. At the same time, after the initial joy, Jiang Uyan returned to her calm state. She was a bit confused. Just now it was clearly, Tamak was already bleeding, yet he still won. How on earth did he pull that off? Meanwhile, at the respawn point, Hathien has been brought back to life. He stares blankly at the sky. Then he lets out a sigh. I actually lost, huh? Let's rewind 5 minutes back to when the air was thick with smoke and dust. Hathien thrust his blade into Tamak's body. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, it's finally over. But his relief didn't last long. His expression instantly froze. Wait, what? Hathien realized the thing in front of him was just a decoy. As he stood there, stunned, Tamak's voice echoed from behind. Dodging your killing blow was actually pretty dangerous, you know. Hathien turned around in shock. Since when did your real body get behind me? Tamak replied calmly. In the last half-second before your sword landed. Immediately after, he used ice chains to bind him, causing Hathien to panic and shout, My current blood defense can't withstand this technique. Unfortunately for him, Hathien's efforts were in vain. Tamak's flames struck, killing him on the spot. Back in reality, Hathien struggled to sit up and let out a helpless sigh. 10 pieces of equipment destroyed, hundreds of thousands of experience points lost. Well, at least, my skills and potential points are still there. Muthan is truly too powerful. Just then, his sword suddenly appeared at the respawn point, flying from out of nowhere and slamming into the ground. As Hathien looked on in confusion, Tamak appeared and said seriously, "From this moment on, the ManhwaCapped Guild and the Kwangnan Guild are sworn enemies." Hathian glanced at him and replied indifferently, "The winner takes all, the loser is a criminal. If you want to kill me, do it." Spoken like a man. Tamak curled his lip into a smirk. Then a fireball appeared in his hand, and without a second of hesitation he threw it. But his target wasn't Hathian. It was Thietru, who had just respawned. Thietru never expected Tamak to be there, and no sooner had he respawned than he was killed, cursing in fury. "Damn you, Muthan," Hathian also asked suspiciously. "What do you mean by this? Why not kill me?" Tamak laughed calmly. "Gold is easy to find, but a true peer is hard to come by. From our duel just now, I felt that you're different from the rest of them. I don't want to hold a grudge against you because of the Kwangnan Guild." With that, Tamak returned his equipment to him. I exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? You're giving it to me?" Tamak shrugged. "If you don't want it, I'll just delete it." He hurried to shout, "Don't!" And just like that, the two finished their transaction. Once everything was done, Tamak turned and walked away. Before leaving, he waved and said with a smile, "I hope we can face each other again someday, but not as enemies." When Tamak returned to his guild, Amthan asked skeptically, "Why return his equipment? You don't even have a set for yourself. Why throw it away?" Tamak answered calmly, "I plan to form a fixed 5-man team." Just that. In truth, Tamak had other thoughts in mind that he didn't voice. Amthan didn't know that and kept gushing, "That's great, boss. I want to be in a fixed team with you too." Tamak nodded slightly. In a fixed team, an assassin is indispensable. Fearing Tamak would leave him behind, Amthan hurriedly grabbed his leg and pleaded. Tamak spoke up, feeling helpless. All right. That's for a normal team, but we aren't normal. So of course we need you to be our assassin." After that, Tamak received a friend request from Hathian. He naturally accepted. "The name fits you better now, doesn't it?" Afterward, the two started a private chat. Roughly speaking, Hathian thanked him for returning his gear and told him he had left the Kwangnan Guild, promising that if they met again tomorrow, he would defeat him. Tamak also told Hathian that tomorrow he would be leading a team into a hidden dungeon. Hearing this, a look of disbelief crossed Hathian's eyes. Outside in the real world, at the Kwangnan Club, Hathian had just stepped out of his gaming pod when he was constantly nagged by Hu Fong. He complained endlessly about him leaving the guild. Hathian sighed in frustration. "You're so annoying. I have more important things to do right now." The matter Hathian needed to deal with involved the hidden dungeon Tamak had mentioned. He had asked Tamak about it and suggested that he bring him along, but Tamak set a condition: he had to join ManhwaCapped. This put Hathian in a tough spot. If he joined ManhwaCapped now, how would he make a living in the game later? But whatever. I didn't want to ruin his lifelong reputation for a single hidden quest. While he was still pondering, Tamak sent a message. First, setting the time to meet at 10 in the morning tomorrow. Second, asking him to pass a message to Kwangnan Chinthan he would keep crushing the Kwangnan Guild until they disbanded. So in the end, Hathian agreed to join forces with Tamak. He wasn't too surprised. The guy was just as he remembered from his past life, but if he wanted to join the Function Guild, he would have to follow his commands, seeing his requirements. Hathian immediately flared up. "I am a god of slaughter and a war emperor. I won't call you that, at least not out loud." In the end, he still agreed. Tamak had successfully recruited a powerhouse into his guild. In the real world at Mount Kunlun, a group of people stood before a cave. They seemed to have discovered something there. Mount Kunlun, the #1 sacred mountain of the Ha Kingdom. After sacrificing an entire squad at a heavy price, the research team finally made a major new discovery. Inside the Kunlun entrance, they found a statue of an ice phoenix. No one knew how it had formed. How long had it been there? And to be pierced through by a long sword like that, it completely shattered all their perceptions. An old man looked at the man beside him and asked, "Thien Duong is your wife, all right?" Thien Duong shook his head slightly and replied, "She's fine, just a bit worn out. She'll be back to normal in a few days." Uncle Tan brought up their son. Thien Duong mentioned that his son just liked to play around. Uncle Tan could only sigh and advise him, "Don't say that. He's been world famous since he debuted. A lot of people have made a fortune thanks to him, but regardless, we have to go and explore." They had to get moving. On the other side, in the game world at the Phoenix Cry Path, Tamak led the group of players toward the area of the snow foxes. He spoke slowly. "This cliff is also the boundary of the first stage. Everyone move forward." Amthan exclaimed in awe, "This icy cliff is truly magnificent." Zhang Huiyan nodded in agreement. Beneath that cliff, the blizzard temperature was over -100 degrees Celsius. In just a few seconds, it could freeze any living creature solid. Just then, a cry for help rang out from afar, startling everyone. Amthan muttered in surprise, "What sound is that? Who is crying for help?" When he looked over, he saw someone buried under the snow, constantly calling for help. Amthan didn't hesitate to wonder, "Boss, is this a hidden quest trigger?" Before Tamak could even answer, Amthan had already run toward the person. He happily shouted, "It's an NPC, I'm going to pull him out and trigger the hidden quest." But Tamak didn't think it was a hidden quest. He hurriedly warned, "Don't be a fool, that's not an NPC, don't get any closer." Unfortunately, it was too late. Amthan had already reached the person. In an instant, the person's face suddenly shifted, turning a terrifying shade of purple. From their mouth emerged a disgusting thorn-covered tentacle. Amthan trembled in fear. What on earth is this thing? Fortunately, Tamak had used his clone in time to block the attack for him. Watching the clone get dragged away by the tentacle, Amthan said gratefully, "That's such a terrifying thing. If that thing had bitten me, I would have died instantly." "Thank you, boss." Soon the monster burrowed back into the ground. Amthan fearfully asked, "Boss, what kind of monster is that? Isn't this area supposed to be the territory of the phantom snow foxes?" Satsao Shinan couldn't help but chime in, "Our team has never encountered a monster like this before." Tamak explained slowly, "It's definitely a real player who was captured by the monster and used as bait to lure others." While Tamak was contemplating what kind of monster it was, Amthan suddenly shouted, "Boss, look, that pile of snow is moving. It can't be that monster again, right?" In the blink of an eye, a pack of snow foxes emerged from the snow, their eyes glowing a menacing red. Tamak immediately calmed them. "Don't panic, hold the formation." Someone panicked and asked, "There are so many of them, guild leader. What do we do? How should we fight them?" Tamak replied calmly, "The phantom snow foxes always jump back and forth once before attacking. We just need to rely on this fixed pattern to predict and strike. If it jumps to the right, attack the left. If it jumps to the left, attack the right." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a fireball at a phantom snow fox. With a boom, the snow fox exploded and was consumed by flames. Seeing this, Satsao Chinyan shouted, "Warriors defend the perimeter, mages stay in the middle and attack through the gaps as the guild leader directs." In an instant, they formed a formation. The snow foxes were hit by their fire and ice attacks. At that moment, Tamak immediately ordered, "Don't just stand there. Keep moving toward the bridge while fighting. Once we cross this bridge, we'll enter the second stage of the Phoenix Cry path and activate the next spawn point." Following his orders, they formed a circle and slowly crossed the bridge. Tamak continued to command, "Archers and mages first cross over to the other side to provide cover. Then, assassins and mages, and finally the warriors." They quickly crossed the bridge. Some were too scared to cross, but others hurried over. On this side, Tamak was still directing the group fighting the phantom snow foxes. A moment later, he ordered, "Almost done. Everyone go, I'll cover the rear." Satsao Chinyan quickly acknowledged the order. "Boss, see you on the other side." As soon as he said that, he led the others across the bridge. Tamak having just killed a phantom, Snow Fox glanced at them and couldn't help but think, "These guys don't deal much damage, but their reaction speed is decent." However, at that moment, an arm suddenly reached up from beneath the snow ahead. Tamak's expression immediately darkened. This isn't good. He looked toward the bridge and yelled, "There are still people on the bridge who haven't crossed yet. It's trying to attack the suspension bridge. Careful, everyone, that purple monster just emerged from the snow and its tentacles are wrapping around the ice pillar." Momu is instantly panicked. "Oh no, it's that monster from before. It's using the ice pillar to destroy the bridge." Just as you thought, that purple monster hurled the ice pillar toward the bridge, and those who hadn't managed to cross yet were knocked down below as the bridge snapped. Momu on this side is staggering from the tremors. He scrambles to grab the vines on the bridge to keep his balance. The people on the other side of the cliff are worried about him. He steps onto the remaining intact rope heading toward the cliff, thinking to himself, "What on earth is this monster? It's such a pain. I can't keep tangled up with it. I have to get across this bridge fast." On the other side, Amthan shouts in a panic, "Boss, watch out behind you!" But just as he nears the cliff, the monster throws another ice pillar at the bridge. Momu is instantly alarmed. How is there still another one? This monster's attacks are absolutely relentless. Is it dead set on keeping me here? Momu quickly leaps into the air, skillfully dodging the ice pillar. Then he flicks a fireball towards the monster and says coldly, If that's how it's going to be, I'm not just going to sit here and take it. Boom. A massive earth-shaking explosion erupts, but at the same time, Momu is sent flying by the monster's ice pillar. He falls backward before he can even be buried by the flames. Seeing this, the group on this side is terrified. Amthan cries out in a panic, "Boss, don't fall down there, it's too dangerous." Luckily, before falling into the river, the staff in Momu's hand latched onto a vine on the bridge, successfully pulling him back. He glances at everyone on the cliff to reassure them, "I'm okay." "It's too dangerous." He bites his lip. Momu curses in frustration. "Damn it, I never expected to be put in such a defensive position." Over on the other side, Amthan is frantically trying to order everyone to figure out how to pull the boss up. But they shake their heads and reply, "But to be honest, our attack range isn't enough and that monster is already rushing toward that spot." Momo is currently dangling in midair, thinking to himself that he must find a way to reach the opposite bank quickly. But at that moment, the monster closes in on him. Its grotesque appearance fills him with horror. Is this the creature's full form? This is the flesh of the evil spirit, a piece of meat fallen from the highest evil spirit. It survives by constantly parasitizing humans. If it touches your skin, you will rot away at a terrifying speed. Momu's expression turns grim. It's exactly like the mutated fusion form from the temple. These undigested arms must be the players who perished in the snow. They didn't even have a chance to respawn. This is truly beyond Momu's comprehension. I can't let it reach the other side. If I do, everyone will die. I have to pin it down. Thinking this, he glances at the people on the cliff and yells, "Quick, cut the rope! You absolutely cannot let it cross." Hearing this, Jang Uyen is instantly panicked. "Cut the rope." "What?" Sat Chinan. On this side shakes his head in refusal. "No way. If we do that, the guild leader will fall too. I won't do it. Without the guild leader, we can't cross the bridge successfully." By now, the monster has gotten very close to Momu. He becomes even more desperate. He presses his lips together and speaks up, "Since you all refuse to act, I'll have to do it myself." Right after that, a fireball appears in his hand. Momu doesn't hesitate and shoots it toward the rope. It quickly snaps in two. He and the monster are left dangling in midair. Seeing this, the group on the cliff is instantly panicked. They cry out in worry, "The guild leader is down in the river." Momu tries to hold on to the rope, but the water is so cold that his fingers have quickly frozen stiff. Even letting go of the rope has become difficult. Now Momu has become the monster's next meal. On the bank, Jiang Uyen's group cries incessantly heartbroken that Momu has fallen off the cliff. Meanwhile, down below, Momu is fighting the cold and the monster. "The water is too cold. My whole body is frozen solid. I can't even move a single finger. But I'd rather freeze to death than be eaten by a monster." Mama glares at the creature in front of him. He doesn't want to die like that. That would be way too embarrassing. Forget it, staying alive is what matters. But at this very moment, the riverbed suddenly shakes violently. Momu can't help but panic. Why is there suddenly such a strong gust of wind blowing up from beneath the cliff? While he is wondering what's happening, a creature suddenly surges up from deep within the river. When they look closely, they see a phoenix. The system rings out at this moment. "Welcome to the edge of the Kunlun Mountains. Legend says only the luckiest warriors hear the cry of the phoenix." Everyone who hears this is stunned. Is this truly the legendary phoenix? It's hard to put into words. At the same time, down below, Momu has also caught a glimpse of that phoenix. He narrows his eyes in thought. An ice phoenix. I can't believe I'm witnessing such a rare phenomenon. But at this moment, Momu also notices that the monster in front of him has gone still. A light is emanating from its forehead. In my past life, something like this existed. Could it be? The legendary ice phoenix spirit crystal. In my past life, this crystal was obtained by an ice mage. Later, that scum defected to the enemy nation. It turns out the image of the phoenix appeared to seal the evil corpse, and it saved my life. Thinking of this, Momu hesitates a little. Should he take that crystal? If I take it now, then the monster will come back to life in the blink of an eye, and you'll just get swallowed again, but you didn't want to miss your chance. You wrapped your legs around the rope and leaned back. You grabbed the crystal on the monster's forehead, immediately sealing the evil power. The foul magic was dispelled the moment you snatched it. Temu instantly threw a fireball at it. He successfully pushed it away, but just when he thought he'd succeeded, a mutation occurred. The monster was completely unfazed, using its tentacles to grip the rope tight. Temu's expression turned grim. Oh no, it's climbing back up. It's way too fast. Up on the cliff. Chongwan spoke up. Mushin's health bar is still there. He's still alive. Sha Liu Shirin nodded, suggesting, maybe we should all pull him up and see. Right, let's do it together. Pull the boss up. Amshin immediately agreed, rushing over to help pull the rope. Sure enough, not long after they hauled Tamu up, they were overjoyed. The guild leader is actually still alive. Tamu looked up at them and shouted, "Everyone get ready, archers aim at me and fire!" The moment he finished, the group on the cliff began firing their bows. Flames and ice arrows rained down into the riverbed. The monster kept taking hits and couldn't chase Tamu anymore. Taking this chance, Amshin reached out and pulled Tamu up. Amshin said happily, "Boss, you're alive, that's great." Chongwan, standing nearby, urged them, "Quick, cut the rope." Sha Liu Chiren nodded immediately. He walked over with a blade and severed the remaining rope. With nothing left to support it, the monster plummeted down, but before long it jumped back into the air. Seeing this, the players panicked. It's not dead yet, and it's jumping up here. This SSS rank city lord level is way too hard. At that moment, Tamu summoned his clones to attack the monster simultaneously. Other mages and archers quickly joined the assault. Under the fierce onslaught from Tamu and his team, the monster finally fell off the cliff. After taking it down, Amshin asked curiously, "What was that just now?" Tamu slowly explained, "According to the system, it was a piece of rotten flesh, from the shadow of an ancient evil." Fearing they would worry, he quickly reassured them, "Don't overthink it. The shadows of evil exist in many places. It's just a special event. Regardless, we survived. Let's keep moving." At the same time, in the real world at Mount Kunlun, the group of archaeologists was still outside the cave, having set up tents to rest while waiting for the rescue team. They were facing a difficult problem. Uncle Tan's leg was latched onto by ancient centipedes. Tianyang said in frustration, "How could something like this be inside the cave?" Uncle Tan pursed his lips. "These ancient centipedes are supposed to be extinct. Why are they appearing in this mountain cave?" Tianyang looked up at the group, try to find a way to deal with them. Someone replied quietly, "I've checked, they're afraid of fire and sulfur." He cried out in panic, "We're in a place covered in snow, where are we supposed to find sulfur?" While everyone was panicking, Uncle Tan suddenly suggested, "Yangzi, burn my leg." As soon as he said that, Tianyang's group was horrified. But there was no other choice. They poured a liquid onto the centipede clinging to Uncle Tan. It made a piercing, screeching sound. Then someone grabbed a lighter but hesitated and couldn't bring themselves to strike it. Seeing this, Uncle Tan urged them, "Light it if you don't. This leg of mine is done for. Burn this monster to death. I might still have a chance to live." The man looked at Tianyang. Tianyang furrowed his brow, thinking for a long time without a word, but they were too slow. Uncle Tan urged him directly again. Tianyang sighed helplessly. "All right, Uncle Tan, I'm sorry." He then began to burn the centipedes. The searing heat burning his skin made Uncle Tan scream in agony. The centipede on his leg couldn't stand it either. It jumped off his leg and lunged in another direction. The person nearby screamed in fear, "It's rushing toward me." Tianyang stayed calm. He took out a knife, sliced his own hand, pursed his lips, and said, "Over here, you beast." The other person saw this and warned him, "Brother Yang, be careful." Tianyang waited until the centipede approached him, then took a copper basin and trapped it underneath. Tianyang quickly covered the lid, successfully trapping it inside. Only then did the other man breathe a sigh of relief. "We finally caught this damn thing." I thought for a moment before speaking. "We might have touched something we shouldn't have. The Kunlun mountain range has so many legends and myths in history. I never expected to encounter a creature from 300 million years ago." Saying this, Tianyang sighed helplessly. "Actually, besides that ancient insect, I saw something else too, and I'm not even sure if that thing was alive or dead." These words terrified the others. After saying that, they quickly headed outside. Only then did they notice something was wrong. Someone gasped in shock. The position of this ice sculpture. Wasn't it facing west before? Did this ice sculpture move at the same time? Inside the game at Phoenix Bright Road, Tamu led his group through the snowy mountains. He said slowly, "Up ahead is the second section of Phoenix Bright Road. Everyone, let's rest here for a bit." But before they could even rest, Tamu suddenly reached out and picked a flower from the snowy ground, then said slowly, "However, there is a task. When you're free to explore, remember to look for this type of flower around here." He reminded them, Whether you find a few or many, collect them all. Before logging out, report the number of small white flowers you found to Changwan. Gather here tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Everyone quickly ran off to rest. Changwan looked at him and pouted. Looks like my beauty sleep is ruined. Tamu smiled faintly and replied, Beauty sleep really? That's right. Give me your WeChat account. I want to add you. Changwan asked with a hint of surprise, aren't you a hidden high-level player who is constantly being hunted by various factions? What if my real-life identity gets exposed? Sumu smiled involuntarily and replied calmly, because I trust you. Changwan's eyes widened in shock and then her face flushed red. She said in a low voice, Thank you, Master. By nightfall in the real world, a match was taking place at a square in Tianqing City. A large crowd surrounded the area whispering and discussing among themselves. Suma was also in the crowd eating ice cream while offering commentary. This fighter is too weak. The girl beside him immediately asked in surprise, Hey brother, do you really think the archer will win? He nodded slightly. The girl panicked. On the screen, the fighter was continuously slashing toward the archer, but the girl had used Shadow Step to dodge. This move stunned the onlookers. Immediately after, she fired an arrow into the air, and in the blink of an eye, a rain of arrows appeared in the sky, encircling the fighter. It drained his health bar to the bottom. The archer really won. The girl looked at Sumu and exclaimed, How did you know she would win? Sumu slowly explained. Her cooldown management is excellent, and she understands the fighter class very well. Even without a class change, she was guaranteed to win. The winner is Yuime level 15 from the World of Regret Guild. The next match is between her and Xiaoju Tutu. A moment later, Yuime stepped out, looked toward the other girl, and spoke up. It's your turn, Jutu. Jutu panicked and said, I'm only level 12. Yuime sneered and scolded, If you spent more time leveling up, would you be in this state? Yuxmai continued coldly, If you don't dare to fight, then just admit you're a loser. Jutu wouldn't stand for it and denied it. I have made contributions. Yuxmai curled her lips in contempt. Contributions doing what, playing a hostess. She even glared at Sumu, insulting him. You're just a country bumpkin. It made him choke on the ice cream in his mouth. Yukmei walked down, stood directly in front of Jutu, and said coldly, World of Regret doesn't harbor trash. Either you fight me, or you forfeit right now, publicly admit you're a loser, and leave World of Regret. The people below were clearly just there to watch the drama, cheering and egging them on. Jutu, on the other hand, wouldn't back down and shouted, Mages aren't trash, neither am I. Even if I can't beat you, I'd rather lose with dignity. Then bring it on, Yuame scoffed. Jutu suddenly panicked and whispered, I think I talked too big. Master, you're so professional. Could you teach me how to fight? I'll buy you a late-night snack. Sumu sighed helplessly. Where did that spirit from earlier go? You're level 12 fighting a level 15 who has already changed classes. You're just unlucky. What kind of late-night snack? I thought that, but he ultimately agreed. A short while later in the game, Jutu quickly logged in. Her ID was Xiaoju22. Once Sumu saw her stats, he started complaining. You're a mage. Why are you putting potential points into health and defense? You're only level 12 and your magic damage is barely 200. That's not enough. Sumu stood outside, Jutu's gaming pod, to guide her through the match. At the same time, in another room, someone watching the battle chuckled. Mama really doesn't know how to yield. The person next to him couldn't help but ask, You care about Jutu that much? Isn't Mama going to be jealous? Tanlong raised an eyebrow, smugly replying, I've long been tired of Liu Mama. The other person couldn't help but scold him, You really are a scumbag. The fact that you appointed Jutu as vice guild leader? That's going to be tough. On the other side, during the battle between Mama and Jutu, Mama fired an arrow forward, causing Jutu's health to drop continuously. Seeing this, Suma was immediately alarmed. What are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and use Wind Shadow to dodge, you dummy. Jutu explained somewhat innocently, I was waiting for Master's guidance. Just then, Mama fired another arrow. Before it hit Jutu, it split into two, making Jutu scream in fear. I can't dodge all these attacks. Sumu whispered from the side. Activate your light shield to reduce the damage. Jutu listened and activated a shield to absorb the damage, but she couldn't hold it for long. Jutu trembled and cried out, I'm out of stamina. Sure enough, the next moment, Jutu's shield shattered. At this point, Mama suddenly spoke up. Your positioning and prediction have improved, but it's all useless. Let me see if you can dodge this arrow. Afterward, Mama unleashed a flurry of other arrows. Jutu panicked, Master, what should I do now? Sumu didn't answer. He was thinking about what Mama had just said. Chu-Tu, without his guidance, didn't know what to do and could only take the damage. A moment later, Sumu finally prompted her, "Prepare great fireball, dragon-flying arrow is..." Almost at the end of its cooldown. Right after that, he started counting down, and after 3 seconds, he commanded, "Cast it." Instantly, Chu-Tu launched a fireball. Seeing this, the crowd outside was stunned. How is her reaction time that fast impressive? She used the opponent's skill gap to strike first, leaving her opponent with no chance to counter. Mama truly couldn't react in time. She was hit by the flames. However, Mama quickly regained her composure and sneered. "Nice one, Chu-Tu, but this arrow? There's no way you can block it." Just as she finished speaking, Mama drew her bow, which was crackling with lightning. Seeing this, the people outside couldn't help but be shocked. That's an archer's purple tier skill Thunderbolt arrow. No matter how good a level 12 mage's technique is, there's no way to beat that. Tamak also knew about this skill, slowly reminding her that if every one of these hits landed as a critical blow, she wouldn't be able to handle it. 9-4 didn't seem too worried, calmly saying, "It's fine, landing hits like this actually feels exhilarating. It feels amazing." But Tamak wasn't satisfied yet. "I'm not doing the extreme maneuvers, so it depends on you." Ice ground spike 45-degree angle downward. 9-4 immediately listened, creating ice shards surrounding herself. Instantly, Mat couldn't lock onto her target. Her arrows were just left hanging in midair. At the same time, Tamak reminded 9-4 from the side to move half a meter to the right. Seeing this scene, the crowd outside was quite bewildered. Even the mages couldn't have imagined that ice ground spike could also be used to block line of sight. At this moment, Mat's expression was looking a bit sour. She didn't expect 9-4 to be this cunning. "Since when did you become so smart? Or is it because of that guy standing next to you?" Thinking of this, Mat immediately scoffed in disdain. "So 9-4 wants to rely on a man to beat me? How pathetic, not knowing your own limits." Tamak didn't even care about her. He continued to remind her, "The challenge is coming. The moment the ice ground spike vanishes, stand in front of Mat and use flash fire winged light. You have to be faster than her right now." 9-4 followed his lead and unleashed the attack. Mat's vision was completely obscured by the light, and the tide of the battle turned. The spectators outside were once again stunned. They couldn't stop whispering, "I'm shocked all over again. How many more surprises does this little mage have in store for us?" Right at this moment, Mat's bow was still held in her hand. Tamak continued to instruct, "Your magic attack output is too low. Seize this opportunity to deal damage." "Understood, Great Master." 9-4 replied immediately, then relentlessly unleashed a barrage of fire at Mat. This made Mat furious. She bit her lip hard. If she used her shadow shield to dodge at this damn moment, all the energy she charged for her thunderbolt would be wasted. Meanwhile, Tamak continued to remind her, "The blind effect is over. Your skill activation rate is too low. With this current health percentage, you're still in serious danger. Try your luck, you dummy." Sure enough, right after that, Mat regained her sight and immediately shouted, "I see you now. Die, you little wretch." As soon as she finished speaking, the thunderbolt shot straight towards 9-4. Tamak calmly said, Mat no longer has the spiritual power to launch another attack. Use fireball. Don't stop until she goes down." 9-4 nodded immediately and launched fireballs. The spectators outside kept praising the match. "This was worth staying up for. This battle is really interesting." But unfortunately, the gap in skill level was still too large. Just when they thought 9-4 was going to lose, she suddenly activated Meteor Shower. Fireballs fell like rain, causing Mat's health to drop continuously. But at the same time, 9-4 was also hit by one of her arrows, her health bar hitting 0. Mat smiled triumphantly. "In the end, I'm the winner. What a pity you almost made me look bad." The crowd around them was also touched by 9-4's tenacity. But then a surprise occurred. Another meteor shower appeared in the sky. Mat screamed in horror. How could she activate the meteor strike twice in a row? Watching the flames continuously falling in front of her, she gritted her teeth. "You bastard!" Boom! A series of explosions erupted. The match ended just like that. Both had run out of health, but a winner couldn't be determined. The crowd outside cheered immediately. Even if the result was a draw, it was a great and unexpected match. However, at this moment, someone realized something was wrong. That person shouted, "Look quickly, the match isn't over yet. Little 9-4 is still there." They looked at the screen. 9-4's Windfire triple combo gear had triggered a life-saving effect, retaining 1 point of health. Therefore, the winner this time was actually her. Up until this moment, Mat still couldn't accept it. She actually lost to that Deadwood. It's impossible. On the contrary, 9-4 was extremely happy. Hurrah, we won! We actually won! I did it, great master! But when she looked back, she couldn't find Tamak, only seeing the message he left behind. Congratulations! Luck is also a form of strength. Let's grab a late-night snack next time. The next morning, Tamak woke up and tried to contact his parents but couldn't get through. He guessed the two of them were working at some excavation site, but he was used to it, so it was fine. At this moment, Tamak noticed a message sent by Jang Uyen, and he couldn't help but sigh. It seems she must have worked very late last night. A while later, Tamak logged into the game. He glanced at Jang Uyen and ordered, "Distribute white flowers to everyone. Divide the team members into 10 squads, each person receives 150 flowers. Jang Uyen nodded slightly, accepted the order, and finished the task. He then went to check the ice crystal stone he had received previously. These legendary items are truly treasures. Having it, the damage of the flower dance has been enhanced. Immediately after, he conveniently appointed Amthan and Jang Uyen as vice guild leaders. Amthan cheered happily. Tamak felt a bit helpless. A good member who dares to spend money on the guild is a good vice leader. Right at this moment, at the entrance to the Ming Road, a figure slowly approached. That person was Hathian. The moment the crowd saw him, they were immediately confused, but right after that person is Hathian. The moment they saw him, the group immediately panicked, but then the others looked at the new member announcement even more confused. Hathian didn't pay them any mind, walking straight up to Tamak. He greeted him cheerfully. "Welcome to the team." Hathian nodded slightly in response. "Thanks." They both understood the unspoken tension. Hathian wanted the hidden information that Tamak possessed, but Tamak was also very firm. Now that they were on his boat, there was no turning back. He scanned the group and spoke up. "Everyone's here. Let's head out to the hidden Snowy Forest Altar dungeon." As they walked, Tamak warned, "The Snowy Forest Altar is a dangerous hidden dungeon. A friend of mine accidentally triggered a mechanism and got pulled in, leading to a total party wipe. So you all need to stay sharp and be careful." Jiang Uyen frowned upon hearing this. A friend? Could it be that the advanced intel he had stuff even the company didn't know came from this friend? A while later on the road, they encountered a strange person. Amthan walked up and patted the man's shoulder, asking, "Old man, what are you looking at?" But the moment he touched him, the man suddenly crumbled apart. His own HP started dropping rapidly. He cried out in shock, "What's going on? What is this? What do I do? I'm about to die." Thankfully, Tamak had stuffed a flower into Amthan's mouth just in time, allowing him to narrowly escape death. Tamak then looked at the others and reminded them, "The rewards for hidden dungeons are generous, but they come with lethal dangers. Don't touch anything weird, or don't blame me for not saving you." Everyone nodded immediately, and they continued on their way. Although they encountered many statues like the one before, they didn't dare touch them. Hathian, walking in the back, couldn't help but think to himself, "There's almost no data on the Snowy Forest Altar right now. Tamak is definitely not simple." Amthan still hadn't shaken off his fright. He asked suspiciously, "Boss, what exactly were those things?" Tamak explained slowly, "People whose souls and flesh were stolen. You could also call them shells." Just then, from the other side, a piercing scream rang out. Someone had bumped into that stone wall. Tamak glanced at Jang Uyen and ordered, "Take care of him." Jang Uyen nodded slightly. "Got it." As soon as she finished speaking, she used her soulbind skill to restrain the person. Then Tamak ordered them to feed him a white flower. Amthan approached him and asked, "What's with the crazy outburst? Are you poisoned?" "Just now The man, after regaining his composure, replied, "I saw that thing move." As soon as he said that, Tamak explained, "That was an illusion. Everyone keep a white flower in your mouth. If you encounter anything abnormal, swallow that flower first, then determine if it's an illusion or not." Even though the white flower was a bit bitter, they had no choice but to listen and hold it in their mouths. A while later, they arrived at a vast open square. What shocked them even more was, the place was packed with people as thick as ants. Tamak thought for a moment and ordered, "Let's move up. Remember, don't crush the white flower." Amthan was a bit panicked and speechless, but Hathian found it rather interesting. Soon after, their group slowly walked past the statues kneeling on the ground. A numbing sensation quickly washed over them, making them tremble. Just then, a gust of wind blew through, obscuring their vision. The surrounding walls also began to crack and shatter. They quickly covered their eyes to avoid being hit by the flying debris. Amthan panicked, shouting, "These are pieces of the people who shattered. Stay away from me, this is disgusting." In the blink of an eye, the altar before them was covered in fragments. A moment later, a figure appeared in midair and a low voice echoed out, "It has been a long time since someone alive has come here. You carry the scent of the purifying flower on you." The figure curled his lips into a smile and said, "Since you have successfully made it here, then come in and take a look. This place has been desolate for a very long time." Very quickly the mission was issued. Tamak immediately shouted, "Everyone accept the mission and enter the altar." Following his instructions, everyone began to step into the altar. Circling around the figure that had just appeared suddenly, a green light shone forth. Zhang Uyan saw something and cried out in shock, "Quick, look, those hollow corpses!" Hearing her voice, everyone turned back to look only to see those statues charging toward them. The situation was so sudden that they scrambled back in fear. Their numbers were too overwhelming. They stood no chance in a fight. While they were in a panic, the altar suddenly collapsed, creating a massive pit. Many of the statues fell from above. The altar plummeted at high speed, and before long they appeared underground. Just then the system prompt rang out again, "Welcome to the Snowy Forest altar. The origin of this altar cannot be traced, but it once had another name, the birthplace of the demon god." Tamak listened silently to the system's voice. Then he quickly ordered, "Warriors in the front, mages in the back, other classes in the middle. Watch out and support each other." Very quickly they formed a neat formation. Tamak led the way. The gloomy atmosphere of this place made Amthan shiver involuntarily. He trembled as he spoke. "Boss, why do I feel like I've walked into a research facility? Biology. Could it be that there are companies in heavenly beginning, too?" Amidst the danger, Jiang Uyan said seriously, "The only thing for sure right now is that those hollow corpses were once human, and they are the failed products. If there are failed products coming out of this place, then there must be a successful one among us." While they were talking, Tamak signaled for them to be quiet. It seemed something had appeared in the shadows ahead. They held their breath and waited. Before long, they saw an arm slowly reach out, a set of sharp claws and hands covered in disgusting, festering sores. This was a level 18 elite monster, called the Bone-Picking Hand. Tamak spoke up immediately, "This gate can only be passed by being resurrected. Everyone must be careful right after that. Since there are failed experiments, there must be successful ones." While they were talking, Tamak signaled for them to be quiet. It seemed like something was emerging from the shadow in front of them. They held their breath and waited. Before long, a hand slowly reached out, covered in sharp claws and revolting, festering sores. It was an elite monster level 18. "It's called a bone grinder." Tamak spoke up immediately. "We can only respawn after clearing this level." "Everyone be careful," he added right after. "They've started attacking that monster." A barrage of fireballs and ice arrows were unleashed, dealing massive damage. In the blink of an eye, its health bar was almost depleted. Tamak, walking slowly toward the monster lying on the ground. Hathian also approached, drew his sword and slashed down, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. It was simple yet. Tamak just smirked in response. "Don't be so sure," Tamak replied. The moment he finished, the monster, which had just been sliced in two, quickly regenerated and its health bar immediately refilled. Tamak shouted urgently, "Did everyone see the longer spikes? If we don't cut off the bone spikes, it will keep coming back to life." Hearing this, someone lunged forward. "So that's it. Watch me chop off these bone spikes and kill it for good." He tried to stop him, but unfortunately it was too late. He swung his axe at the monster, but no matter how hard he hacked, it wouldn't break. The man panicked. While he was distracted, the monster thrust its arm right through his body, draining his health bar completely. Mach called out, feeling a bit helpless. The bone spikes of a bone-spined beast are extremely hard. Hard used flames to burn them continuously to soften the bone spikes. Everyone used fire attacks immediately, but it was too fast. They couldn't land their hits. At that moment, more blue dots appeared behind the door, startling everyone. In the blink of an eye, the place was crawling with monsters. Fear gripped everyone, and Tamak's team quickly fell into chaos. They could only lash out wildly at the monsters trying to soften their bone spikes. But it was too late. They were surrounded from both sides and pushed into a corner. They had no choice but to slash randomly. Block what you can, and if you can't, you die. But no matter how much they slashed, its body just kept regenerating. Then it began tearing into the players non-stop. Watching this scene, Tamak couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect so many bone-spined beasts to appear all at once. Their attacks left them with no time to react. The casualties were getting heavy. At that thought, he immediately summoned his clones and unleashed his spiritual energy, creating a massive explosion of fire that engulfed the monsters. He hurriedly shouted, "Mages get shields on everyone. Warriors and assassins focus on the bone spikes. Archers and mages provide support fire." The intense flames caused the monsters to take even more damage. They were burned, their defense dropped by 10%, and their movement speed fell by 20%. Seizing this chance, Tamak roared, "Good chance, cut the bone spikes now! Hathian obeyed and slashed down fiercely, successfully killing a bone-spined beast. Seeing this, the surrounding players started rushing in to attack the monsters. Even Amthan, who was usually timid, lunged forward at this moment. He smirked and said, "I have to test the combat techniques that boss taught me." Before this, Tamak had taken the opportunity to teach Amthan that assassin skills aren't about area of effect damage, and he didn't have elemental weapons or healing skills, so at any moment he absolutely must not engage in a head-on confrontation. He needed to become a phantom in the shadows, taking advantage of his superior movement speed to find the enemy's weak points. He spoke as he demonstrated, appearing behind Amthan in a flash, his voice cold. "An assassin is a sharp, life-taking blade." Back in reality, Amthan used his speed to move beside a monster and used his blade to slice off one of its bone spikes. However, he didn't stay there to keep attacking. He moved with extreme agility, waiting for the monster to let its guard down. He delivered a finishing blow, and the monster's health bar was instantly depleted. Amthan cheered happily. "Boss, I solo killed a bone-spined beast," but he wasn't paying attention. Behind him, 2 more bone-spined beasts were rushing in. Tamak shouted urgently, "Watch out behind you!" Amthan panicked and turned around, but the monster's claws were already descending. Luckily, Jiang Uyin reacted in time, creating a shield to protect him. He let out a sigh of relief. "Almost died there. Thanks, sis." Hathin and Sathu also weren't idle, rushing in from afar to finish off those 2 monsters. Tamak walked over to Amthan and reminded him, "And one final point, never let your guard down." A little later, they finally wiped out the pack of bone-spined beasts. The first round of the mission was complete. Everyone's nerves finally relaxed as they took a breath. At this point, the 3 of them, including Jiang Uyin, started discussing that monster. They finally concluded that it was a special variant. Jiang Uyin nodded solemnly. Some twisted people reached an agreement with the evil demons to secretly create these reanimated creatures. Those who were transformed have lost their humanity. Hearing this, Amthan angrily shouted, "Those immoral bastards!" Tamak curled his lip in a cold huff. After the heavenly beginning descended, that was when society truly collapsed and civilization fell apart. Shortly after, Tamak's team rested for a while before entering the next door. A large clock appeared before them. Tamak spoke slowly, "Everyone check your cards. This level is very difficult. Moreover, the difficulty level depends on our luck. Behind this door there are many monsters, evil demons, many evil demon lords, and even destroyer gods." Hearing this, everyone panicked. Amthan yelled in horror, "What, the destroyer gods legion again? Are you kidding me? We're only level 10-something. Is this system even fair?" Having said that, he turned to look at Jiang Uyin and asked, "Are we going to have to face a special grade boss like the apple fish, just like that dead guy?" Jiang Uyin sighed helplessly. "An evil demon lord or a destroyer god? This is really—" At the same time, Tamak had picked something up. He said slowly, "Each of you choose a white lotus flower and hide inside it." Very quickly, everyone followed his instructions. The challenge officially began. The clock hand in front of them, which had been still, suddenly began spinning like a fan. Everyone held their breath, praying it wouldn't be a destroyer god. "Just give us the weakest one," they thought. A moment later, the hand on the clock finally stopped, landing on the evil demon lord Black Spirit Golden Crow. Tamak sighed helplessly. "Why did you have to pull out that name?" In the blink of an eye, a blinding light erupted. When the light finally faded, they had fallen into a land as hot as fire. The sweltering heat made them sweat non-stop. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Hey guys, look up, there are 10 suns." How could it not be hot? Above their heads, there really were 10 suns. No wonder this place was scorching. What's more, there were monsters everywhere. Amthan panicked and shouted, "Boss, is this really just the second gate? I feel like we're done for." Tumok chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous, it was just a random draw. Just the toughest demonic overlord, that's all." Hearing this, then couldn't help but blurt out, "Is that something a human being would even say?" At that moment, a rain of arrows suddenly poured from the sky, targeting the bone-stacking monsters on the ground. In a flash, the monsters were incinerated by the flames. Thousands of monsters were wiped out instantly. Just then a voice boomed, "Those who disturb the scorching valley shall be burned to ashes. You shall never be reincarnated. Mortals are forbidden here. Leave at once." The players were terrified. Duri said, "We want to leave too. We were dragged here against our will. Why don't you tell us where the exit is? Is this thing the boss?" Only Tumok remained calm, challenging the voice. "The God-slaying alliance will wipe all of you out. We're just here to take the first step in acting on heaven's behalf. Show yourself and fight." Those words infuriated the voice. A thunderous, angry sound echoed from the sky, and a bolt of fire struck down, scorching the player's hair. Just then the blinding light erupted once more. As the light cleared, a woman appeared. It was the Black Spirit, Golden Crow. A second ago, they were terrified, but the next, the players were mesmerized. They were practically drooling. "Is she really a demon? She's an absolute goddess." The Black Spirit. Golden Crow glared at them and sneered, "Ignorant mortals." Before she even finished, she swept her spear and a brilliant flame instantly spread through the air. The players took massive damage. It was as if they were being burned from the inside out. Tumok saw this and couldn't help but say, "It seems the dungeon settings have weakened the power of the demonic overlord." Tumok nodded slightly. "That's why I brought the team to challenge it." Saying this, he scanned the crowd and reminded them sternly, "Do you have a death wish?" Players hit by the Black Spirit Golden Crow's debuff were guaranteed to die. With Tumok's warning, everyone scattered and began to attack the boss, but no matter what they did, the Black Spirit Golden Crow remained standing tall and proud. Because the damage they dealt was extremely low, they looked at Tumok with suspicion. He said helplessly, "Did no one read the description? Mages don't use fireball archers, no flame burst arrows. This boss has high fire resistance. You won't deal any damage." No sooner had he said that, Tumok hurled a cluster of fireballs at the Black Spirit Golden Crow. His damage was massive, leaving the players stunned. They looked at him in disbelief, wanting to ask how he did it. Tumok raised an eyebrow smugly. "Obviously I'm not like the rest of you," the Black Spirit Golden Crow, now furious, screamed, "Insolent, foolish mortals!" Immediately after, she flew high into the sky out of the players' attack range. While everyone was panicking, unsure of what to do, the Black Spirit Golden Crow created a glowing ring of fire around them. The intense heat kept raining down, putting them all in a state of severe burns. They were also suffering from a damage over time debuff. It wasn't long before some couldn't hold on anymore. Right then the Black Spirit Golden Crow dived down from above, shouting coldly, "Challenging a deity only leads to one outcome, death." Seeing this, Tumok screamed, "All mages use Ice Spear to slow her down and increase damage." Following his command, a barrage of ice spears pelted her. It dealt heavy damage, infuriating her even more. "Mortals dare to wound me." With that, she swept her spear in a wide arc. Flames erupted and the players were quickly buried in a sea of fire. Tumok hurried to warn them, "Don't bunch up. The burn status is spreading fast. Everyone take this chance to boost your attacks." The mages quickly fired ice spears at the Black Spirit Golden Crow. Tumok constantly reminded them, "When the boss's HP drops to 100,000, stop attacking." Like that, they attacked like a storm, forcing the Black Spirit Golden Crow onto the defensive. Now she was consumed by rage, her eyes burning as she screamed, "Disrespectful mortals! Taste the divine wrath of the gods. I shall use the fire, God's flame, to cleanse your sinful souls." At that moment, Tumok shouted, 100,000 HP left. Everyone stop attacking right now. Immediately think of the woman you love. Think about it seriously, focus, and let yourself get completely immersed. And so the players began to lose themselves in their subconscious, filled with fragrant flowers and lush grass. Beautiful women kept flashing through his mind, leaving Zhang Uyan a bit awkward as she asked me. Not knowing what she was getting at, Tumok hurriedly replied, "Thinking about men. If you don't have a target, think about me. That's the mechanism." Almost simultaneously, the Black Spirit Golden Crow triggered its burning heart skill, and the players' subconscious minds began to rapidly disintegrate. Their health kept dropping. Even Tumok couldn't resist it. Images from his past life kept flashing back, causing him to clutch his head in agony as he knelt on the ground while whispers from someone echoed incessantly in his mind. Tumok forced himself to stay clear-headed. He couldn't keep thinking about these things. He had to focus on something that could hold his attention, something that could make him feel happy. Perhaps the thing that made Tumok happy was the sight of meeting Jang Uyen in his past life. She was like an angel who saved him from death, grabbing his hand and pulling him out of hell. Jang Uyen was the faint light in his dark life. Instantly, Tumok's consciousness returned. He quickly looked around and saw Hathien still standing there calmly. Tumok asked skeptically, "How are you okay?" Hathien slowly explained, "I don't have as many stories as you guys do." Tumok felt a bit helpless, not knowing how to respond. Then Tumok looked toward Jang Uyen. She was currently frozen. He sighed softly. "Didn't I tell you to think about me? Do I have no charm?" This burning heart skill pulls people into their most terrifying memories. They can't escape on their own and will even die. Only by thinking about good things from the start. "Can you break it?" Thinking of this, he proposed, "Let's attack that barrier together." Immediately after, the two began to break the Black Spirit Golden Crow's shield. In an instant, everyone's consciousness returned. The moment they regained their senses, they started murmuring. Some even let out a sigh of relief. Lucky for Tumok's warning, otherwise we'd be done for. Seeing this, the Black Spirit Golden Crow flew into a rage and shrieked, "Impossible! This is impossible! You mortals, how on earth did you break the burning heart technique?" The male players heard this and raised their eyebrows, looking at her with wicked intent in their eyes. Hearing this, the Black Spirit Golden Crow's eyes were filled with fury as she roared, "You dare use such despicable tactics, disrespecting the gods." No sooner had she finished speaking than she repeatedly commanded flames to attack the players. The crowd panicked and scattered in all directions. The Black Spirit Golden Crow sneered, "Haven't you felt the difference between gods and insects yet?" But at that moment, her feet were frozen, binding her to one spot. The Black Spirit Golden Crow gnashed her teeth in anger and cursed, "Damn it, it's just ice, watch this." But Tumok coldly said, "You're dead. Even if a god falls to the ground, they'll just become food for the insects." Afterward, he summoned his clone. She cursed, "You're truly arrogant." But Tumok didn't care, muttering to himself, "Exhausted yet, you still think you're a god at the altar." In the blink of an eye, the Black Spirit Golden Crow was engulfed in two bursts of fire and ice energy, causing her to take massive damage. Tumok didn't stop there. He activated Falling Fire Heaven Descent. Constant rumbling sounds erupted. Seizing this opportunity, the surviving players rushed forward, attacking the Black Spirit Golden Crow like a storm. At the same time, the ice bone created by Tumok pierced straight into her body. The weapon on her fell off. The Black Spirit Golden Crow weakened and collapsed on the ground, muttering in disbelief. How could I lose? I am a god." Tumok heard this and sneered, You're not worthy. You think you're above everyone else, yet you don't hesitate to collude with evil." The Black Spirit Golden Crow shouted, unwilling to accept it. "What is called good and what is evil? Only strength is the reason to exist." Hathien stood to the side, looking at her state with some suspicion. After draining the boss's health, the storyline became quite normal. But he always felt the NPC's reaction was a bit off. Just then, black mist suddenly appeared around the Black Spirit Golden Crow. She went insane, lunging toward Tumok and shouting, "Mortal, the scent on you is not clean. Why don't you head down to hell as well?" But just as she reached him, a jade stone flew out from his body, causing her movements to freeze instantly. Tumok was also very surprised. Ice Phoenix Origin Crystal. Could this be the path to stage-based awakening? While he was confused, the Ice Phoenix Origin Crystal began to drain all the power from the Black Spirit Golden Crow, making her furious. "What have you done to me?" Tumok responded with a cold sneer. "Naturally turning you into dust." He said to the Black Spirit, "I guarantee that from now on I will keep killing gods until you lot fall from the altar." The Black Spirit Golden Crow was so angry she couldn't speak. She could only leave a parting threat before being drained dry by the Ice Phoenix Origin Crystal. "We will meet again." Tumok wasn't afraid. He gripped the crystal tightly in his hand. He sneered, "I'm really looking forward to that." At this moment, Hathien finally realized where this abnormal feeling came from. Other teams that killed the Black Spirit Golden Crow didn't encounter this situation. Why in the end? Was it because they killed it first? Or was it some trait of Tumok? At the same time, he was checking the attributes of the Ice Phoenix Origin Crystal. He nodded in satisfaction. It really had reached the awakening stage. It seems it needs to absorb the power of the gods. But the god boss isn't someone to mess with, though at least their mission was accomplished. They were about to step into the next trial. They had reached a stone door, the boss's lair, and right at that moment, a sliver of light suddenly beamed out from the door. Meanwhile, back in the real world at the Kunlun Mountains, the science and archaeology rescue team finally arrived, but the leader insisted on touching the statue in front of the cave entrance. Even though Thien Duong tried to talk him out of it, Kai Vai, the head of the rescue team, stubbornly retorted, "Come on, Dr. Ta'an, since when did you become such a nag? I am definitely taking this thing back." Thien Duong was in an awkward spot, not knowing how to respond. A colleague ran over in a panic. "Brother Duong, it's bad. That ancient centipede escaped. Someone from the rescue team tried to peek at it when we weren't looking. He opened it." Hearing this, Thien Duong snapped angrily. "What the hell are you doing? How could you let this happen?" Ignoring Kai Vai for the moment, he followed his colleague back. A while later, back at their base camp, an argument broke out. Kai Vai wanted to enter the cave again. Thien Duong scolded him furiously. "It's easy for you to talk." But Kai Vai was confident. "So what? We can't just go back empty-handed, right? If your archaeology team is too scared, then don't come." Immediately after that, he led his men away from the base camp, smiling coldly as he ordered, "All right, boys, we'll head into that tunnel ourselves to catch the insect. Let the archaeology team deal with their own coordination." Thien Duong hesitated for a long time, but ultimately followed them. Kai Vai nodded with satisfaction. As long as he got inside and captured the ancient centipede, his mission would be complete. A short while later, Kai Vai led the group into the tunnel. It was still that same dark, eerie void that made everyone feel uneasy. They pressed deeper inside. Thien Duong, walking beside them, kept reminding them, "Just a bit further ahead is where we first discovered the centipede. Everyone be careful, we don't know if it's carrying any viruses." Kai Vai scoffed with contempt. "What's there to be afraid of? We've got guns. Guys, check your chambers." "Guns, are you insane?" Seeing how stubborn he was, Thien Duong reluctantly warned, "Don't just shoot wildly in here. Everything inside is extremely valuable. This is an ancient passage. If you destroy the structure, we could all get buried alive." Kai Vai was about to say something back, but at that exact moment, he spotted movement in a corner of the cave. He quickly shined his flashlight there and yelled aggressively, "Who's there?" Before he even got an answer, Kai Vai opened fire. Thien Duong yelled in a panic, "Kai Vai, what are you doing? There's someone there." Unfortunately, Kai Vai didn't stop pulling the trigger. Sparks flashed in the dark tunnel. Elsewhere in the game world, at the Snow Forest altar, Sumok's group had arrived at the demon god's spawning point. The surrounding environment made the players uneasy. "What the hell is that? Is that a mutant? It is so disgusting. This stage is way too hard." Sumok observed for a moment, then gave his orders. "Assassins and archers, you're in charge of placing the little white flowers. Warriors, mages, and warlocks, along with me, focus all firepower on the boss. Place the flowers into the beams of light now." Hearing his orders, everyone immediately complied, placing the flowers into the surrounding light beams. In an instant, the flowers were engulfed by the light. Right then, an arm suddenly emerged from the mutant mass. This scene sent the players into a panic. Before their terrified eyes, a monster crawled out from the round mutant shell. They immediately scrambled back. Standing before them was a monster named Hoangan. But even more shocking were its stats. Everyone was filled with dread. Its attributes were absurdly broken. Its defense was impossibly high even. Sumok was stunned. It probably already exceeded their current attack power. However, he stayed determined and spoke up, "We're already here. We can't just give up without trying. The mechanism isn't fully activated yet. Assassins, go find where else we need to place the white flowers." Amthan rushed off to search while the others stood their ground. However, their damage was negligible, like a gentle scratch. At that moment, the monster's eyes suddenly glowed red. It became clear they were dealing 0 damage. The beast swung a fist, instantly killing a player. It didn't hold back at all. Its massive claws kept slamming down, claiming the lives of many players. Just as everyone thought it was impossible to win, Amthan suddenly shouted, "Found it! I found the last light beam. I just threw it in." No sooner had he finished speaking than the lights in front of them burst out in mid-air, leaving him stunned. Seeing this, Sumok happily called out, "The core is activated. Great job, Amthan." At that very moment, those beams of light seemed to turn into silk threads, binding the monster tight and causing its health bar to drop steadily. Taking this opportunity, Sumok began his counterattack while instructing everyone else. Huangan's defense has dropped to 100 points. Now is the time to go all out. The window is small. As soon as he finished, everyone simultaneously unleashed a barrage of fire and ice arrows hitting the monster and causing its health to plummet. At the same time, Su-Mok launched a brilliant flame attack. His damage was massive, but his firepower wasn't enough. It's not enough time. Su-Mok kept firing flames at the monster. Its health bar kept ticking down, but it barely made a dent in its massive health pool. He bit his lip, frowning. He yelled, "Still not enough, everyone give it everything you've got." But just then, the bindings on the monster began to break, and the flowers within the light were slowly being destroyed. Su-Mok shouted urgently, "Hold the bindings as long as you can. Melee players prepare to pull back." But it was too late. The bindings snapped, its defense soared back up, and all the white flowers turned to ash. The moment it regained its freedom, the monster began slaughtering the players again. Many died by its hands, meeting gruesome ends torn to shreds with blood splattering everywhere. Su-Mok pursed his lips quickly, shouting, "Spread out, use hit-and-run tactics. Draw its aggro and hold the boss. Assassins and archers, get ready. The next beam cycle is about to refresh." Everyone began working according to his plan, using fire and frost skills to attack, but it caused no real damage. Right then, Hathian gripped his sword and lunged forward. Everyone began to follow his lead, unleashing fire and ice attacks, but it didn't do any damage at all. Just then, Hathian grabbed his sword and lunged forward. You landed a strike on it, but unsurprisingly, the damage was so pathetic it was hard to even look at. You shouted in shock. Your heavy sword impact only dealt 19 points of damage. Even so, you didn't give up. You swung again, but the result was exactly the same. Even worse, it could actually regenerate its health. Hathian's expression turned grim, and right then those light beams began to appear once more. Amthan shouted urgently, "The beam cluster is back. Hurry up and drop the white flowers in Sunny." The moment the white flowers hit the light, the vines coiled around the monster's body, once again binding it tight. Everyone rushed to their positions and began a relentless assault. Mok wasn't just standing by either. He kept firing away, knowing full well this was going to be a long fight. With the current formation, the whole team could be wiped out at any moment, but he still wanted to push his limits. Elsewhere near the snow forest path, a group of people appeared. The leader, Mak-Tufap, asked his subordinate in a low voice, "Are you sure it's the Satluk Chinyan team?" The other man nodded immediately. "Positive. But that guy Mak-Than who's been making waves lately is there too." Hearing this, Mak-Tufap sneered, "Seems this Mak-Than has quite a background." The subordinate continued, "That group with Mak-Than must have snatched up some kind of loot already. Maybe we should just—" Before he could finish, Mak-Tufap's eyes filled with killing intent. He snapped, "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" The guy bowed in fear and shut his mouth immediately. Mak-Tufap continued, "You guys claim Mak-Than is only level 11. A low-level scrub like that, what kind of ability does he have to recruit 2 guildmasters from major guilds?" The guy was even more terrified and couldn't say a word. Mak-Tufap felt even more smug. "I really want to meet this Mak-Than. Also get ready. We'll wait here for them to come out." The group behind him received the order. At this moment, Mak-Tufap's eyes were filled with determination. Mak-Than times have changed. Everyone has their peak moment. You're still just a level 11. If you're weak, don't blame me. Back at the snow forest altar, an hour had passed, but Mok's team still hadn't taken down the Nagan monster. Its health bar was still over half full. He couldn't help but frown. The firepower wasn't enough. Even with the whole team buffed up, it still wasn't cutting it. They'd used the light beam cluster 9 times and still couldn't kill it. All that awaited them was a total team wipe, but just then, the monster's health bar filled back up. The players panicked even more. Its health just broke its limit. How are we supposed to play now? At the same time, that beam of light emitted again. Everyone expertly ran toward it to place the white flowers, but before they could finish, the monster suddenly reared its head and let out an ear-piercing shriek. It forced the players to cover their ears. Mok's expression grew even more solemn. Damn it finally used its ultimate move. This is a soul absorption skill. You can't dodge it and you can't resist it. Once you're in the range of the soul absorption, everyone turns into a statue. In the blink of an eye, the players were frozen into statues. Even Hathian and Amthan were no exception, though their states were quite different. Hathian found it rather amusing. Amthan, however, was trembling in fear. "Boss, I'll head out first. I'm not ready to die like this." On to Mok's side, he started to freeze. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, it's a failure. It's finally failed. The whole army wiped out. All our efforts gone to waste. While he was drowning in despair, Zhang Uyan suddenly spoke up. Mok, then don't lose heart. At worst, we'll just start over together. Mok was startled and opened his eyes. He sighed sorrowfully. I'm sorry for making everyone struggle for so long. I knew we would fail. I just led you all to your deaths for nothing. Before he could finish, Zhang Uyan cut him off. You're too competitive. Don't forget we're in the same guild. We believe in you. Follow your lead. Don't carry all the pressure yourself. We're friends after all. After saying this, she was also frozen into a statue, but her words kept repeating into Mok's head. That word, friends. It had been a long time since he'd heard that. But were they truly friends? The glazed armor set she needed, he had already sent it to the auction. He had clearly discarded the word friend a long time ago. But even if it was just for friends, I cannot lose. In an instant, everyone here had been frozen solid. The monster continued to snatch up those stone statues. It shoved them into its mouth and devoured them frantically. At this moment, its gaze caught something. Among the forest of stone statues, there was an egg that had also been frozen. Before long, its shell began to crack. As the shell completely shattered, Mok emerged from within. 100 divine energy, truly luxurious. So luxurious that in his past life he never even possessed it until the moment he died. But for the sake of this monster, I didn't mind using every bit of it. As soon as it saw Mok, the monster's eyes suddenly filled with panic. It then lunged at him like a madman. Mok spoke coldly. No need to rush. The faster you rush, the closer you get to your death. As soon as he finished, he summoned his clone. Mok looked at the clone and said, I'll pin it down. You go drop the white flowers and activate the mechanism. The clone immediately ran toward those light beams while Mok stayed back to block the monster. The clone kept throwing the white flowers at the light, and in that very moment all the flowers were placed inside. The binding ropes reappeared in an instant, tightly restraining the monster's body. Seizing this chance, Mok activated Hand of the Reaper, boosting his attack power by 100%. Immediately after, he unleashed Meteor Firefall, burying it in a sea of flames. Although the damage Mok dealt was massive, it barely made a dent in the monster's health bar. I didn't stop raining fire down on it until its health was down to 1/3. That's when Mok held back, extinguished the flames, and conjured the Phantom Bone Blossom Dance. Mok hurled it toward the monster. This was the strike he owed for Zhang Uyan. But he wasn't done yet. He summoned 2 bone blades and without a moment's hesitation slashed toward the beast, muttering coldly to himself. This blow is for Amthan, and then Mok leaped down from midair with a cold smirk, asking, How was that? Did you enjoy that magic show from a veteran mage? Immediately after, a fire sword appeared in his hand. This strike is for the god of assassins, Hathian, he growled fiercely, stabbing the monster in the chest. Its health bar was nearly bottomed out. Only one final blow remained. Mok activated Meteor Firefall twice in rapid succession, causing the monster to explode into pieces. He had avenged everyone in the Fongthan Valley. Mok raised an eyebrow, looking smug. Kill successful, magic performance complete. The Snow Forest altar quest has been cleared.